Okay, we are streaming. Let's see if we're connecting. And we are in the process where it says we got an excellent connection, but I'm not seeing anything come up until now. Okay, good. Good, okay. We're active. Let's see if we can verify that by going to my channel page here, going over to the home page, and there we are. Then we click that on, and then I will give myself an upvote, the first one to do so. And now we try and start the call. I will be depending on all of you to interact with myself, and we do that by starting, for the first time in a long time, using the infinite call. And seeing who responds. Okay. Breathing here. And, all right, we're joined by Aristides and Amy Como.
Hey,
And,
hey.
and Troy Bellamy.
Oh,
Yes, he went
yeah.
mute. Yeah, so,
He
Ari,
called. He
yeah,
called everyone.
I, for the
Jack.
first time in a long
Hey,
time,
Jack.
I did an
Okay.
infinite call. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So welcome
Good enough.
aboard to everyone, and I want to thank the people who have joined us, Amy and Troy, and of course executive producer Aristides, without whom this would not be possible. Before I forget, I want to thank Claudia Romberg in Austria for 50 United States dollars, and Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother in New York City, who contributed 70 United States dollars. All of this was just around the time Aristides made his contribution, and it all worked out perfectly. I needed every penny of it. Heather says she wasn't called. Let's see if that's the case. Heather, you should be called. If not, I'll call you again. Let's see who's on the call. Is four of us, but it says four participants. Let me see how to. Haven't done the.
Yeah. You may not have done the infinite call.
I did. Yeah. It's infinite call. Yeah.
Well,
She should be here on.
let me see.
So Heather, try and. You can add her if we're on the infinite call. You can add her, right? And
I'm going to check if she's already added.
yeah, she's on. Heather, you're on with us. Just jump on the call if you wish. Yeah. Or I'll just press it again. Request to join. Here we are. There, she did it. And Brendan, we wound up. Hopefully.
Heather's there.
She's there. She's on with us. Look, she's on with us.
Right.
Say hi, Heather.
Her thing shows red. But she might have said her thing is red. So.
Right. Oh,
Red,
which
sorry.
means I can't call you if you're on red, honey. I mean.
No, red. Amy, Heather, Troy.
Oh, by red, I thought you mean she had a do not disturb. Like if
No,
she. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I think it's the away status, but she's on the call.
Yeah. And I mean, you're on with us, Heather. Say hi. Hi, Heather. Yeah.
I'm trying.
Yeah, we hear you. What did you say?
I'm trying to connect my headphones. I don't know why I can't connect to a speaker.
Okay. Well, we hear you, and you're fine.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, welcome aboard.
Hi.
Hi.
Everybody.
Now, everybody be patient because our man Aristides is going to do the blurb. Right, Eric? You ready?
Yes,
Okay.
I will. I
Yeah.
am just
Oh, you want me to do
settling in
something
here.
first? Yeah. Yes.
At the helm.
Yes.
And I'm going to do that.
Yeah. Oh, I also want to congratulate. Not congratulate. Actually, congratulate Amy for escaping from Vermont. She's not in Vermont presently. She's in the middle of some other place. I don't know if she wants to maintain security around that or what.
I thought she already escaped from mom, or she went back.
No, she went back and then she, escaped for the winter. She escaped for the winter. She's in some other Philadelphia.
All right. It's a cyclical process.
Yeah, kind of.
Escape, go back, escape.
Yeah, yes, but we hope she ultimately escapes Vermont.
Yes.
But she sent me food. She sent me this wonderful little snack pack that I tried it out before I left for the estate, and it was delightful. And I thank you so much for that, Amy. I hope you can hear me. You're on mute, I noticed. Yes.
I thought I was off mute, but I guess not. I don't know what dimension I'm even in. So, I mean, why do we even want to
The 12th.
talk about it? It's in the same old over here. Nothing but, tech and more tech telling me stuff I don't need to know. But, yeah, I'm glad you liked the beef jerky.
Oh,
for Thanksgiving.
I put it in the refrigerator. I ate a few of those little sausage sticks that I put them in the refrigerator, and I'll indulge in them again later as I'm in the mood for snacks. But it's wonderful to have them, and they'll last a while. Not too long, but they'll last a few weeks, and so long as they're refrigerated. I'll eat them. They could last for months in the refrigerator, but I'll finish them in a few weeks whenever I snack. But you seem to be under the impression you said, "Oh, I hope you enjoyed it." It was as if I finished the pack or something. You don't think I finish a whole pack like that at once, do you?
I do.
Do
I
you
just ate
really?
the whole thing straight away. Yeah, no, I think we should come up with a wish list for you of things you do enjoy. And it doesn't have to be food related. It could be, art related. It could be typewriters to go with your typewriter collection.
Right, right. Well, I'm so glad that you found that. It's so important to have mechanical typewriters. She's known me forever, and she knows how important that is. Troy, you would appreciate this. Just non-electric mechanical typewriters are so important. In case society ever collapses, you'll be the only person who can produce legible communique.
And that is when you will seize power.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's you'll look like a total badass with producing typewritten communiques that everyone will. Whoa!
This is the only information I'm getting. It must be true.
Yeah. It's well, people have no idea how important a mechanical typewriter is, and someday they will miss them. No one repairs them anymore. The last time I checked, there was one individual in the United States who repaired mechanical typewriters that I could find out there in the world. But I do want people to know this is so important, because if there's ever a massive solar storm that scientists are already calculating will hit us inevitably, that they warn will take out, well, the grid and on at least half the fucking planet, potentially. That means that it would take a long while to get things restarted. It really would. And during that period of time, you're not going to be producing legible script in general. Most people can barely write, and they're not good at handwriting anymore. And so block printing, everybody has their own style, and just someone with a typewriter would be the man who looks like, or woman who looks like they know what they're talking about. But of course, one person can only type out so much at a time. That would be like kind of dominance, psychological dominance on an individual or community level, in a small community sense. But all that being said, we should start mass producing them. So that being said, Aristides, you were going to
Very good.
do the blurb?
Yes, I am.
Oh, excellent. Okay, take it away.
I'll do that now. So, I think these days I'm going to continue starting out with the important thing, the money. The money that Douglas needs to keep doing this.
Thank you.
So, if you're here and you appreciate him doing this, and you keep coming back, then please come back and come up with a contribution for him. He did make, as he said, barely makes his expenses once again, but that doesn't mean he shouldn't start this month out right, especially in this holiday season of giving.
Yes.
Tintin, right?
Yes.
So please give generously this holiday season to Douglas. You can use the PayPal link that is going in the chat right now, That is the most direct way. If you ever can't find that in the chat, there's no excuse. You just have to know that he is on PayPal. His name is Douglas Dietrich. You could search that. Most likely you will find him there. I wonder if we can just put the link to his your little picture. Wait, if I open, can I open that little picture in the new? Let me see. Save as. No. It's not letting me grab just your little profile picture. That would have been funny. And put the link. But yes. So or more definitively, make sure it's handled Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word, the same that he has up there right up front on his thumbnail show poster there at the paypal.me. It doesn't matter which variant of the PayPal address you get to. You can put paypal.com. I'm sure you get there. But Douglas D. Dietrich, and there you can give your donation one time generously, or a recurring or auto, what do they call it? A regular recurring donation of whatever the most that you're comfortable doing. And I'm sure you could probably set various intervals. Typically, people will do monthly since his expenses are monthly. So you can set that up there. If you, and you shouldn't need a PayPal account to do that. For some reason, you don't have one, don't want to make one, don't want to be involved with that. I think there is somewhere you can click and just send just with a credit card. If you absolutely won't do that and want to ask about other payment methods, feel free. To however you want to, whatever you can come up with, we'll find a way to receive the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Anything. You can mail an old-fashioned money order or check. Tie a roll of quarters to a carrier pigeon. Hope he makes it. But make sure they're the pre-1964 silver quarters. Please do that.
Don't confuse
Make
them.
it worth it. Yeah, make it worth it, because they're worth a little more than 25 cents. Isn't that funny? Okay, so whatever you got, we'll work it out. You can feel free to ask. Once you've decided what you can afford there, other ways you can support non-financially are to hit the like button as soon as you show up, the thumbs up, upvote, like and subscribe, etc. Right under the program window. As soon as you get here, you should be doing that before you even think about anything else. That is because there are those that do put down votes. Hard to believe. There are people out there. There are people out there whose pointless, pathetic mission is to try to take Douglas down, and they might put up votes themselves or with bots or whatever that might somewhat resolve later. But in the meantime, it skews them down the algorithm, makes them less likely to appear in a search or as a suggested content. Please hit the thumbs up, upvote there. Once you have done that, I did figure out why underneath the show, the program window, it's not showing the subscribed anymore. It's because once you do hit subscribe on a channel, that goes away. You can still see it at the main page. If you don't see a subscribe button underneath, you probably are, but you should probably don't click out of the program now, but either open a new tab or check later his main account there where it's in blue, says Douglas Dietrich. Go to that page. Make sure it says subscribe, because when I noticed that with other channels. It's like once I hit subscribe, that went away. Mm-hmm. It gives you the option when you're not, but then once you do that, it goes away. When you go to his front page of his channel, make sure, even if you have subscribed in the past, that you still are, because it may have come undone. Accidentally, maliciously, mysteriously, may have not be. So every once in a while, check that you still are. So please do that. And let me close this. And you will see the little bell icon. If you have not yet, please consider turning on the notification bell, and all that does is puts a little pop-up when the program is starting, which is very handy. So make sure you get here. Nothing to remember, just pops up. Okay, so, but you may notice, if you notice you can't do any of these things and it says you're not logged in, you need to be logged in to YouTube to do any such functions. You may not need to make an account if you've never logged into YouTube before. If you have a Gmail, it should recognize that, because YouTube is a Google product. If not, and see if you have a Gmail, try use it. However it says to log in, Gmail preferred, but you may have to make, start from scratch and make a name and a password, but get with the times. So there's a lot of advantages it should give you. Believe me, you're not giving anything away by giving, identifying yourself to YouTube that the powers that be don't already know. So just might as well, that's some people, they're so privacy paranoid. They're, it's like, they're almost inconveniencing themselves all the time. It's, oh no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't log in. I wouldn't give them my info. I'm like, they already know. It's like,
it's so fucking true. It's so bizarre.
Just make your life easier. Just make your life easier, man. It's like you're making your life harder, and they already know. So it's like, you think you're hiding something. So, sign up. So you can do these functions. Once you do that, in the upper right, usually right corner, you'll be able to have a little account menu. Under there, you'll see things like there should be an entry there that says restricted mode. You want to make sure that is off. That is what parents would turn on their young child if they were going to let them browse the internet, which they shouldn't do anyway.
Yeah, no shit.
Right unless they're sitting right there watching.
And even then you'll catch it too late. It's right, only going to be like, what's that, Daddy? It's
yeah, try to avoid that. So make sure that is off. Because that restricts content which has been deemed either voluntarily, perhaps involuntarily, to be adult content. We don't want to take any chances there on that. Somehow, because I think can it be that like if once they like review or whatever they slap that label on? I think that can.
I don't know. It's
okay.
It's
at any rate,
yeah.
You don't need that. The possibility that will interfere ever in receiving the content. So tell your friends who might happen to listen to check that. Especially if they say, "Oh, I haven't heard Douglas, publish in a while," So do check that. Do go up. If you look, there's probably a entry for Switch account, and that does not mean a whole different account. That means once you're in with an account, you could actually they should call it something else. It's like Switch profile or something. Switch channel, really. That lets you make other channels, which are normally publication channels underneath your main account. I don't think is a publication channel. Maybe, I don't know. But you can make basically dummy channels and don't have to put anything in there. But each of those channels can actually do their own upvoting. So I just switched over, and I just did a second upvote as one person. It's amazing. It's like by location, except
cool,
much less exciting. Right? But it's like being two people at once. So he needs that. Get those likes in, and if you can manage that, and then hey, maybe even publish something on a little channel that you make. Make sure to switch back though if you're gonna talk as yourself in the live chat, which is on the side, which is different than the comments that are enabled underneath the program window once the live becomes a regular video and uploads and converts to regular old YouTube video. Then comments will be enabled underneath. At that point in time, Douglas will put a pinned comment there with this crucial information. Please like that. Like any other positive comments, feel free to leave a comment of your own. All these things will help his status in the algorithm tremendously. Basically clicking anything. You can click share, the little share button. I used to tell people to copy the browser link bar and then paste it, but I'm going to say instead, you should hit the share and get the link there, because then it knows you clicked that. And then it says, oh, people are sharing this. This must be just sensational information. Let's move this up,
Thank you.
Excellent. In the algorithm, right?
Excellent idea.
So hit that share button, get the link, share it with people, post it, make some QR codes that you turn into stickers and stick them in all the bathrooms. You go in from the classiest to the lowest. They all need to hear it. Put it out there. Yeah. What else? Yeah, you can make a little. You might see a button that says a little clip. Hopefully, see you share. It depends on your interface you're using. I don't know what shows up on the phone, your phone or device or operating system. You might see a little button for clip. You can clip out like a 1 minute clip excerpt, send to somebody as a teaser. So that is something you can do, I think, from. I'll have to see if that's on the phone. There's that, and if you're on the PC, I know you can right-click during the replay and generate a link at the current timestamp if you want to send somebody right to that time where that topic's being discussed. So happens to everybody, like, oh, so my friend or whoever would love to hear this part. You can make a link right to that part. So those are all things that you could do to help share Douglas's information and help him get support and money. So you can do neat things like eat and get transportation, and most things that people who work, which Douglas is doing here, can take for granted. Right? Okay.
Actually, people who work really can't take those things for granted.
Yeah, unfortunately. Right. Well, we can talk about that. I wonder why that is. Just it's weird. Who would be responsible for such a thing?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, the decline.
Anyway, you'll notice.
Go on.
In the program title underneath the window, there's a limit of 100 characters. Douglas always fills that up because he's got so much to talk about. If you do see a little asterisk, that refers to a footnote. That if you click on the more on the description or show more, that breaks out to a larger description, and the footnote will refer to a point in there, things that he wants to acknowledge, occasions, holidays, anniversaries, other significant events and subjects, of which there are just so many, so voluminous over time here, that if you keep listening, you basically get a free college education, so.
Thank you.
Yes. Donation is not out of the question, or contribution is, for that. So, if you don't believe it, just keep listening. You'll find out.
Thank you. Yes.
That's right.
Delightful.
Keep it right here on Critical Emissions Radio.
Yes. Yes, you did wonderful with that. That's that was done so professionally, and yeah.
Yeah, you're too kind.
Yeah, well, it's, believe me, you've just been doing great with this over the months. It's just gotten better. So yeah, and whatever else comes on your mind before we turn our attention to.
Let me see. Okay. Check for any. There's always a lot in my mind. I'm not sure how to explain most of it. Let me see what I saved as far as news. Let's see. Right, big questions about, say, Trump and immigration. Always, Trump has approved. Oh, wait. Okay, I've not verified. I've seen only one link that, or one, posting, but Trump administration has approved Netanyahu's proposal to annex large swaths of the Gaza Strip, according to Haaretz, or however you say it, their publication. A phased annexation, starting with a buffer zone along the border and extending all the way to northern Gaza, as if that wasn't always the plan. Here we go.
Well, that's still huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
It's
huge that it's being, but it's not like they just decided they were.
Yes, of course, as you're saying, that was always conspired.
No,
yes.
I mean, they're officially on go, but they didn't just decide to.
No, but the fact that they.
Oh wait.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh wait. The decision is contingent upon Hamas not committing to a ceasefire. So either they didn't, or they did, and or maybe they will, and then they'll be like, look, they violated the ceasefire.
That's like a given that they're going to claim Hamas violated the ceasefire,
right? Because they'll send one of their own guys in there to be Hamas, right? Right?
Yes.
They'll just dress them up as Hamas.
They won't even bother. They'll just start sending in missiles and just claim that invisible ghost started spitting at them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, you see something. Yeah, that could be. Like, yeah, God did it. Is God anti-Semitic? There's a couple quotes of that. There's a couple where they actually feel. Anyway.
Well, that's just plain biblical. If you take a look at the Bible itself and look at how the God of Abraham treats the people people of Abraham, it's obvious God really hates them.
Yeah. He was so angry in his early days. It's weird.
So that being ascertained.
Anyway,
yes.
Let me see what else. Airspace closed over Venezuela. Something Trump saying. Trying to replace Venezuela's prime minister with a Jewish woman. Another one. What the hell?
Wait, is that true? Where is it?
They're just posts. They're not I haven't even searched the news. I'm assuming that one post from somebody or place I consider credible means it's at least likely to be true if you search for it.
Holy shit! That would make that wouldn't be surprising. It's
that's their South American plan. It's just replace all the leaders with Jewish women.
So, oh my God. At any rate, before I go into some stuff that I actually never even discussed last time, I told people at some point I was going to discuss going to the emergency room. I'm not going to discuss that. I mean, that happened weeks ago by now. But I'm going to finally tell people about that because I realized I never told anybody about that other than people on Team Dietrich. I never told any of our listeners. I mean, they know about it, those who listen regularly, but many of them never found out the reason why. So I'll be happy to share that. It's as much comedy as it was an emergency. But along with that, I do want people to know that I call this a Code Blue episode because, as Brendan Zoget says in the text box of our Infinite Call, we all sound fried. Well, we should after the holidays. Well, after this holiday in particular, which is all about indulgence, really. But when it comes to myself, I call this a Code Blue because I'm in decompression. Honestly, when I come back from the Estates, I have a problem of having been hyperstimulated at the Estates. For those of you who haven't noticed, and I do notice that people have asked or paid myself compliments. I want to thank Douglas Marks for his compliment about my photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream. And yes, that is a current photograph. What many people have not noticed, who are sending me questions about it in my emails, is that there is actually one of the blood boys in the photograph, but you got to look down in the lower right hand corner and you will see the top of his head, or rather his hair. And I did want to preserve his security, and as a result we're not showing his face, but you can see his blonde hair right there at the top. Yeah, it's on the lower right hand corner. Lower.
What's he doing down there?
He's a lot shorter than I am, for one thing. And of course that is prior to my feeding for I hate to use that term Thanksgiving, but for the genocidal holiday that white people use to celebrate their stealing of all of the land from the First Nations and original peoples. As for our man Brendan, he brings up blue pills. I'm not quite sure how to respond to that. Brendan, just come on and you can make your wisecracks. I'm not quite sure. As for the blue pills, no. Code Blue. Now I get it. Okay, there we are. No, not that. No, Code Blue, because I get hyperstimulated at the Estates. I come back and it's a downer. To the crypt. I'm here in the crypt in San Francisco. It's a real fucking downer. And worst of all, I really couldn't sleep. I tried to grab some sleep when I came home, but I was too hyperstimulated still to really sleep. So I'm got this kind of in the middle zone where you want to go to sleep and you can't. And so it's just horrible. And that being said, I'm not in the best space right now, being back in the crypt. Rather disoriented because, a bit sleepless. And then I have to pay rent tomorrow. So that means that I'll have to get enough sleep tonight to wake up in time to receive my home delivered meals when they're delivered at about 10ish, and then go to the bank, and then come back and slip that rent through the door. So I want to do that, and then I can hopefully sleep the rest of the day. But then again, I have to take the refuse out for collection on Tuesday. So then, I do have to wake up, I guess, before midnight, because then it just gets too dangerous after that to take out the garbage, because you start running into the night creatures. Yeah, I know I'm one of them myself, but they're different night creatures, and they're not as civilized as I am, to say the least. In fact, they're completely feral. And that being said, to avoid trouble, it means my sleep pattern that I otherwise would have, because I can sleep 24 hours, gets discombobulated. And so all that being said, I should get in enough sleep tomorrow anyway. And aside from that, just going to do what I can tonight. I'm not going to concentrate on geopolitics. Going to do something a bit more nebulous. But before that, we'll occupy some time, as much time as we can with our guests, and we'll consider them guests. We have the lovely Heather Holman, Amy Como. Heather Holman, of course, contributed 100 United States dollars earlier in the month. I want to thank T-Tank Barry for his continued contributions, and his continued contributions keep me sheltered. They really are the foundation of my very survival, and we certainly need them to continue from everyone else. And right now, out of respect to our educator, our resident educator, Troy Bellamy, let's bring him on and share with us everything that's on your mind. We hope your holiday, again, it's more of a Memorial Day. We hope it's gone well. And of course, say hi, Brendan, as well. Brendan, say hi to Troy and everybody else. Welcome aboard. And yeah, well, he's on mute. That's okay. So Troy, take it away.
Well, I'll just start out by saying hello. I've been out a little bit. Obviously, in the last week, we've been on vacation. Got to go back tomorrow. So I wanted to, when you called, I wanted to chime in, just listen. I'm going to listen a little bit tonight.
Wonderful.
Obviously, because I got to get up early tomorrow, start over again. But we'll be back on break in about 3 weeks.
That's right. Oh, my God.
So,
yeah.
But I had a wonderful Thanksgiving, holiday. It is difficult to wrap your hands around, but because you get to be with your friends and your family and share a meal or two and some good times, it tends to even itself out, at least just on a human level. But again, historically, you cannot ignore the significance of this time. But I won't wax poetic on that tonight. I'll just say I'm glad to hear everybody. Mm-hmm. And I've been listening. I listen every Wednesday and Sunday.
Wonderful.
And I just hadn't had a chance to come in and chime in, but
well, we're so glad you're here, and I am curious, when you do listen to the episodes, I know, of course, just based on your biorhythms, you have to get up the next morning and you have to get to sleep, but do you review the remainder of the episode later in your spare time?
Yes.
Bless you.
I'd like to listen to some of the old episodes from years ago, too. Some of the ones I might have chimed in on or just listened to.
Wonderful.
It's always interesting topics that I love that you always hit on. And that's one of the things that has drawn me to your podcast, your medium, is that you always give me something that's food for thought.
Yes.
And even during the Peter Moon days. But no, yeah, it's always good food for thought. So I appreciate that. Appreciate you and all the people who continue to support you in every way. So, and this is such a cool crew. I mean, I get to go off.
Yes.
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 And you got asked me about what's going on in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, nothing right now is going in Florida too badly.
What's the weather like? I mean, with everything going on, what's the weather like down there?
See, that's the thing. When you're in Florida, if it gets below 70 degrees, it's time to break out your fur. As soon as you see the temperature go 69, it's like, oh, there it is. You gotta break it out. It's really a brisk, 60s night. It's supposed to get a little cooler tonight, tomorrow. But I mean, that's until probably January, February. We probably won't see anything lower than 58.
Wow.
So everybody will be on the beach on Christmas. Honestly.
Oh,
Seriously.
please, for our listeners, with the assault on the Department of Education, how does that affect yourself as an educator? And maybe explain to our listeners a bit of the strategic implications of this assault on the Department of Education.
It's very difficult because it hampers, teachers. They want us to create an engaging learning environment. They want us to be to use our education. And I've done a lot of things and seen a lot of things. And I teach in what is called a Title I school, which is, impoverished neighborhood, kids that have tough backgrounds, parentages, low income. And they need...
for the sake of our listeners, because of their normal stereotype of what that brings to mind, which would normally be an inner city African American ghetto, your case is different, correct?
Well, yeah, it really is not a ghetto. I mean, first, I think that's an overused term.
Mm-hmm.
It is still impoverished. There's been redlining for years. They build bridges and roads right over top of neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. They will gentrify a neighborhood and then turn right around and build $500,000 condos in the neighborhood where it used to be projects. Mm-hmm. Because what has happened is that people have manipulated the enterprise zones under the Trump administration, and these corporations have come in and they're buying land for $1 and turning around and building condos that at a minimum cost $500,000 to $750,000 to purchase. And then you get all these people who come from up north with a pocket full of cash because they sold a house, a 2-bedroom house in Chicago that they've had for years. They sold it for $800,000. They got $800,000 cash. They just come right now and buy a condo and a bunch of cars and just live out the rest of their lives. So,
you mean they go to Florida to die?
Yeah. I didn't say that. But yeah, as far as the Department of Education, again, most of my neighborhoods, I mean, the school I teach at now was an historically black high school. It's where my father graduated from high school, and obviously in the 50s, that was the only place they could go to school. And now it's a middle school, and it is probably 70% Hispanic in the same neighborhood. Mm-hmm. Many of the African Americans have become upwardly mobile and moved to other neighborhoods, moved out of this small city where there's not a lot of industry. Back in the day, this county was known for citrus and vegetable production. Hence, the headquarters of Tropicana, the juice, is headquartered right here, about 2 minutes from my house.
Wow! Holy shit!
Yeah, but Tropicana does not. They don't produce orange. All the orange groves that were here on the west coast of Florida, in the central part of the state of Florida, are now being bulldozed, and they're creating these master plan communities.
Jesus Christ!
And so there are no more. They don't produce fruit. That's why they import fruit. I mean, literally. It's amazing to me that Tropicana is 2 minutes from my house, and I can go to the store and have to pay $5 for a gallon of orange juice. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
On his face. This is Florida.
well, yes, please continue with that because it's important.
I'm just saying. I could watch the trucks and the trains go by with citrus, and what they do now is they basically get all the citrus off the trees, and they'll store it. They'll squeeze it. They'll process it. They'll store it for years, and they'll sell it from concentrate. If you look at if you go to the store, you'll see orange juice from Tropicana that's made from concentrate, which basically means it's watered down. It's probably 30% orange juice and 70% water and other preservatives.
Yeah.
And it tastes like orange juice. It looks like orange juice, but it's not the same thing as pure 100% orange juice that you get directly from a tree. So a lot of people are starting to grow their own citrus again. Because the farms are the citrus farms are just gone away,
Right.
and it's amazing too because yet still we have a large migrant population that they move with the crops. There's a literal compound also right around the corner from my house where they drive a bus and they honk the horn. And 50 Hispanic guys come out, fill the bus. They go at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, and 4:30 they're pulling back up to this little compound. And where you have these 1-bedroom shanties, they just kind of hang in there, and that's where they live until the next day.
Sure.
And they don't bother anybody. They don't cause any problems. They work. They get their money. They buy their cars and everything else, and they just I get a lot of their kids and I mean these kids are they want to learn, they want to become Americanized, they still want to hold on to their culture, they still have their quinceañeras and their celebrations. I can hear the music in the neighborhood and everything like that, and it's a beautiful thing that they at least get to hold on to their culture and their customs. But as far as what the Department of Education is doing, I mean, think about this. I mean, just some of the thinking is just backwards. So you have these migrants, you have these kids that come in, they don't speak any English. And the first thing we do is test them. We give them a standardized test in English. Some of the kids, now I'm gonna be honest with you, some of the kids, parents are escaping Guatemala, Ecuador,
Right.
places like that. I even have a lot of Haitian kids, and I know the Trump administration just signed a deal or something to limit the number of Haitians, or they're going to start deporting a bunch of Haitian people. But I have a bunch of Haitian kids who came to America through Ecuador or Guatemala or somewhere like that, and they speak 4 languages. Highly intelligent kids.
Of course.
They just hadn't had a chance to just settle down and become citizen anywhere. But they work hard. They want to learn. They give it their best, and that's just, it's just unfortunate that our administration thinks that little of. I mean, just from a humane standpoint, you're going to give somebody that doesn't speak any English a standardized test at grade level in English. The thinking is beyond me. I just don't understand.
There's no thinking involved.
Well, and that's the thing. And then they say, "Oh, look at the test scores." So my school has been struggling. We've been D school. They, just don't have the resources that other schools have, and then they downgrade our school, and then they look at us like as if, "Well, what are you guys doing?" What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm trying to help communicate. This is how far it's gone. They just gave us this little apparatus that translates into like 1,000 different languages. So I can speak the instructions to my student in their native language, and it will speak it to them and tell them what to do and kind of, how to read the problem or whatever else. But it's still, I mean, you're talking about, I I have a class, one of my biggest class of students that struggle with English a little bit. Probably is about 8,
Mm-hmm.
8 to 9,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, I'm trying to work with each one of them individually in 50 minutes. It can't. It's almost impossible. And sometimes it gets frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's very rewarding to watch them continue to grow and to know that I'm doing something that is humane, that I'm helping a fellow human being.
Yes. Well, one thing that we know is that Trump's hatred of Haiti is it's actually it's almost a heritage hatred. The Americans were very threatened when Haiti became the world's first black republic in the Western Hemisphere. And the white American patriarchy was pretty much conspiring and doing their best to prevent the development of Haiti since its foundation, to the point where there were multiple invasions. And indeed, it was the American front of the First World War. American Marines under Franklin Delano Roosevelt as the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, with his personally leading the force, invaded Haiti during World War One. And this is, of course, the kind of chronic. We could actually say that Haiti is America's Palestine, really. And so when he says we're not going to allow people from Haiti, it's almost like in keeping with a kind of reflexive American hatred. And he's what would have once been considered a dinosaur. Unfortunately, he's trying to make himself the face of the future as well. And but that being said, I do want to bring up the fact, which I'm sure you're aware of, that citrus greening is a horrible phenomenon which has basically brought the citrus industry and the cultural identity of Florida to its knees. So it's basically, there's an invasive Asian beetle that carries a disease that destroys the oranges. I think it reduced orange production by 92.5% over the last 20 years. So you've got this microbe, spreads between trees, small insect. I think it's called a psyllid, PSYLLID. And this is why I recommended the fact that Americans and Europeans really have to get over their, what I consider to be an asinine fear of gene engineering or gene editing when it comes to foods. In Europe and America, there's this phobia about gene engineering or genetically modified organisms, GMOs. And you bring that up and people automatically freak out and go into a panic, and it's completely irrational. It's the only way humanity's going to survive without an astronomical drop in population. Britain being a inclement island where it's very, well, I mean, you can't maintain a large industrial scale population there naturally. That's why it had to invade the rest of the world to bring resources from the rest of the world to itself. Now that it's lost its empire, the only option it has is genetically modified organismal food. That's just based on scale of the environment. But in America, it's climate change and invasive diseases. And if both Britain and America, and Europe for that matter, don't accommodate genetically modified organisms, well, millions of people are simply going to die. So that being said, gene editing is probably the only hope for the citrus industry in Florida that it could ever recover, because it's only through that we can plant trees that are tolerant of or resistant to citrus greening. Your response to that, please, Troy.
Yeah, I agree. As a matter of fact, that's very interesting. You said that. I happen to be watching 60 Minutes. I haven't watched 60 Minutes in a long time. And right after the football game, and they were talking about these group of students who are developing that same technology, that what do they call it?
Gene editing or
Yeah, gene
Genes.
editing.
Yeah.
Oh
Genetically
God,
modified organisms.
it's something like that, but it was, I forget what they call it. But anyway, it was along that same line. They were talking about reproducing different types of foods and different things like that.
Hybridization, maybe?
Yeah, hybridization, genetically modified organisms, and things like that. It was socially not some sort of engineering. I can't remember what it was. But again, and I'm getting old. That's just a function of me getting old. I've been forgetful lately, but
Dude, stand in line.
yeah, no, it was very interesting that you brought that up, because that is where science is. That's where the future of science is going, is creating sustainable and reproductive foodstuffs and other things like that that can last through storms or disease or any other sort of disaster, that we could reproduce food.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. Also, there's the factor of the high sugar content of natural orange juice. That has probably turned a lot of people away. How's your own blood sugar levels, by the way? Because I'm always dealing with the fact that these young lads I drink blood from are indulging themselves in vast amounts of sugar, and it pushes me into the diabetic range. Yeah, and yourself? How's your blood sugar?
Speaking of orange juice is my bane. Orange juice is my bane. I grew up on it. In my yard as a kid, we had 4 orange trees, and I mean, they produced almost year round. And so my dad we would just get juice and store it in jugs and put it in the freezer. And whenever we wanted orange juice, we had fresh orange juice. And I lived on that. I never had a cold. I can't remember a day my dad or mom were sick. But again, the high sugar content of it makes it unsustainable just drink in large amounts. So I've cut way back. My blood sugar has come down quite a bit. I had at one point, and I'm just for the folks to know, I was at 420 pounds. And my doctor,
holy shit.
Oh yeah. My doctor was eating well. I still was athletic. I'm coaching. I'm running around. I didn't look like I weighed 400, but I weighed 420 pounds. I mean, and most people, could hardly recognize me, because when I graduated high school, I was 175. When I played basketball in college, I probably was 190 pounds. So once I got down, or I went to my doctor and he helped me get down, I'm down now to under 300 pounds. So I've lost about 120 pounds or more.
Congratulations, by the way. I'm proud of you.
I feel great. I feel much better. My blood sugar, my A1C at one point was 19, and now it is at 7, which is right at the limit where they want it to be. It's supposed to be like 6. So, oh, Coco, congratulations. I was looking at something on television. The artist Coco Jones. She's a singer, beautiful chocolate lady.
Yes.
Her father just moved to this area, and he's become a good friend of mine. And he's so proud. But she just got appointed to be able to sing the Black National Anthem at the Super Bowl.
Yes. Wonderful.
That's all.
That's delightful.
I threw that in. But yeah, my blood sugar and everything is coming down. I feel better. I sleep better. I only drink now really water and unsweetened tea.
Cool.
Yeah.
How do you stand the unsweetened tea? I'm proud of you. A lot of people can't stand that.
It's an acquired taste. I might put a couple packets of Equal in it, or I'll use maybe some agave or something like that. just a little bit, just to give it a little flavor, but it really doesn't bother me to drink unsweetened tea.
You good. No. I mean, I'm a savory man myself, and I don't really go for the sweets very much at all. But you do understand, of course, that many of these sugar replacements have their own issues and create their
Yeah,
own.
they do.
Okay, good.
Equal is kind of the what do you call that?
Oh, I
The
forget.
evil.
Yeah. Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
The lesser evil.
the least of all evils.
You don't drink Diet Coke or Pepsi or any of those
No.
Diet Colas, do you?
My doctor told me not to drink any sodas.
Thank God.
But
Thank
I
God.
don't drink any sodas anymore. I used to think that Diet Coke or Coke Zero was good. He's like, don't drink any.
Oh,
of
it's
it.
shit.
I was
It's
like,
liquid
okay.
shit. No.
Yeah, apparently. And I never could finish them anyway. So it was like a waste for me to even purchase it.
Thank God. Yeah, no, because people lose their limbs drinking that shit when they become addicted to it. I mean, it's horrific. So yeah, all that being said, take advantage of this time to cathart or vent. There must be something you want to explode about, something to rage about, just for the sake of therapeutic, your own therapy, if nothing else.
There's so many issues, especially in our politics. But there's no, I'm trying to give myself an opportunity to see the bigger picture, because it's just so many things that are just unbalanced and unfair and unjust. I'm more upset that we allow our president to call people names. I mean, it's so beneath the office of the president for him to just punch down at people who he knows can't respond to him the way they want to. We need somebody to throw a shoe at him like the guy did at George Bush.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, in the Arab world, that's considered the ultimate insult.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so you know of that.
Yes.
How did you learn of that?
Oh, I saw that. Oh, I saw that when that happened. I was like, oh, man.
Oh, no, go on.
For as much as I thought George Bush was a tool,
Yeah.
he was never as ignorant or as undignified as negative 2 is. You know why I call him negative 2? I think I explained it last.
Yeah, explain it again for our listeners.
The math, as a mathematician, he's president 45-47. 45 minus 47 is negative 2 for
I love
negative
it.
2 terms.
Hey, I love that. That's very erudite humor. That's hard.
So yeah, but yeah, I mean, to call a young lady piggy.
That's
call
disgusting.
People,
No, that's
people.
yes.
And then he spent 4 years calling Joe sleepy, and now this guy can't keep his eyes open at a freaking for 5 minutes. If he sits down, he's going to sleep.
Oh shit! It's so true. Yes.
Unless he's playing golf.
Yeah. Poor son of a bitch. Jesus. He's wretched. He is wretched. Oh, and so all such being said, there's a little cathartic for you. Not that I'm trying to lure you or entrap you into getting yourself in any trouble, of course. I have to watch for that myself for a bit of time here. Oh yes. Yeah, at some time in the near future, do want to share something with you privately. Just some interesting developments that are hopeful, really. And I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. There's a kind of background noise because I suspect you actually have your computer.
Turn my TV down.
That's it. Okay, or it might be the
Watching the
computer.
football game.
Yeah. Oh, no worries. No worries. It's yeah. So that was it. So is there someone else in the room? It was an interesting voice. So I believe that's probably his wife. That being said, let's welcome Amy Como aboard. So, dear Amy, before it gets too late for you, cut loose yourself. There must be something you want to cathart and vent about. You were saying how it's kind of like being in the same place. Surely it can't be that bad. For one thing, the weather must be... Well, tell us about the difference between where you're at and Vermont.
I mean, it's still gray and ugly. It's still winter. Still, just this time of year, it just gets darker and darker and darker. And yeah, our president called a very fine woman a piggy. It's terrible. Leave it to Troy. Troy is just, he's right on as usual. Even full of turkey, he's still making sure that we pay attention to the things we need to pay attention to.
Oh, yeah.
And I love that he brought up again.
You must be watching me. I just finished the turkey sandwich.
Yes. Amy watches us all. Amy has psychic observation skills. Go on, Amy. Remote viewing. You're a remote viewer.
Hardly at all. But I did like that he talked a little bit about going out to the yard and getting something to drink. That's pretty cool.
Well, that's your style, right? Tell us about that.
Yeah,
how you were harvesting.
I know.
Except you're allergic to tomatoes. You've got all these tomatoes that you're allergic to or something like that, right? Tell us about this. What the fuck
Isn't that ridiculous?
Yeah.
I know. I don't know. But, the land up there is so... It's just really great soil. The silviculture where we're at is river bottom, which is the best thing to grow in.
Mm-hmm.
So everything just grows, and it's really there's like this weird sense of safety that comes when you can always go and get some arugula. Like you can always go and grab some orange juice from the tree out in the yard, and I water that stuff down. I just put like a slice of orange in a cup of water, and you get used to that too. Like if you're trying not to consume as much sugar, because sugar is addictive. Like it's not, especially the refined sugars, like all the stuff that our grandmother used to think was like good cooking. Like just add this Jello packet to your chocolate cake and it'll be the most delicious of all the old ladies' chocolate cakes at the barbecue.
What was that thing they would make? It was like gelatinous, but they put mayonnaise in it, and it had like some salad. They called it a kind of salad, but it was like in a gelatinous Jello cube, except it was like salad mixed with some mayonnaise, and this was like the American idea of a salad that people would like. Do you remember that?
It was green, like a pistachio green.
I don't.
That one.
It might have been. Yes, some of them were. Yes, it's just. Come on, it's got to have a name. But it's horrible. It's like a horror story.
Bro, there's no way you could serve that at a black.
Yeah, no, blacks hate mayonnaise. The only reason it's from my white father, father, that I learned to like mayonnaise. Honestly, if it weren't for that, there would have been no way. It's kind of like he got, but tell us what is this black revulsion with mayonnaise, and why do whites love it so much? Is it just because it's white?
Well, I'll eat mayonnaise on a hamburger or something of that nature, but that's about it. I'm not putting mayonnaise on anything else. I have no idea. Maybe it's the consistency of it. I don't know. It just is, other than that, I'm just putting hot sauce and ketchup. That's my other things. It's not mayonnaise. That's amazing.
Yeah, I am seeing a lot of mayonnaise in the foods around here. It's pretty common stuff.
Oh my God, it's like universal. But go on, honey. Yeah. In the white world, in the white, especially when you get into these more rural areas. When you get out of the cities, the more rural you get, the more it's like I think white people are buried in mayonnaise jars, honestly, or at least their ashes get put in them, something like that. Yeah.
Maybe. They're all congealed. Like as they grow older, they look like congealed mayonnaise.
Oh, oh my God! Just the more rural white neighborhoods, it's beer belly and butt crack as far as the eye can see. It's just like,
It's
yeah,
fantastic.
yeah, you all start to.
Just for context, I want to make sure that I give my disclaimer. These are not the opinions of Troy Bellamy. So please, folks, don't flood my inbox.
Oh, yes.
Well,
Well, that's appreciated. Yes. We disclaimers are necessary evil. They're a necessary evil. So yeah. All such being said, dear Amy. So where you're at, you're in. Okay, it's gray, but you've got.
it's winter.
Again,
You
your
knew.
allergy to tomatoes, right? And the ground kept producing it. It's like tomatoes grow
You
because.
saw. I sent you all those photos of the tomatoes and their plethora everywhere. I gave it all to the food shelf. I couldn't. There's no way. But we did get some hybridized white tomatoes, which I've never seen, and I'm gonna try to propagate those. Just like get in on the nature at the ground level next spring. Put the seeds from the white ones in, and that way I'll have like a unique hybrid. And I'm gonna grow some. I'm thinking about this spring already, and I'm gonna grow some of this popcorn, this heritage corn, the glass corn that came from the Cherokee tribe.
Wow. Yeah.
We got some in our area, and like a bunch of farmers grew it, and we got some from our friends a couple years ago, and it just looks like ears of Indian corn. It's so beautiful. And I'm taking them apart. I'm taking them off the ears, and I'm gonna try to put those in next year also. See if I can't get anything a little bit more with the growing season, because last year it was really, we were so late that I could only do like short-term stuff like lettuces, like arugula, beets. I got some beets in.
Cool.
Yeah, it feels good to be able to walk outside and have food like right there. And I'm really into the seed saving, like the banking of particular kinds of food, and then also like the idea that we want diversity in the food. Like, why do we always have to eat the red peppers, and why do we always have to have the yellow corn, and why are all carrots orange? Like,
Well, they're not.
no, that's what I'm saying, like, but to propagate things like
Got it.
like have more variety
Yes.
in them.
Yes. Well, you know, part of it is a kind of perverse sense of comfort that Americans derive from familiarity. Like, oh, orange, and they identify that with carrots. And then the more brighter or brilliant the orange, then the more they identify the carrot with it. So it's kind of like, yeah. Oh, but yes.
Well,
but
the commercialized nature of our food industry.
Yes.
Like, to get like the best of something and to make that the standard, and to just kind of like cut out all the outliers, like when the outliers might be the actual thing that like cures something, or like survives something that none of the others can survive, like a disease, like you were saying with the bugs and the citrus.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you were right. I was laying down. I was like ready to go to bed. I was tired.
Well, tell people about your biorhythms. You tend to fall asleep quite early. When did this start? This been all your life?
Sometimes I've been more up like 11, 12-ish, like sort of, just like getting more of like a 11 to 7, 12 to 8 kind of a sleep schedule, just, really normal, and just keeping more of a routine. Like I have all my devices working again properly because they're all hooked up now. So I have, like, I sent Aristides a message when I was looking at this stuff with like resources that I couldn't find, and made me think like, oh, he might be able to find it. And now I can't remember what it was I wanted to ask him to find. So, and it was like on the other computer, but yeah, I'm back like with a lot of tech, and I'm not saying that it works perfectly all the time, because
you were mentioning that you're saying tech here, tech all the time. It's the same everywhere, tech all the time, and by that you mean in a personal sense, as opposed to.
Well, I mean, like when we're out in Vermont, we don't have access to the internet all the time. Like it's you know, like the phone service is shat and the rest of it. But when I get down into the cities, like it's like everybody's looking at their phone everywhere they go. Like
Yeah.
you can't even like talk to people because they're like too busy on their phone. And like and for me, like it was a matter of, oh, I've had this spare phone and it's going to be my new phone and I haven't even hooked it up and I'm still like just trying to get it to go, like get it to be functional so that I can use it more frequently. And meanwhile, all my good tech, like the laptops, they're just getting more and more outdated and stuff isn't being supported. And you know, I'm having to face the savage truth of having to get rid of more stuff all the time. I'm finding myself just abundant with stuff that I could give to somebody else. Somebody else might enjoy this also.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the place where I'm at. Like
What
really
kind of
can't,
stuff?
like,
What kind of stuff?
I have a freaking typewriter. I got a typewriter. I got a sewing machine.
Oh, those are wonderful too. By the way, those are also
know.
wonderful. Yeah.
We're gonna have a museum, a Diana museum.
Yes.
Typewriters and sewing machines.
That's right. You know she loved that. How did you know she
Yeah.
those are big things to my mom. Yeah.
I know. I listened to you.
Yeah.
That's
there you go.
that's how I know.
You take notes. You do take notes, don't you?
Oh, I haven't had any time to take notes, Douglas. I really, it's a lot.
How do you
Like,
retain
moving
all
around
this?
is a lot.
But if you're not taking notes, how do you have an almost photographic memory when it comes to what I've related? It's like, and you do this without taking notes. You just retain it. That's pretty incredible.
Unfortunately, I mean, it's not that fun sometimes. Like, it's not like, and people, you're not the only one who's like a little bit uncomfortable that I remember things about them that they didn't know they talked to me about. They mostly don't like that. Like, they want to be able to repaint history and make sure that I know I'm remembering it wrong when they're really just uncomfortable that I was paying that much attention. But I don't know. I'm doing the best that I can. I don't expect that I'm going to be able to put together some kind of work because it's just that time of year where like nothing is really going to get done before the next holiday.
Does it look like anything is processing with the government and your benefits at all?
Shh. What do you think they're doing? They're not doing their jobs. I'm gonna go ahead and like. So my new thing is like. My new thing is Toga's grumbling at me, but
why?
My new thing is because he's trying to sleep. But
poor son of a bitch. Yeah. Hey. Heather. Oh God, Heather. I'm sorry. I was just. It's because your time zone is closer to mine. I need to talk first. And
Heather, I'm going to be done in 2 minutes.
Oh well,
because I want to hear what Heather has to say too before I fall asleep.
But go on.
Yeah. So I like to think of myself as practicing not speaking about others in a good way or a bad way, but simply just staying in my own lane and speaking about my own experience. And I find it so very challenging, but I do want to put out there that this place that I'm in has some representation who's been doing a fantastic job. Summer Lee is the representative who was on the Democratic Oversight Committee, and she is fantastic. I love watching her. She makes me cry because it just makes me feel so much better knowing that there's women like her in our government.
Wow.
And that's all I can say is like, I just, like everything seems to be falling apart. And then there's like these bright lights, like this woman who just takes no miff from anybody, like is just on it. She's on her game and she is just tearing it up. And I'm really proud of the work she's done. She takes a lot of slack. There's, as many people who are against her as are for her, but I'm thinking I might just pop into her office here since I'm now in her district again
Cool.
and see, and see what's going on and just be like really, really supportive in whatever way I can, because like I said, like to find work like for what, like 2-3 weeks is it's never really worth all that effort. So and then we have Heather.
Hey, you guys.
Well, we have Holly.
Holly.
Welcome aboard, dear Holly.
Hi, I had a quick question for Amy.
Oh, okay.
That was great about your garden. And I'm curious, what kind of growing period does your patch get? Because it can't be very long, right?
Mostly you got to start your seeds like in March under lights.
Ah, got it.
That's pretty much where I'm at, and it's, it is short. It's like you don't really put in until summer, like June, 3rd week.
Wow.
And then you gather like probably September-ish, the end of September, or you cover. Like I covered a bunch of stuff that when we get back, it'll probably just keep coming, Like I just have to uncover it and trim it, and it'll come back.
Right. So it starts freezing in October.
We had a really early winter.
I see.
I was about to say, when Holly says it starts freezing in October, I was about to say, as far as I'm concerned, Vermont's freezing all year round, but go on.
Well, like below 32. Below 32 degrees.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, it's been, there's been a couple winters where like it was 80 degrees on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that's always
very
disturbing.
Strange.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it does get cold pretty quick. And it got really cold quick up there this year, so.
So you got all these seed beds in some kind of structure. Very good. That's wonderful.
Well, no, it's just the ground. It's not really the structure. I just threw some plastic over a bunch of plants. Probably won't be there when I get back.
The seeding period in the spring when you start in March.
I mean, we have 20 acres, so it's
nice.
Really like my thing is like, let's make a small garden.
Right.
Because he's in the past done really just tremendous work, like pulling in Brussels sprouts and cabbage.
Farming, yeah.
Yeah.
Toke is farmed?
That's what he bought the land for, is to be an organic farmer.
Jesus Christ.
That's what it's zoned for. That's all it's zoned for. It's a camp on agricultural land.
Wow. That's valuable.
Well, we're not going to be able to buy a place with this kind of access at this point in time.
No.
Like to have the river access, to have like privacy at the end of the road. Like you would never be able to find that at this point. So
I think that's only going to appreciate in value, boy. Oh boy.
Well, we need to pass this over to Heather.
Right, don't know about that. She's not on. So
where is she?
Yeah.
Well, Heather, if you're listening, as I said to her in the text box, just jump back on as you wish. And we adore you, and certainly we're not ignoring you. It's simply that your time zone is closer to my time zone, so you're going to be awake longer than Amy is. Because Amy's like 3 hours ahead of me, and you're only an hour, if that. And and also Amy's biorhythm is such that she usually just kind of conks out pretty quickly. Dragged down by the vortex of Tokyo's.
I think it's called
energy.
Watergate salad.
Watergate salad? You mean the Jell-O salad?
Yeah, the one that Brendan was writing about. Is it called Watergate salad? And it's got like
it's usually, now that you mention it, it's usually green jelly. Yes, that they usually put it in because they thought that looked like the vegetables or something. Americans are really literal like that.
Well, there's Jell-O salads in every color of the rainbow, even with like shrimp and meat in them.
Wow. Jesus.
That's just aspic.
Is it like...
But I mean, disgusting, all of it.
Oh.
You can mix it with a big tub of Cool Whip too. Oh, they love that
Oh,
back
I
in the
think I'm gonna
day.
puke.
Oh yeah, baby.
Jesus Christ.
Big old tub.
Oh.
Flip it upside down.
That's what they do. That's what they do. They put yeah. I try not
In
to
the
think.
bunk pan
Yes.
with the hole in the middle, and you put stuff in there too in the hole.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh my God. Well, it's creative to a degree.
Oh, they were hideous. Every color of the rainbow.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That it is what it is. Of course, at this stage.
That's Betty Crocker America, man.
Yeah. Oh my God. So Betty Crocker actually had that shit. You mean as recipes?
I don't know. Yeah, I may be falsely accusing her, but yeah, she was in on it anyway.
Well, I mean, was she a real person? Was she a real person, or was she just a brand creation?
Yeah.
Wasn't she
the brand? It was on brand for sure.
Oh my God.
She was more baking.
Yeah, it was. I remember it distinctly. Betty Crocker was a big American.
Oh boy,
unifying.
Trusted.
It was trusted. It was a unifying factor in America, along with the Merck Manual. Of medicine, the Merck Manual of medicine and shit.
Right.
Oh, shit. But it was there along with Simplicity. Remember Simplicity Sewing, the magazine?
I certainly do. The patterns.
Yeah.
Remember patterns that came in the envelope with the hand drawings of the sketches of the clothes on the front. Remember those?
Oh, yeah.
They were like
My grandmother was a seamstress.
My grandmother was too, man. I mean, she made everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't appreciate it. She,
And by the way, Heather Holman says, I'm listening to a live stream. They're talking about a kino. It's kind of like, well, I guess if we go in that direction of conversation, she might rejoin us.
Hey, can I say something quick to Troy? Troy, if he's there or maybe listening.
Yeah, I'm here.
Like years ago, it's on the health drink, no more sugar diet that I have to impose too. I read this thing about you get, nice sized jar, fill it up with good quality water as you can get, and put some pineapple in it. And let it soak overnight and start drinking it. Something in me clicked, and I knew I had to do that starting the next day. Now, pineapple's not a year-round fruit. It's not like a farmer's market thing where I live, but I do it anyway. I try and get them organic. And then I started to say, well, in the summer, a handful of good strawberries in there chopped up. Oh my God. In the winter, frozen blueberries. Yow. And pomegranate muddled. It's quite delightful.
They grow pineapples year round. You actually can grow them year round. All you gotta do is cut the top off. Where the leaves are, and you plant the top into some really good soil, and you'll have a pineapple. You have a pineapple. You'll get bare fruit really soon.
Are pineapples still commercially grown?
Well, bear in mind, Troy lives in Florida, where the ambient temperature, you can get away with that, but go on.
Right, exactly.
And where I live, we don't get any sun.
Oh, God.
So
well, I mean, you could do it indoors if you keep the heat on all the time.
Right.
Yeah, God forbid. But, Troy, is pineapple grown in California? Florida, commercially?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I know some people. I know some people, like I said, who grow their own, and I'm sure that there's a farmers market that always has an abundance of pineapple, and I think that's what they've done is that they just cut the tops off. They have a machine that actually cores and tops the pineapples, and I'm sure they just take the top and just replant it.
Righto. That's interesting. Not even clones. Strange. But I'm telling you what, that's an ideal kind of pineapple to have access to, right there, that Hawaii fresh.
Yeah.
You soak some spears of that and jug of water.
That sounds like a plan.
I drink it every day. I tell you, I can't go without it. Yeah, it'll get you. Because that papain in the pineapple is supposed to really be the shit that you need
Oh.
first thing out of bed in the morning.
Well.
And you try and drink a big glass of, good water first thing in the morning just to clean out,
Yeah.
because you might forget later in the day. So I think you're going to like it.
You know, the word I was thinking about earlier, Doug, was synthetic.
Ah, there we are. Synthetic,
Synthetic
but
production of fruits and things like that.
But
Oh, yeah.
uh-huh. The reason that strikes me as odd is simply synthetic, usually to myself, implies, well, they must mean as in a synthesis, as in actually hybridizing fruit, as opposed to artificial.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you're correct in that.
Okay.
But I think I'm gonna try that. I've been trying also drinking cucumber water, cucumber infused water.
Yeah.
Wow.
Put that in your pineapple too. Oh Lord.
Yeah.
You can make all kinds of combinations.
Well, that sounds
That
intriguing.
sounds like a plan.
Yes. By the way, our dear friend Shauna Rain in Nebraska says that it's 9:19 p.m. over there, or was at the time she entered the comment a few moments ago. But Sheila Gavin joins us. Shout out to Sheila Gavin, love you dearly. She says, greetings, Holly, as well as to T-Tank Barry, Amy Como, Aristides, Samuel Romero, and all of Team Dietrich. And she says that she had to search out pictures of unique holiday salads with Jell-O and marshmallows and found millionaire peach salad and pistachio salad mousse pie. So that must be what we were thinking of earlier with the green in particular. She says, sending positive thoughts and love to all. Of course, we'll need it after visualizing those horrors. But all that being said...
Well, especially in the South. And there were all kinds of regional Jell-O salads and with regional names.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day when...
Oh my God! Yeah.
The world was very different.
Yeah, coleslaw. My dad loved coleslaw because it had a lot of mayonnaise. Remember, they would take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was ooh.
Some make it with just vinegar and oil, and that's rough too. Except for rice vinegar, I can't stand vinegar.
Oh, that's cute. It's I'm pretty adaptable, honestly. Even with a number of these Jell-O things, I tend to try anything at least.
You
once.
would try it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, it's like most.
And as you get older,
Yeah, you stop being picky. Really, you just start. Yeah.
And going for the Jell-O
Yeah,
salad. God forbid.
Yeah, it's kind of like females with their taste in men as they get older. I mean, it starts off with some white knight kind of idea, and then it graduates to, well, by the time they're in their middle age, down to their 60s, they're just hoping he's not a cannibal. Really. That's what it comes down to.
Right.
Same with our taste in food. It just kind of like you just get less picky, and of course,
well,
yeah.
It's a bold, open-minded approach to food. If it's in front of you, you'll eat it. 'Cause
yeah, generally speaking, yeah. That's,
who knows where the next one's coming from?
True enough. God, you and I got to stop thinking like that. That's our poverty, coming
I know.
through. And by the way, surely you have something to cathart or vent about. You've just joined us.
Oh,
By all
man.
means, cut loose.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
coming on-
before I forget, I'm so sorry. I received some truly shocking news from Heather Holman. I am.
Yeah, because I wanted to reach out first and see what she was doing right now.
Right.
If she was right there.
Yes. So, Heather reports. Aside from what she said, I'm listening to a live stream. They're talking about Aquino. She says James Rink died today, and all the super soldiers have congregated. Now, for
Ooh.
those of you who don't know, James
In
Rink,
Arizona?
I
Wink,
have no idea.
It would be fitting.
Well, I mean, that would make sense because
It would.
our dear Heather Holman lives there. But what other connections aside from the ones I know of? What ones are you aware of? Then I'll go into
Well,
what
it
I'm aware
was
of.
just so deep, quasi-government, corporate, military.
Yeah.
Oh God! I mean, with like town-sized
Yeah.
factory developments out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's
Not with housing, but like that big for no housing.
Yeah.
Lockheed was there, and Grumman, and just these immense compounds.
Yeah. And
doing.
by the way, Troy, this is your opportunity to also educate people in the fact that Arizona was the last state in the union to ever honor Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Oh God!
Probably
Oh,
a connection
Arizona's primitive. And as I recall, Douglas, they also don't change the clock.
That's right. They don't do daylight saving. Yeah, that's your
I
government for
thought
you.
they were always on summertime.
Yeah. They're
Is that wrong? Or are they always on winter time?
My understanding is they're always on standard time, if I'm correct. They're always on standard time. They never,
Which is winter, as I call it, because I can never remember.
I guess we could call it that. Yes, it's not in.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not how I would. That would simply
Yeah.
confuse me further. But
Not me. It's the only way I can remember the difference.
but so showing of hands here. Aristides, Troy, Amy, and Holly. Do any of you know who James Rink is?
Distant echoes as a super soldier for somehow,
Okay.
No,
but
I don't
nothing
know who
of
that is.
detail,
Okay. Ari? Amy?
like you said.
Yeah. I'll go into it in a second, but
Yeah,
briefly.
I've forgotten.
Yeah.
You spoke of him before, which
Yeah.
is how I'd ever heard of him.
Yeah. Matter of fact,
He's blocked from my memory.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm going to do right now is somebody actually sent. I don't know how they found this, but somebody actually sent me a photograph that was from. Let's take a look at this. A long while ago that they somehow found online, and what I'm going to do now is download this. Okay, I'm going to. Ooh, yes. How do I do this? Put this up here. Download this. And okay, so I've effectively downloaded this. It has an interesting name to it. Shouldn't be hard to find. I'm going to try and upload that now onto how do I do this? Onto the Infinite Call, so that way you'll have his photograph. And so we're going to upload from this device. And I guess the first thing I have to do is go to Downloads, and then click on this, and that should do it. Okay, so, alright, looks like we're there. I'm going to press the enter button. Okay, so now Aristides is typing something. Now, does this photograph strike anyone? Like, what do you see in this photograph, and does it bring any memories?
I'm having trouble getting the image up.
Okay, can anybody else get the image? And the source
Trying things.
alone says a lot.
Which one in the photo is he?
He's the
okay,
one
yeah.
that's right next to me on my right side.
Yeah, I remember this. There is
Young guy.
what's
Yeah,
her name?
Haley Mayer.
No, all the way to the right.
All the way to the right is Lori and Ann Fenton. Haley Mayer's at
Right.
the head of the table. Yes, and so
Oh yeah.
James Rink, there you have it. James Rink's very young. And
Yeah,
so
he's the guy in the blue shirt.
yes, and he's
Who's the other guy?
the individual across the table is I try to bleach his name out. Literally, it's
Yeah.
hard for me to even vocalize it. James Casbolt / Michael Prince. I choked on that.
No shit.
That's James
Huh.
Casbolt / Michael Prince. You can see the arrogance in his
Wow.
face. You can see the
Oh,
psychotic
man.
arrogance in his face. Don't forget the
Oh,
infant
man.
child right behind his fist. right behind his fist
Oh God! And he's carrying some
is
weight to
Dresden.
throw around.
Yeah, that's
He's
for
a brick shithouse. Woohoo!
yeah. Well, he's a shithouse, and the brick is in his brain. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Lori and that this is, by the way, this photograph, it causes complex post-traumatic stress disorder reaction just for me to look at this. It's only recently I was sent this photograph by someone who I don't know where they got it from. Oh, well, I know who they got from. Christine Joanna Hart, which alone speaks volumes. The source is Christine Joanna Hart, which you can see on what I've relayed. And Christine Joanna Hart, for those of you who do not remember, was abused by Michael Aquino. And indeed, it's some of her earliest memories in life. And she came to myself seeking help. She had a son. There was a lot of controversy between she and I over her son, and this had to do with Michael Aquino, and so I won't go into that right now because I'm just not in the mood. But what I will say is that it's all very difficult to get into this can of worms and extract each individual worm without going into a saga that would take hours. But the person,
And you've already said this whole thing, that is an old picture. That was one of the first pictures you ever sent me, and let's just say you can be so happy you're never going to eat with that crowd of people ever again.
yeah. Very astute comment, and I do appreciate it. Now, you're obviously familiar with the context. Please relate to our listeners what you remember.
There was something about, like, there was like some love triangle, and you were like trying to sneak in on the millionaire lady in the picture, and it just wasn't happening. And I don't remember this guy at all. Like something about the fact that he says he's a super soldier makes me like cut him off as a viable human being.
He don't look like he can climb a fence.
That's right. No, it was absurd. It was beyond absurd. But here's
Well, we'll need more breaking news from Heather on any kind of detail on the matter.
I'm sure you're not going to get any that's coherent, not because it's sourcing from Heather, but because it's sourcing from the super soldier community, which the very
yeah.
So let me put all of that into some context just to get that out of the way. The very term super soldier is a misnomer, and it has nothing to do with what. And as a matter of fact, let me ask Troy. Troy, you've heard me for a while now, probably maybe about 3-4 years. I don't know how long you've been listening.
More than that.
Okay, so then do you remember my explaining that term or the background behind it? Or
the super soldier?
Yes, the term. If you could.
I have heard. I can't acutely remember all the details, but I've heard you discuss it before. Yes.
Okay, and so let me just refresh people's memories. And so, by the way, Brendan Zogat says that's a wild pick where Douglas Dietrich is the normal-looking one. Thank you. Yes. And yeah, it's Sammy's typing something too. So just there's Florida. Troy, do me a favor and you can look up the Dozier Dig, Dozier, I believe is the spelling, and the Dozier Dig has to do with the White House Boys. If you look up the book, there's a book by the title of The White House Boys. And basically what happened is super soldier was a term that was developed for super
I'm going
victims.
to YouTube, but maybe later. Love you guys.
Okay, love you, honey.
Carry on. I'll be listening.
Okay, we love you dearly. Thank you so much for being you. Okay, so something's going on with her. Everybody maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. That was sudden.
Oh.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Looking at it.
Okay, so do you see the graves? All the open graves?
Yeah, I have not seen the open graves, but I'm looking at the information about this. Those are the White House boys. That's crazy.
Okay, yeah, and And so let me take a look if I can find Florida White House boys open graves. Florida White House.
That lasted through 2011. That's
Yes,
crazy.
the year my mother died.
Over,
Yes,
that's over 100 years of abuse.
yes,
That's
yes.
crazy.
Yes, that's right. And it's beyond crazy. It's here we are. This might give you a hint. So let me go back to the call here. And as I said, when I say this brings some complex post-traumatic stress disorder, this will give some people an indication as to why. So Troy, in particular, but all of you, can you see my screen share? Cursor moving around?
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Now, these images, you see these crosses. These are all very young boys. And when you take a look at these open graves, this is a example. This is, now look at this. This is just, in final report, experts identify remains at notorious reform school. This is only one section of the graves where the remains of 55 young boys were buried. Look how shallow those graves are.
Yeah.
And in all they found over 100, and they know they only found at least half. So there's at least 200 boys in this condition in the area. And so all of these boys who died were basically refusing to. They died because they were punished for refusing to sexually serve the White House, where they were brought to provide sexual entertainment for the guests. And so when it comes to the horror of that story, it's literally indescribable, and it involves the highest levels of government. And of course, this was in Florida, where they were trained. When you hear the term super soldier, you have to think of boys like this. It's super victims who were called soldiers because they were, quote unquote, serving the staff of the executive commander in chief, if not the president himself. So this is the culture that we live in, and it, as they say right here, Florida's Arthur G. Dozier School for Boys was a horror tale come to life. There's just too many stories, obviously. So if we go back to the image itself, take a look at this horrible image right here. See these men? They're going to find out the truth. Let's take a look at this. Florida to excavate remains of boys who died at the reform school. And so when we go down to this photograph here we are. Now, here we are. These are two victims. Dick Colin on the right. Now, this poor son of a bitch, he's named after a penis and an intestinal tract that leads to the anus. Put together.
Yeah, they gotta change his name. He got a name change right now.
Yes, Dick.
Yeah,
Cole.
that's a cruel joke.
Yes, he obviously, his parents didn't name him. These were orphans. He was named such by the staff. Imagine.
Are you serious?
Yes, and that was because they were fucking him up the colon with their dicks. And yes, imagine being named after the act that's performed upon you, and not being, and because all of your paperwork is connected to that, and that's how he gets his federal benefits now as an unemployable, psychologically destroyed victim. Changing it would not be to his benefit. But
Almighty, well, I didn't mean to laugh.
I'm laughing right there with you, so don't worry about that. Don't feel any guilt. I mean, obviously that's something. I'm sorry if you don't laugh, you're gonna cry. But they're recalling their times. Mike McCarthy on the left. They're recalling their times in one of the White House rooms at the Arthur G. Dozier School for Boys during ceremonies dedicating a memorial to the suffering of these children. Now, the thing that they're recalling here is the fact that they would be hung by this copper wire and electrocuted when they refused to serve the White House. So they were put in what was called a White House room. Because, I mean, this is beyond unspeakable. So here we are. As they say here, you notice how they changed the descriptive. Victims have alleged. There's dead bodies. Hundreds of dead bodies. And they say alleged that the school, once one of the country's largest reform institutions, was a veritable hellhole of savagery and degradation in which hundreds of boys were routinely bludgeoned. You like that? Bludgeoned, fucked up the ass. Sodomized, a better word. But at any rate, you're getting an idea of what we're contending with. Here's a picture of one of the boys, a sexual slave this is his cross. Unfortunately, these crosses don't have names. These children are nameless. We don't know their names for the children that died and were buried, never to be identified. Nameless boys brought to the White House who were never given legal names so that there would be no paper trail. And then when they asked to be given a name on graduation, if they survived having served the president's staff, then they were given names like Dick Colin. You can't win. So this is what we're contending with when it comes to someone like James Rink. James Rink, you have to consider him a product of this kind of trauma training. And James Rink grew up as essentially, here we are. There's the memorial statue unveiled for the White House boys. I'm going to basically, how would I say it? We'll stay on the photograph here, maybe, see if I can find my way back there. I'm going to have to stop sharing for a second and then go back to sharing because we wound up at a YouTube video. So let's go back here instead to the call. Okay, give me a second here, restart the sharing. And again, I'm going to have to ask everyone, can you see the cursor moving? And if you can, please let me know. Now, what shocks me, and I'll tell you the truth, I was actually unaware of this. I presumed all of the White House boys to be white because that's usually the preferred sex slave for the elite. This is a statue in their memory. It brings to mind Vietnam War memorial statues. I'm surprised to see one of them being conveyed is obviously a black African American. So there must have been those who, from the old plantation days, retained a taste for black boys. Either way, of course, this is criminal. Here we are. Take a look at another statue of the boys waiting in line to service, being carried away after a horrible sodomy session where the boy's been fucked up the ass so brutally by so many implements, his colon's probably distended. He might ultimately die from those internal injuries. The statue is meant to convey that. Again, I'm not quite sure how many statues have been built, but obviously there's been more than one series. At least 3 of them in terms of these statues. But there's just no... How is it that nobody in the United States is aware of this as common knowledge? Is beyond me. But hopefully now we get an idea for what produced James Rink. And
that's very interesting to me as a Floridian. First of all, I have an uncle that lived in Mariana for years, and I've never heard him talk about anything like that. And I'm sure as an African American man, an educated man who had a little bit of money, he probably stayed out of that type of business because those elites would hang his ass so fast if he knew anything or they thought he knew anything about it. Which I'm sure
they just accuse. All they do is accuse him of a crime and have him lynched.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My wife is from that same area too. She's from North Florida, and that probably about 15 minutes from Mariana. So I know that when her grandmother was alive, her grandmother passed away at like 94. And I remember asking her one time, just being curious. I like talking with older people. So I said, Grandma, you ever remember anybody getting lynched or anything in this area? And a fear came over her I had never seen them. It was, you're like, oh, no, we don't even discuss these kind of things. And I'm like, Grandma, we are in our house. You're 95 years old. Ain't nobody beat me. I'm well protected with what I needed, but the fear, and that's the kind of fear that the Klan and other people put into African American citizens from that type of violence that they fomented, or that the potential for violence if they knew anything, if they heard anything. So yeah, I'm sure she probably knew about it. I'm sure there were rumors about it, and people talked about it, but not to the extent that it would move an investigation or anything like that. I'm surprised they even. I guess the survivors spurred on this investigation.
Ultimately, yes, it had to do with, shall we say, some of what are. It's this is the horror of the situation I was contending with. You see that photograph in which you see Lori Ann Fenton on the extreme right. Her job was to try and prevent the investigation from being taken seriously, or the victims from being taken seriously, by claiming they were all super soldiers with super extraordinary abilities like Captain America. James Rink was victimized by her in the sense that he was recruited to propagate this kind of fantasy, and as was James Casbolt / Michael Prince, who you also see in the photograph on the other side of the table. And they took to it because they were overcompensating, having grown up sucking cock and taking it up the ass all of their childhood. They compensated for it with a fantasy of being trained killers and super soldiers that could take on an army. You can understand where this kind of flip in psychology is easy to manipulate and exploit. This is what Lori Ann Fenton did with these individuals. One of the reasons I was involved was due to the blonde girl at the head of the table, whose infant child, named Dresden after the firebombing, was, she was being beaten by James Rink Michael Casbolt / James Rink, who then proceeded a campaign of terrorism against her. As a matter of fact, it's thanks to their relationship, he being British and her being American, it's thanks to their very dysfunctional marriage that revenge porn laws are on the books on either side of the Atlantic. She was the heiress to the Mayer fortune, Mayer being a supermarket franchise similar to Safeway. And so she was the heiress to that fortune. I was hoping that by cultivating a relationship with her, I would ultimately be able to escape my own conditions of poverty. Unfortunately, our relationship didn't work out, but it helped, or at least I was able to help her sever from James Casbolt / Michael Prince. Obviously, he was a severance that was already happening because of his abuse, but when it came to other things I was able to help with, I'd like to think that I contributed something constructive to her life. Unfortunately, I just couldn't stand the child, Dresden. He was definitely his father's child at the time. I don't know if he ever matured or outgrew it. He was by the time I was more involved with her, he was in his terrible twos, and it was just untenable. And obviously I couldn't ask her to choose between myself and her child, so I had to part ways. But for a while there, Max Spears, who took that photograph, that's why he's not in it, was involved with Haley Mayer and myself and Sarah Rachel Adams. The four of us were essentially very familiar with each other, and Sarah Rachel Adams and Max Spears were essentially...
Is that in a colloquial sense or a more biblical sense?
Very astute. Very few people would be sophisticated enough to understand what you mean by the biblical sense, but what Troy means is intimate. I won't go into too much just to maintain respect for their privacy. Yes, but we were very comfortable with each other, and Sarah Rachel Adams and Max Spears were essentially employed by Haley Mayer to watch over Dresden because he was more than a handful. He was practically feral. But well, take a look at the father. Take a look at the source of half of his genes. But all that being said, the horror of the situation speaks for itself. And but again, James Rink was very young. The worst of it all was he was exploited by Laurie and Ann Fenton, and I don't know. Well, apparently, according to Heather Holman, he died of congestive heart failure, which, again, for his age, that's... What the fuck was he eating? I'm sorry. That's, goddamn. I'm sorry. He just shouldn't die like that. Obviously, there's going to be conspiracy theories that... Well, Heather's with us. Heather, well, you've rejoined us. Please, share with us whatever you feel like sharing. And, yeah.
I don't know very much.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of just in the chat room listening to everybody. There's quite a group.
But you're saying you said here, tell us about this clip you tried to post to Max Spears today and it got viral. What the fuck?
Your videos that are on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
There's one Max Spears and Steven Swerve Lowe interview.
Uh-huh.
And I clipped that because I knew that it would be okay with you. And I made a TikTok of it. I made 2 of them, and one got taken down because they said it violated the community violations. I don't know what the violation would have been, because all he was talking about was Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's because he mentioned fascism.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I can think.
You say it was one of my videos of Max Spears, or was I and Max Spears in the video talking to each other, audio or something?
I'm not sure. It's just on your videos.
Okay.
You're not in it.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
And so he.
But
was,
I will tell you.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this: that
Yeah.
my most viewed video is the one with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Oh, that's wonderful. And so thank you for spreading, awareness of me, disseminating awareness of me on TikTok. And I encourage anybody to do that. Yeah.
Clip is of you talking about slavery and
Okay.
how people thought it was about racism, but it was about something else.
You're talking about the American Civil War.
Yeah. Is that what I
Yes.
said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I brought up before elements of that. Yeah, I can go into that another time. Obviously, there's no point in my delivering
I was watching that today because I couldn't wait till tonight.
Right. Wow, that's great. You're so cute. That's wonderful. And thank you for sharing that. So that being said, it's well, this is tragic, and I definitely... So with everybody talking, there must be conspiracy theories. Any conspiracy theories emerging out of the chat there?
God, talking about Michael Aquino and all these stories that I've never heard, like
Share some of them.
Well, just aliens, Nordic Viking stuff. I mean, there's like 4 people that are actually on the video that are running the stream.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I was only looking at it for a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy that came on, and the reason why I was listening is because he said that he was one of the victims of Michael Aquino.
Right. Wow. And did he describe that relationship?
Yeah, it was just something that happened in his childhood. I really didn't. Just sound like he was traumatized somehow, and a lot of people that were traumatized in their childhood revert to thinking that that's who it was. For some reason, I'm not.
Is that what he said?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's when I thought it was surprising that a man that nobody, like, he was just somebody else came out, and all of a sudden all these people are coming out, and like Christine Joanna Hart, I think, promoted that a lot, like, so people would dream about him, and I don't know.
Well, I mean to say that, what do you feel? Do you feel these people, many of them who were victimized in childhood, revert back to him as a default?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I thought that had to do with Laurie and the hypnotizing. But, I mean, I don't think that this guy was at any summit.
Okay. Any Super Soldier Summit, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You feel that if he had attended such a summit, Laurie and Ann Fenton might have utilized a kind of influence to compel people into believing that their victimization was Michael Aquino.
Well,
Specific.
yeah, I thought that's what happened to Christina too, but I don't know.
Is that what you feel that that's what happened to Christine Joanna Hart
Yeah,
because of Lorian?
no. Yeah, she didn't know Lorian, did she?
They did know each other, but such having been said, you knew they knew each other, did you not?
No, I didn't know that she knew Lorian. I knew that Laura Lee Solomon kept her blocked.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Oh, I. So could you tell us the story behind why Laura? Oh, you mean Laura Lee Solomon, not Laurie and Ann Fenton, but Laura Lee Solomon kept Christine Joanna Hart blocked. You knew
no, but
about that, yeah.
Lorian was like in the picture at that point. She didn't like engage with anybody, so I did think that Christina actually talked to Lorian. I thought she just kind of disappeared.
Lauren, Christina. You now forgive me here. You when you said she was blocked, you mean by Laura Lee Solomon or Laurie and Ann Fenton?
By Laura Lee Solomon.
Right. But then you mentioned Lorian for a second.
Yeah,
Confusing.
well, she was already disappeared at that point, so I didn't think that they had
Right.
a chance to connect. Yeah.
No, the connection was originally through Laurie and Ann Fenton, and then Christine Joanna Hart and Laura Lee Solomon got into a fight because of the incident, which I could go into in depth, but there's no need to relate it for the moment. At any rate, the twain are often conflated, even by myself. But what about so with this individual? Of course, there's always potential for people simply identifying with a kind of victimization because it makes them feel part of something.
Yeah.
These fantasies. So okay. Do you feel that Michael Aquino? What's your stance on Michael Aquino's victimization of anyone? Do you feel that he victimized people, or that no, he did not, and that the majority of all of this is fantasy?
I think he, yeah, I don't think that he victimized all the people that claim that he victimized.
Okay.
For sure.
But do you feel he victimized anyone?
Probably not.
Okay, thank you for sharing
I
that.
mean,
I'm sorry.
I've never heard or seen anybody come out and given their testimony or their story about what happened, and it is legitimate, you know?
Okay. And I'm sorry.
Wrong.
Go.
I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, the one thing I can tell you is it doesn't bother me that whether you're wrong or right. I myself was never. Well, I could make the argument that I was.
Let me ask you the question, Douglas. Did he?
Well, I've already described what I was witness to in the past and on record. But let's just put it this way. But I do believe that while I would and have testified legally to his victimization of hundreds of children at the very least, the one thing I can tell you is that yes, there are probably hundreds more who then somehow begin to conflate this story as our experience with something
It's just
that
if somebody did that, wouldn't they have had to face some kind of, allegations?
well, he did.
Why
He
didn't
was
he go to prison?
he was brought into court, and he was basically, shall we say, simply given a pass because he was in full uniform, and it was argued that the United States government had to stop the entire affair because it involved not just national security but international security. And that was essentially his out. And when it came to what happened with the other individual involved, my high school teacher, Gary Willard Hambright, he was federally indicted by a full grand jury of his peers for.
No, that guy. I think that guy. He was definitely guilty of stuff.
Well, he was federally indicted, yes, by a full grand jury of his peers, and this was for at least 14 cases of repeated sexual assault against children. All of them, all of his victims, were under 4 years of age. Not a single one of them was over 4 years of age. He would have been convicted for hundreds more such cases of chronic assault had he not died of AIDS while he was on trial. But Michael Aquino, for whatever reason, felt compelled to defend the name of Gary Willard Hambright for the rest of his own life, for reasons that never made any sense to me. In other words, he could have thrown Gary Willard Hambright under the bus as a cover for himself and said, yeah, Gary did it all, and you got the guy. What are you complaining about? But instead, he went out of his way to claim that Gary Willard Hambright was innocent, which, of course,
That's
it's odd. It's odd. It's really strange, and I've never really understood that. It's like some kind of pact that the two of them made, that Michael Aquino honored for occult reasons. When it comes to the situation with that, I think that puts it into some basic perspective for our listeners. But how did you find out that this live stream was on about?
I was bringing up YouTube to go into the chat room, and it's just something that popped up
On your feed, essentially. Okay.
Yeah, it was like it said live because the live things pop up first.
Interesting.
You know,
Yeah.
like clicked on live or whatever.
So due to the oh God, help me out here, people. The aggregate, the what do they call this? The pattern of searches. Due to your pattern of searches, your feed threw this up, and
Sure, really not sure. I think it was maybe I was on Facebook, and I saw that he had passed away, and so I was trying to find out what happened. I was reading about it, and then I clicked a link that led me to that chat room.
that makes sense. So on Facebook, what was the Facebook page on which this appeared?
His or my timeline or whatever, the timeline, because I'm connected to him on Facebook.
Right, but was a post about this published on his Facebook timeline by somebody who like jacked his timeline now that he's dead, or?
Yeah, because even right now, Miles Johnson just said James Rink has passed or whatever 6 hours ago.
So did this? Forgive me, I'm not being an interrogator here. I'm just curious. So Miles Johnston is involved, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
So
6 hours ago, he's always the first to know.
well, that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes in and of itself. He was the first person before Max Spears' own mother to know that Max Spears had died, because he was involved with the murder. But that being said, so it was Miles Johnston who published this news?
No, I just noticed right now that popped up. So it's just like, it's just all over James Rink this, James Rink that. So I went to his timeline, and then I got that link from that timeline, because you can share a link on anybody's timeline.
Right. But it has to give its original source. I mean, whose page is sourced as the original source of the
Oh, let
post?
me see. Yeah, let me see.
Who?
Oh, here it is. Super Soldier Talk live streams.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And okay. So that is that.
And right now, it started 3 hours ago. It just says Super Soldier Talk
Uh-huh.
live
So
streams.
is that something organized by Lorian and Fenton?
No, it was James Rink that organized everything.
Well, he's dead.
No, he's done it in the past. That's what he's been doing.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, but he obviously didn't post about his own death, right? I mean, but anyhow, you got the news, and
Right now, I think it was some lady named. I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I don't really want to say.
well, I mean, it wouldn't get anybody in any trouble. I mean, you could say Christine Joanna Hart or whatever. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's like nobody's gonna care. But don't worry about it. Hey,
It's crazy how many people. I mean, he's connected to, because they all care now.
Oh, well, it's how would I say it? It's, I just, most of these
Here it
people.
is. Here it is.
What?
Typical skeptic podcast. Truth unveiled.
Skeptic podcast, Truth Unveiled. Now, who's that? Who's in charge of that?
Veiled is the people that are having the live stream right.
Right. For some reason, your sound is horrible. I mean, we're only catching half of every word you say.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
It's just well, I think that this is.
Is that better?
I'm sorry.
Is that better?
Not really. I mean, maybe it's a little better now. I'm just how do I say it? The thing that is important here, I guess, is just that we were informed of what happened. We can always find out more about it as time goes on, but I doubt we'll find out much because this is a demi-monde. Are you familiar with that term? It's a half world. It's a.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Is that French?
Yes. Thank you. Whenever you speak, we get just a glitch of what you're saying. So I do want to say that this half world of individuals, it's not something easy to follow up on. But as for Miles Johnston, what do you know about Miles Johnston, honey?
I don't know much. I just don't like him.
Well, good. Well, that's a positive. At any rate, Miles Johnston was very much a pawn of Michael Aquino's, and he was the first to know about Max Spears' death because he was involved in the murder. Maybe that's the case here. Now, here's something I would like to ask that you might know something about. Oh, thank you for this. Okay, so this might give us some information here. Let's take a look at this. So downtown. I'm sorry. What? What did you say?
It's just a screenshot.
Okay, thank you. Anyhow, downtown. Yeah, well, obviously it's just a screenshot, but it's important. So what we see here is something organized by I have no idea who. Downtown Los Angeles Live, and I see two people, Typical Skeptic and Beyond the Box. Got it. Thank you for this. Okay, so I do not know these people. I do not know of them. And what they're saying is James Rink has passed. Brenda and Susie, Behind the Box podcast. Okay, targeting with special guests. Okay, TSP. Okay, so thank you. This is important. There, this is something that we can work with. we can find out something using this. All right. So that having been ascertained, with this having happened, there must be conspiracy theories already. Surely they must all think he's been murdered.
Oh yeah, something sure that's been going on.
I mean, they've all concluded this. I'm presuming.
Naturally.
Yeah, and okay. So, any idea who they think might be behind it?
I don't know.
Is Miles Johnston one of their guests?
With the cabal.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Is Miles Johnston one of the guests?
No.
Okay. And
He never is.
He never is. Okay. So he was mouthing off on Facebook. That's where you saw him putting in his 2 cents.
Making an announcement on Facebook for all the people that didn't know, I guess.
Well, he's just, that's what his job is, to exploit this sort of thing and make certain that it's known. Well, honey, thank you very much for that. All that was shocking news. I'm still absorbing it, and it's forced me to recollect things that are traumatic to myself. What about dear Brendan? He's joined us. So, Brendan, they've been knocking you off every time you jump on bandwidth. By all means, share with us how things are going with you otherwise, if you'd be so kind. Let's see if he comes off mute. It's like coaxing a cat.
Sashiburi desu. Bakemono. What does a monster like you need with me?
I need to torment you. It's
Yes.
It's one of my pleasures in life.
Seems so.
Yeah, so
People.
such being
Or
said.
whatever you are. Person. Being.
So such being said, dear Brendan. Oh, now you've whatever you care to share. Obviously, a lots been going on. A lot has been going on with you. Have things somewhat quieted down a little bit?
Oh yeah, if you count, getting shit blown up on you in your face, literally
Oh, shit.
rockets fired at you, then yeah, it's calmed down quite a bit.
Oh, oh my God. Yeah. Well, yes, definitely Brendan had to call in some police backup there. And they themselves are suspect in their own way, and their behavior leaves a lot to be desired. Any
Well, yeah,
file,
I'm sure my file says deals with inhuman entities and shit.
And now,
They don't want to touch me with a 10-foot pole. It's like, this guy works for a vampire.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
Sure that's a real good resume builder. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was sucking on Amy's beef sticks when you were forced to call the police about the attack. It since then I was incommunicado. Now that's been a period of almost 72 hours at least. What there must have been something else happened during that period of time. Was it kind of stable after that, or
Nothing I care to share.
okay?
That's for sure. Other than getting attacked by pyrotechnic assault, trying to blow me up with, barrels of chlorine. I mean, this sounds like we're making it up, but it's all true.
No, it's our man Brendan.
I almost got blown up.
Yeah, our man Brendan was in an industrial scale environment of explosive materials when he was essentially
Such
attacked.
as chlorine,
Yes.
like raw chlorine.
Yes, yeah. Which is, it's no joke. That's no joke. That's like, if those tanks are punctured, it releases chlorine gas, which is flammable, and he's being attacked by pyrotechnic devices that are essentially rockets.
Rockets that were shot in my direction.
Yes.
So if anyone doubts the claims that we make on this show, you can't make this shit up.
No, it was just another attack, part of a series of such. But since it's on police record, there's no point in hiding it. And it's just like the individual who was arrested in area in full military gear with night vision goggles, going around spying on all the student bodies, and I mean that in the individual and collective sense, in area that then was released. Whatever bail he had was. Yeah.
I mean, it was within hours. I don't think it was even a full day.
Yeah. Within hours, they came and bailed his ass out, and he claimed he worked for the military. And then they tried to deny him, yet bailed him out.
Right.
Sounds like just another day in California to me.
Yeah, true enough. Your statement's well taken.
I love you. I love you. All of you. You're so lovable. I'm going to bed.
Okay.
I'm falling asleep.
Yeah. We love you, honey. Mwah. Yes, and anything else before you sleep? There must be some quirky comment or observation before you go to sleep about all of this.
My inner Daria is in dreamland right now. I can't wake her up.
Oh, fuck you there.
Fuck you too. All right. Take care.
All right. Okay, honey. There we are. Delightful. So, yes. What's that, Heather?
Sayonara.
Bye, Amy.
Yeah, there we are. Yes, and sayonara, as our dear Brendan says. Okay, well, so such having been said, obviously Brendan's going through a lot, but hey, Brendan, what's your impression of James Rink's death? Obviously, I take it you didn't know too much about this guy. Was it Sammy offered Heather condolences? Could you respond to that publicly, Heather? You didn't really know James either.
Not really.
No. There's more you can say than that. I mean, that's kind of terse. I meant, respond to Sam.
You probably knew more than she did.
I did, but that's not the point. I mean, Heather brought it up, and I would like her to respond to Sammy, who offered his condolences. You could tell Sammy, hey, I didn't really know the guy that well. I just knew of him. Or did you ever meet him? Heather?
Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank God.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, Sammy, for the condolences. I mean, it's kind of a shock, and it's sad that he died, but we had no like relationship or any kind of acquaintance with each other. It was just like I'd ask him questions sometimes, and he would answer me about weird stuff.
So you really communicated with him?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd ask him questions about weird stuff because I didn't want to, you know, ask weird questions to other people.
But. So you were communicating with him online, but did you ever physically meet him at one of these summits in Arizona or something like that?
No, I never did.
So you simply introduced yourself to him online, and he responded.
Well, when I was on Revolution Radio a long time ago, I'm like, oh, hey, lolly loo, that's about it.
I forgot. What was his involvement with? He was involved with Lori and Ann Fenton, so that was his own.
Yeah.
He didn't have his own show, did he?
Yeah, so he would do interviews and stuff, and then he would talk. Maybe he talked about something that I had a question about, and I just approached him with it.
Got it. And you asked him questions as a targeted individual.
Yeah. Oh yeah, lots of questions about that.
But he was on. He never had his own show, did he? On Revolution Radio.
He had a thing called Super Soldier Talk.
He did. That's right. So he had his own show. He had his own show on Revolution.
He never went live though. I don't think he was doing anything live.
That doesn't make sense. How could he have Super Soldier Talk without going live? What would be the point?
Oh, he would just make videos and post them.
Oh, that's right. But that was on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't he would be on Revolution Radio as a guest with Lori and Ann Fenton, but he would post his own shit on YouTube.
Basically, he's devoted his entire adult life to the super soldier phenomenon.
But not his adult life, his entire life, period. He was never an adult.
Well, he's not that old. He's not that old.
Yeah. But that being said, that was part of his curse, was he always looked like the eternal child. There was something, I think he had a condition or something where he never matured. I mean, physiologically.
He ended up saying that he had Graves' disease. He's been sick for a little while.
That explains it. Okay, so that might be a factor.
But he was perfectly healthy until 2 months ago, and then it just like all of a sudden everything fell apart.
What do you know?
I'm looking right now.
Okay. There you go. Well, thank you. So, dear Brendan, with all the adventures you've been experiencing, certainly you'd like to vent and cathart about something.
No, it's just I'm doing great.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Anyhow, it's really fucking cold. How are you handling the fucking cold? It's cold here, at least.
I've got like a bunch of layers on and scarves and shit. I mean, I'm barely surviving, but I'm here.
By the way, did you notice on this screenshot provided by Heather Holman that the typical skeptic has presented James Rink as having died, and they present Satan on the other side of him? Like, does that represent that he's the antithesis to Satan, like an angelic figure, or that he's gone to hell?
No, you know what? Just now when I was looking for his post about what was wrong with him, and the last thing that he posted about his health, now they canceled his stupid thing, so I can't scroll anymore.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, now my connection isn't working on the Facebook for his page.
You mean they probably have taken his page down?
They're probably listening and heard that I was talking about it, and we're talking about it, and they just want to fuck with us.
Okay, that's
because it just doesn't stop. My Facebook doesn't just drop.
Well, based on my experience, that's not hard to believe.
It's getting flooded with R.I.P. James and memorial things and pictures of people with him, and it's just blowing up right now.
Well, yeah, he had a hard life. Well, by the way, they just knocked you off again, Brendan? What the fuck?
Yeah. And like it started making like electric shocking sounds in the headphones, like zap.
Oh, I love that noise. I get that at the cemetery sometimes.
Bucka, yeah, that's interesting. But
Oh.
yeah, so it happened in my headphones, and it sounded like it was short circuiting, and then it cut the call.
Jesus, they're really
It's
hitting
still
us.
doing it. It's like one of
He was
the
45 years old.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, you're younger than him, right, Brent?
What's your point?
No particular point. I mean, it's just he at any rate, poor
Yeah,
bastard.
but I'm not making any claims like you people are. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, help the son of Adolf Hitler. Oh, yeah. Oh, just this once. I'll help him one time, and then fucking life's destroyed,
Yes, they damned you for life for that. Yeah.
And rockets being shot, it's like...
No, not to mention the bullets.
At my face.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's gonna be a legend like Max. This is ridiculous.
Brendan, you mean? Or James?
No, yeah.
Thank
Martyr.
God.
James Rink, she means. Yes. Honey, I
That's
somehow...
almost like an insult to the other guy.
Yeah, yes, really. Yeah,
Weren't they
sadly.
friends?
What?
Weren't they friends?
I don't know about that. Let's put it this way. They knew each other, but that didn't make them friends. Look, when you said, here's what Heather said. She said in the text box, what is this about his mother dying that you said?
Yeah, when his mom died a few years ago, it just broke his heart. I know that's when he started looking different and just on his way out, I guess.
So here's what you wrote, Heather. We only talked a couple of times. But yeah, he was so young. His mom died a few years ago, and he found her. It broke his heart. What do you know about his finding her? Like, he simply found her dead?
Well, he just posted a picture on Facebook, and I direct messaged him. I'm like, you should take that picture down.
Okay. You mean he took a picture of his dead mother?
Yeah, and posted it on Facebook.
Right, and you had to tell him to take the picture.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, I don't think that you should post that picture. Maybe that's something, you want to take it down.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to get into. And I appreciate, by the way, what Heather just said. Everybody listening, I believe every word. And believe me, I would testify in court that what Heather says is true with what Heather just described. So let me tell you something.
No, it was a scary picture. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, scary picture of his dead mom. This is something I'll tell you about James Rank. He would always tell his mom, "You're not my mom." And his mom would say, "I gave birth to you." And he'd say, "No, you didn't." He did nothing but destroy his mother. He drove her to die. And then he exploited her death by taking a picture of her because he's a piece of shit. And that's what James Rake is like.
Oh, he's living with the guilt.
That must have been it. I don't think psychotics are capable of guilt, honey. But... oh, by the way, Troy, do say goodnight vocally, please, for all of our listeners. We always enjoy the sound of your voice. And
well, good night, everybody. Y'all take care.
Good night, Troy.
I'll be
I
listening.
got a question for you,
Yes.
Troy. What kind of fur do
Yes.
you wear in the winter?
Again,
I thought that was a joke. Or I thought you were making a
it's no
joke.
winter here. So, like I said, if it gets below 70 degrees, we break out the big winter jackets,
The fur.
everything. Oh my God!
Good for you.
Full length mink,
Nothing says class like me.
like a pimp. Oh God, I didn't
I'm
mean
sure
to
you wear it
buy
well.
into the stereotype. My God, I'm sorry, folks.
oh, that's delightful. Thank you.
I'm sure you wear it well.
Oh, he does. Yeah, he's a big guy. I mean, not as big as he was, but he's still
Right.
still a big man. Okay, well,
Well, I love you guys, man.
we love
You
you.
Y'all
too.
have a good one.
Yes. Blessed be Troy, and blessed be thy slumber, and sweet be thy dreams. So, very fortunate he was able to join us for the holiday season. As for James Rank and his mother, yes, James Rank believed that he was a product of genetic engineering that came out of a test tube. He believed that he was somehow foisted upon his mother, and what really destroyed him was not the fact that his heart was broken by his mother's death, but that she was no longer there to cook for him and to clean up after him. So after that, his life became a train to self-destruction based on, well, living in squalor and fast food. That ultimately led him to congestive heart failure, no less. That was all the junk food that he was scarfing down since his mother was no longer there to make him eat his vegetables. I'm sorry if I sound cruel. That's simply...
No, it sounds pretty legit. I mean, on point.
Now, I hate to ask this, but I am curious. It's that scary picture of his dead mother that he posted that you convinced him to take down. What did it look like? Like she died with her mouth open?
Like her mouth was open. She was laying propped up in her bed and with her head over, and she looked like she was like really skinny, like she had been dying. You know.
God damn! So
yeah,
he didn't even
for a long time.
So he didn't even get her help while she was wasting away. What a piece
of... She passed away of cancer, and she had sought treatment.
Okay, but still.
That's why he didn't go in for any medical help himself. I think is because he thought that the medical institution had just failed his mother, or wasn't good for anything.
Yeah. Well, there's
judging by what Doug said, he tried to kill her, basically.
Yeah. It's. I would say he drove her to death, but it was more psychological. But by the time she needed care provision, you're talking about a guy who couldn't even take care of himself. So without his,
I think that she was probably a covert narcissist, and she was really enmeshed with him, and that's what it was.
There could be elements of that. Is that what he suggested to you?
No, okay. I just know personalities, and I can see patterns and recognize things.
I mean, what you say might be true, but still, it's from what I know of him. It was I didn't know anything about her. She could have been that, but I do know that she would have this constant battle where she was trying to tell him, "Look, I'm your mother," and she was allowing him to come home, live with her, and she was taking care of him, which just speaks volumes. I mean, if I had a child who denied that I was their parent, I would kick them out of the house. So why she tolerated his insanity is beyond me. But she ultimately paid for it with her life because, again...
She probably blamed herself. Parents always blame themselves for what happens with their kids, usually.
That's, again, all of this is possible, and it sounds rational enough. I mean, it sounds like a pattern of dysfunction. So, yeah, I'm not going to argue with what you're saying, Heather. It could very well be true. But still, that doesn't, shall we say, that doesn't alleviate him of his obvious implicated responsibility. So, when it comes to... Oh, Bren left us. Bren, jump back on. Jesus Christ, they're hitting you tonight. All right. All such being said, well, Heather, it's been quite the night, and you provided a lot of important information. We'll certainly follow up with this as time progresses. Sad, very sad.
It's sad, but it's just going to be interesting to see how much more his name is said and spread around now that he's not here.
Yeah, I hear you, and it'll be interesting to see if we get any, further. Just see what impact his death has. I highly doubt it'll be anything near the magnitude of Max Spears' death and the commotion that caused, but it certainly brings to mind the phenomenon of...
It's funny that it seems like, from what I'm seeing, that Miles Johnson is the one who broke the news to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that makes fucking sense, doesn't it? Yeah, that piece of shit. Okay, and so... right, all that being said, let's see if our man Bren has jumped back on the call. And let me send a note to him asking if he's okay, and we'll take it from there. Are you all right? All right. So, and wouldn't want them to pull a James Rink on him. And let me see. Truck nearly strikes first responders. Dashcam video shows a truck narrowly missing a state trooper and firefighters assisting vehicles during a snowstorm in North Dakota. I almost said North Korea. Okay. Okay. So let me give him the right things here. Okay. Now we are joined by. Let me see. Heather Holman says, "I'm muting for a little bit." Then she says, "Hi, Holly." Okay, good. And then Holly's responding to her. Okay. And by the way, interesting things have been happening to our dear friend John Doe, who's T-Tank Barry. He says, so far no mention of Black Goo, thank goodness. Oh, she must be looking this up. Yeah, is there any mention of Black Goo, Heather? You can come off mute to respond to that. Okay.
Not that I've heard.
Okay, good. Thank you. I mean, at least James lucky in that regard. Okay. Going back to checking on the call, then going back to kind of just starting to talk in monologue. All right. It looks like I didn't have to start monologuing for everybody to die of lack of oxygen. They all just passed away. Shouldn't say something like that, considering the event of what happened to James Rink. But we'll just kind of take it from here. I'm going to go monologue, people. And with that, our dear friend Brendan is invited. By the way, I'm wrapping myself in a heated rapier for what little heat this wrap provides. And I'm going to try and go for a little while longer. We'll see if we make it to midnight Pacific time with my monologue. And in the interim, everyone... Okay, Holly says, unfortunately, I remember. Okay, yes. And there we go. Heather says, laugh out loud, Holly. I was going through my messenger messages and found a chat we had in 2012. I had no idea. I thought we just recently met. Okay, yeah. I know the feeling. Things that happened a long time ago can feel like yesterday. All that being said, all right, let's get into it. And with that, let's see now. Give a little response here to our dear friend. Not that one. How about this one? And there we go. Okay, then, everybody. We're hitting stride with monologue. How long have we been on? I don't think. There we are. 2 hours and 2.5 hours. So we're going to go for a little while longer. As I said, tonight is an odd night, but we'll do the best we can. I'm gonna, since we're talking about super soldiery, let's talk a little bit about, actual talents. I don't mean that in a cruel sense. I mean that in the sense of people who are gifted, which is not always a gift that is to their benefit. Sometimes gifts can be a burden and actually be more like a curse. Some people are gifted with a kind of talent that the rest of us have not evolved, or rather, we've all evolved it, but have since devolved. Our talents have atrophied. Or rather, the parts of our brain that enable these talents have atrophied. They become vestigial. In fact, we know that this vestigial phenomenon, where some people can use parts of their mind to do things most people wouldn't think of doing, or couldn't do even if they thought of doing it. This is because their brains no longer have these aspects of development, or rather their brains have, parts they're not using because they can't. It's vestigial, meaning that it's atrophied. But people who do use it, then that part of their brain tends to overcompensate and become overdeveloped. And then what happens is it becomes the only talent that they have. I'm speaking in what would be considered a psychic sense. Just remember, I guess, to dive back into it more coherently and directly, things are not what they seem. So, beneath the thin veneer of civilization lies the realm of the mind, and arcane knowledge, psionic manifestation in this case, now that I'm thinking about it. Some would even call that magic. To those whose minds can breach the ethereal, it's called by many names, and among the Americans and the English, it's a talent, as if it's something they learned by themselves. In my own native Asia, it would be called the blessing, with a emphatic, as in the Arabic sense, as in aliã means the God. In Asia, it would be the blessing. Asian psychics don't seem to understand the difference between a blessing and a curse, or perhaps they don't even acknowledge that there is a difference. Russians simply call it the gift with an emphatic. The gift. Although only a Russian can truly understand the melancholy implications that that name carries. By whatever name it's called, psionic ability is a two-edged sword, or rather a double-bladed weapon. For while it gives you power beyond the ken of most humanity, it forces you also to understand and embrace things that, well, about which you'd rather not know. And although those with the gift practice their craft, they do so carefully, avoiding the burning gaze of the public, a beast of billions that can turn from scoffing unbelievers, as exemplified by the skeptic we've just referenced, to teratophobic hunters. Now, for those of you who don't know that term, teratophobic, well, it's a fear, a phobia. Teratophobia is the irrational fear of giving birth to a monster or a malformed child. It can also be an abnormal fear of physical deformities or being in contact therewith. The term coming from the Greek words teras for monster and phobos for fear. Also the name for one of the moons of Mars. And it's related to teratology, the scientific study of abnormalities and birth defects. So if you ever wanted to know the name of the science of monsters, teratology is the term you were never taught. Now, to get back to topic in a more direct sense, people, the masses, oftentimes Michael Aquino would call them the masses, as in THEM space, and then asses as in jackasses. Again, as he himself would express, a beast of billions that can turn from the skeptics we've just been discussing to, well, the teratophobic hunters in the blink of a frightened eye. Theirs, well, the gifted, theirs is a desperate mission. In, well, the Sovietized propaganda, it's to save the world without its ever finding out and protect it from others with the power who would conquer it. Those gifted few whose power extends to encompass the globe, like gossamer tendrils from Washington, District of Columbia, from the Kremlin, and even from the shadowy trails of the Amazon, when we bring into account, well, shamans in the actual tribal sense. Even those engaged in the service of the countries find it difficult to recalibrate their Weltanschauung, their worldview, their view of the world to accommodate psionic talent. Everywhere else, all around them, the world is acutely normal. Compatriots and loved ones blithely unaware, and they are somehow monsters, on the outside looking in, and praying never to be noticed for what they really are. Their knowledge is a terrible burden, but if they only knew what darker creatures slither beneath the veil of normalcy, if they ever met one of the things that oozes beneath the skin of their neighbor, it might be too much. Let's put it this way, some people are far more monstrous than those that are gifted with this arcane blessing of psionic talent. Humans are the most monstrous beings of all, or at least have the potential to be. And a lot of it is expressed in the subconscious that the psychically talented can sense. Now, I'm going to do a little checking here on a message that was sent by Dearest Heather. And it's a picture of James Rink looking a lot older than, well, we've always thought of him as. Very sad. And at the same time, I find it hard to feel sympathy based on what I knew about how he treated his mom, denying her her motherhood. Okay, that having been ascertained, going to take a look in the chat room as well on live stream. Ooh, Jesus, let's see if I can recall that there. Just clicked it off and going to go back to YouTube. Well, we're going to go over to, of all things, the channel dashboard. See if I can recover our show. I'm going to count on everyone letting me know if they can still hear me. Well, just bear in mind, are we still transmitting there? Give me a hint, Aristides. And if not, anyone else, just let me know. I'm going to check into the channel itself. Let's take a look. Dietrich. How we doing here? Still on. And let's go into, well, with the channel dashboard. Just going to take a look at being live. Alright, if anyone out there can communicate to me, let me know if we're still on. Okay, so when it comes to ourselves and our live stream, give me a response in the text box here. Okay, we're gonna lower this down, count on all of you. Says we've been on for about a shorter period of time than I remember, and all that having been ascertained, oh, here's what I do. Do a little reset here. Okay. That having been done, I believe we're still live. Here we are. Loud and clear, dearest Douglas. Goddess bless you, Sheila Gavin. You're an angel. Okay, that having been said, let's give her a kiss. Okay, how about this? Kisses. There we are. And gonna say I love you. Here we are. Give you a little perfect. Okay, get this in with the emoji here. And okay, make that uppercase. I love you, Sheila Gavin. Okay, there we are. And here we are with Dearest Brendan finally responded to me when I asked him if he was alright. He says, fuck no. Sorry about that, dear Brendan. At any rate, Inhuman Beast says, that's okay. Yes, Oh, feel bad for Brendan. He is someone who deserves our thoughts and prayers. Everybody keep him. Everybody keep him in mind. Okay. With that being said, when I was talking about these kinds of talents that people can have, how they're exploited, you see, these people, when I speak about knowing your neighbor, your average talent, if you will, as the Western espionage world refers to them, the military occult industrial complex, or the military intelligence complex, which is really as much an occult complex as it is one of intelligence, they know it might be too much to know. And because of that, they dedicate themselves to, well, protecting their fellow countrymen with a devotion that knows no limits. Or at least that's the propaganda line that Michael Aquino used to push when he was selling his wares. Or by that I mean his services. His wares would refer to his assets, which were people that he would pimp. Because one agent goes, well, that's one fewer left to stop the opposition. I think that's where any sense of a value of humanity came in. Basically, a resource that you wouldn't want to waste. You would expend it, but at your time and your discretion. This brings us to the concept of the fact that people are exploited, well, after their death. I don't think that that's the case with James Rank or Max Spears, but it can be for any one of us. I'll explain why, if I'm not knocked off bandwidth. In the interim, Sheila Gavin says, kisses to you, dearest Douglas. I love you. And she says, greetings, Brendan. Sending you positive thoughts and prayers. You hear that, Brendan? Sheila Gavin sends you positive thoughts and prayers. Hope that cheers you up. Well, for now, speaking of cheering up, let's talk about death and the dead. You know, Shakespeare knew not how right he was when he wrote of sleep and death being but one and the same state of being. And yet, almost 4 centuries since his death, you can be certain he knoweth now. He was absolutely right. Now, I have to explain, of course, the soul is very complicated, and it's really a trinity. Your soul is Trinitarian. There's an element of your soul that either ascends or descends for a period of time, a period of processing, something that can take thousands, well, conceivably even millions of years. In fact, the Scientologists sign a billion-year contract to prevent their souls from ever ascending or descending, essentially entrapping them in amber. This is not a positive, and you don't want to be doing this. But for the rest of us, there's an ascension to the higher realms, the Sephiroth, or the lower realms of the Sephiroth, the lower elements of the higher realms, or to the lower realms beneath us, the Qlipoth. These can be considered as heavens or hells, and it depends on the state of mind you're in when you die, your general state of being while you're alive, your outlook on life. In other words, your vibe. And if you're vibrating at a higher level, an enlightened being, well, you kind of naturally ascend. Whereas if you're, well, of a dense kind of processing, your entire vibe is low and negative, well, you kind of sink. It doesn't mean you're damned, well, you might as well be, but you're recycling, you're composting, and eventually will be recycled into the environment above. This can take some time. The amount of time it takes, it differs in each case. Some cases not that long, some cases, well, seemingly forever. As for the other part of the soul, it incarnates, as in reincarnates, and comes back, sometimes fairly quickly. But the part of the soul that's exploitable, truly exploitable, that's the part that stays here. And in that sense, well, I have to disambiguate between the body and the spirit. People are weighed after death back in the old days when they conducted the human weight experiences at the moment of death, and it was found an exact amount of weight in each case was lost upon death, well, at the moment of death. And this was the weight of the human soul. And yeah, it's something that anybody...
21 grams.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. The 21 grams is not a myth. The 21 grams experiment. Tell us what you know about it, dear Brendan. 21.
No, just that.
Yeah.
Just that what you said.
Yeah, 21.3 grams to be exact, but who the hell's counting that? At any rate,
Yes.
1907, it was the physician Duncan MacDonald, was it not?
Yes, there were multiple experiments, but he was the one who wrote about it.
Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate that.
And they all came up with the same
Yeah.
aggregate of weights. Yeah.
Bless you. Bless you. By the way, all of this has since been denied by the medical industrial complex. They call it a myth. And of course...
Yeah, and they say stupid anti-scientific shit like... and they ignore things like density and volume, and they say it was just the final exhale, and that's how much the lungs hold was 21. And it's like, okay, first of all, the lungs do not hold weight because the air is just, they're just pressurized.
Thank you.
So whatever's in the lungs counts for the weight of the body, and it doesn't just like disappear when you die or something. It's just absurd.
Thank you.
Like when you exhale, like when you're on a scale, you're not like losing weight when you breathe.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, it's
just density. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, for one thing, you're breathing all your fucking life, and you're not losing weight every time you exhale when you're on that goddamn scale. Right. So, yes. By the way, Shauna Rain says, did you hear Sheila Gavin says, greetings, Brendan, sending you positive thoughts and prayers. She said that in the text. You might want to respond to her. Yeah. I
appreciate that. Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. And
I mean, she does know that you're 90% of the problem, right? You can tell. I wasn't just walking around town getting shot at with rockets before I met you. That's for fucking sure. Guaranteed. Shit was happening, but not to that level.
Oh, yeah. No, I've been a bane on your fucking existence, and but all that being said, I can assure you that well, as I said, if it weren't going to be me, it would have been something else in your life. They were targeting you at birth, and you know that. So you can, you just tell people a little bit about that if you wish. I mean, they tried to switch you and your sister at birth. Though your sister is older than you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, but they scrubbed her entire birth record off the map, and she had to spend years trying to get it back.
Oh.
So.
Yeah.
And it's not like we were born off the grid. This was like, it was all standard birth certificate stuff. And then they said she didn't exist when she went to get a new birth certificate. They said, you don't exist. And she had to like find all these records and prove that she was actually a person and all this shit, literally.
Yeah. It's just so disturbing. And in your case, again, the candy striper, the mysterious candy striper.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can tell people a little bit about this, your, whatever you wish to share.
Well, yeah, when I was born, essentially, the last memory my mother has before I was apparently switched was I was being held and she was being dotted upon by this old-fashioned candy striper young nurse who was coming in and out of the room, and she kept bringing me in for my mother to see. And I was born like... essentially, an emergency C-section because I came out backwards, and there was like a bunch of other stuff that had happened that led up to that. Essentially, like the doctor was a quack, probably one of those government doctors like you had, where he like took ultrasounds, and my mother said like, he looks like he's upside down, and the doctor said he is, and then they never did anything to, remedy it. Like they were just experimenting or some shit,
Fucking bastards.
And then I came out with a bunch of weird birthmarks, but I'm not going to go into that. But nothing Nemo level. Just
Well, you heard me.
We're talking superficial, like colors and different dots and stuff. But anyways, what were you saying?
Oh, that I was just talking about the term tetraphobia, the teratophobia. I mean to say teratophobia, the fear of giving birth to a deformed child. You can only imagine how Nemo's mother felt.
Yeah, it's probably why she killed herself or whatever happened.
Yeah.
We never got like a solid backstory about that. It's just like she like ran away or something. Right?
Yeah, he always just said, no, he never really explained. He just said, "Oh, my mother's not in the picture. Mother's not in the picture." That kind of shit.
Yeah, he kept saying like she was evil or something, like she was a crackhead.
Yeah, like just evil, just abandon us. Yeah, probably killed herself because of look at what she gave birth to, fucking mutant blob and shit. Yeah. Now I'm screen sharing right now. Can you see my cursor move? Okay. Just.
I mean, I have to look, but
okay. Yeah, that would help. Yes. Yeah. So I
could see something. Yeah. What is this?
So I'm on the channel dashboard because what happened was I had the thing on display and then I shut the screen by mistake. Can I push this button that says go live and it should just take me back to the show without starting a new show, correct? The show that we're doing now, correct?
In theory.
In
theory.
Okay, so I'll just press that button. Go live. I'm going to press it and hopefully it doesn't start another show and it just brings us back to the show that's on now. Okay, so there. It brought us back.
Yeah, it takes you back.
Thank God. Feel so much better with that there. And so that having been said, you can see here. You can see down here in the right-hand corner the little blonde hair of the boy that I was with over Thanksgiving.
I bet.
Yeah.
I fucking bet, you vile inhuman vampire. Filth. I know what you did. Well, let's not go too far. I don't. They'll think I'm denouncing you on air, which I don't mind doing.
I'm just feeding, dude. It's just look.
Yeah, that's what they all say. I'm just, I'm sure that's what Q told you when he gave you the fucking bong jock jow and shit. It's just sustenance, Douglas. It's just a little brain ganglia paste. And that's what you go around telling people. Oh, it's just blood for my sustenance.
At any rate, dear Brendan, I'm glad that you seem to be okay enough, and your quality of sound sounds excellent. Oh my God, are you in the warehouse?
Yes, I'm in the warehouse, but also, I had to find a working pair of headphones because whatever they did to the technology, it burnt out a pair of headphones that I had. Just completely, like dismantled them. Like we're talking a cold dismantling.
Yeah, it's they're good at that. That's for sure. And well, definitely, I'm so glad you came on, and you're welcome to interject whenever you wish. I'm glad you did when it came to the weight of the soul. A very important point to be made. So understand. There's a difference in terms of this aspect of the Trinitarian soul, the soul in triune status that we're speaking of. All of you have a trinary soul, one part that incarnates, or rather reincarnates, another part that ascends or descends on a vibrational scale, and another part that, stays there in the grave, really, or wherever you're at when you die, essentially with your physical components, even if they are turned to ash. Now, one of the things that we know about is this billion-year contract, always an irresistible tangent. Why is it so bad for people to sign something like that? It's powerful. These things are powerful. So when you bind yourself like that, tell us about it and why Scientology doesn't do this anymore, dear Brendan.
Oh, you're asking me? I mean, I haven't signed anything. But,
yes, we understand that.
But when you make these deals, especially with, inhuman entities and things like that, those beings survive long after human life is over, the short 100 years that we have. So you don't want to be beholden to some being after you die for whatever gains in this life, because then you're stuck for thousands of lives, in their servitude or worse, you being used as soul food, which is not good, and you become a husk in their realm of, purgatory, or like I said, worse.
Yeah.
Or in the case of that Scientology contract, it's like, what exactly are they expecting? Like, you get one good life here, and then you're in an elevator to Xenu for like 4 billion years. It's like, imagine that. That's worse than any torture I could think of. That's worse than regular purgatory. It's like, like imagine elevator music in like, like an Art Deco elevator for like 7 billion years and shit. I mean, it's like,
dude,
maddening.
That's, if you're lucky, you get the Art Deco unit with the music.
Right.
That's, yeah. Pete Moon's not getting that. No, tell people about how we know one of the few people who signed that contract, and Scientology doesn't do it anymore. Please let people know about this.
Well, from what I sent you the link. This was totally public. The guy just said it on air, and or on his, what was it, Facebook or something? He was basically.
I think it was a YouTube short, but they're explaining Scientology. It's a San Francisco. It's right here in San Francisco, where they're trying to recruit.
We drove by it. We drove by. Yeah. But he was saying, "Oh, it's not a big deal. Ask me any question. I've asked." He said, "I have answered every question," and it's this like, this guy that looks like he would join a cult. Like, right. If he wasn't in Scientology, he'd be like a Satanist. He's got the weird Rahu face, like the Scorpio face, the weird kind of shape face, and then so of course he ends up in being like this Scientology spokes guy. But someone asked him the question, do you have to sign a 1 billion-year contract? And he said, no, of course not. That's a myth. And then right towards the end of the video, he says, it was only in our ministry section, which was called the Sea Org. And only the people closest to L. Ron Hubbard that were on the ship in the Sea Org were made to do this 1 billion-year contract. And they're beholden to it. Just like any other ministry, just like becoming a priest, or, you sign your life away. You say, I'm going to give my life to God. In this case, he gave his life to Satan or whatever.
Well, L. Ron Hubbard himself was a Satanist, so yes.
Whatever Hubbard was worshiping.
Yes.
So
what he called Xenu, the entity he called Xenu. Yes, go on.
Yeah. So whatever Pete was up to, he definitely had to sign that to get on that boat.
Yeah.
So that's why he was always obsessed with making friends with like Bartsis and all these people that were trying to break the contract.
Yes.
Remember, that was their fantasy?
Yeah.
Like, you got to wake up every morning and revoke every contract.
That was the entire purpose of Bartsis' own quote-unquote ministry. And
the Galactic Historian's like main trip was contract revocation. That was all he talked about, basically.
Yes. Yeah. That was his leitmotiv. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Yeah. His life theme.
Yes.
Leitmotiv.
Yes.
Yeah. Leitmotiv. Thank you. And as for Peter Moon, his trip was, he was on the Apollo. So he was on the Apollo right outside the door of the cabin in which L. Ron Hubbard resided. And so he's damned.
And he was one of the ones that signed the contract, which is why he was so desperate to find, answers from Ashton Clark Smith, all these creatures.
Thank you. The anti-gods.
Yeah.
Yes. Because
those are creatures he wrote about,
Yeah. Well, one of them was the entity that L. Ron Hubbard called Xenu, but was probably simply a facade for Ubosatla.
Ooh, shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's dark.
Yes. And
so what was the point? He wanted to summon him and ask him to revoke the contract directly?
I think so. It was, as a matter of fact, when he signed the contract, he originally had learned about the entity from Clark Ashton Smith, because Clark Ashton Smith was the old school. Clark Ashton Smith was a direct friend of H.P. Lovecraft. So he was on his way in the golden years of his life, on the final arc of his narrative, when Peter Moon approached him in California as a young man. And when Peter Moon signed the 1 billion-year contract, the name Ubosatla was compartmentalized. It was blocked from his conscious memory. It was only by consistently asking me for the name and badgering me for literally years till I gave him the name Ubosothla, that compartment was opened. And that's when he decided to approach the entity directly to break the contract.
Wow.
And,
Shocking.
yeah. At the same time, predictable. Shocking, but predictable. As for, I don't know if...
I think
yeah.
give that, you know,
Yeah.
that proves the point, what we're saying. Don't sign any contracts.
Yeah.
Especially not lightly or, you know, willy-nilly, because the soul is a tangible thing, like we said earlier, and it's not... You only get one.
Yes.
For this
Trinitarian
round.
though it
Yeah.
may be, as I'm trying to explain, still, it's, you know, you basically... Let's just put it this way. You don't
Yeah,
want
but
to fuck
once
with
it's
any
separated,
component.
once
Yeah.
it's separated,
Yeah.
it's you can't
You can't.
integrate.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
You can't
it
reintegrate.
becomes a waste. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yet, explain to people the Horcrux and why Michael Aquino retains a coherency in a Force Ghost kind of form through what he did. There's an element of self-control there through extreme work and not a bit of mad science. Let's put it this way. He was working with quantum mechanics using technology with the Department of Defense that it could enable him to do something a bit more advanced than most people do. But such being said, explain
Well, those
to people,
things take, you know, dark alchemy and things that obviously he knew about.
Yes.
And it doesn't separate the soul, you know, in a natural way.
Yes.
You know.
And that brings us to the homunculus of Aleister Crowley, which essentially has, well, produced Joe Rogan.
Yeah, amongst others.
Amongst others. But please, tell us a
we,
little...
we won't tell them what I said privately to you, but yeah.
No, but tell them about elements that are already in the open that people are discussing about Joe Rogan.
Oh, that his facial structure and various deformities and his stature match exactly to Aleister Crowley, you know.
Yes.
And so people were, you know, the guy that he looks like he's a parody, but he's not. The guy that wears the ice wall hat. Yeah. He's been saying that these people are all basically like true vamps or like true, you know,
what an insult to vampires, but yeah, parasites.
Well, they're like these. We'll call them immortals. They're like immortals that can siphon life force and regenerate their bodies to basically stay young forever, which is what Oda Sensei put into the One Piece story, and it's in pretty much, you know, every high fantasy anime. There's like these beings that can do that. So he was saying that these famous people are actually, you know, they get old and then they quote unquote die, and then they reappear, you know, back in their younger form later. So he was saying they're immortals and shit. And he was saying that Aleister Crowley is actually Joe Rogan. They just, you know, rebrand these people after the centuries. But Doug and I were speaking, and we determined that it was more like they created homunculi or different, you know, the dwarf in the jar with his DNA. And they became their own entities, but they're being used in the same kind of sorcery, dark magic kind of way, you know, by putting people into trances, by listening to these idiots and screwing up their minds. But, you know, it's like the flavor of the time. So Joe Rogan's perfect for these people now. Crowley was good for those people then. So,
well, I don't know if the term good is applicable in either case, but appealing or compelling.
They were appealing, or they were useful in that in some way for these dark forces to manipulate other people. And so the only way they could do that, like you said, because obviously getting your life back is not a viable option, as we've said, with the soul. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to do the whole soul splitting shit. Mm-hmm. So what they do is they carry on their will and their DNA through these homunculi, or these created beings. And they try and bring in fragments of the soul, but it doesn't always work, you know? Mm-hmm. So there you go.
No, what I've been explaining, of course, about people who have these talents, or psychic abilities, is that they're essentially kind of like outside of the realm of the world that is understood by their peers. It brings to mind, of course, a woman who was essentially a cultist of Michael Aquino's, J.K. Rowling's. And it was her knowledge and what she learned from Michael Aquino that enabled her to describe this in a manner the common reader could understand. Muggles was the term, was it not, for your average human being?
Yeah, muggles would be non-magical people, and they can't even see magic happen in front of them. Like, that would be muggles.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's people around Michael Aquino and others. They simply were in denial that what was happening was happening. So
Yes.
when it came to the concept of Harry Potter, explain how she ripped off the Vedic term for son of God and exactly the concept of the Muggles and the Horcrux. Some of these concepts that people who might not be readers of Harry Potter explain it to them so that they could get a grasp of what Harry Potter was really conveying, which was actually quite real.
Yeah. Well, first of all, a lot of those concepts were like part of this kind of Joseph Campbellian, you know, mythos, right?
Yes.
Like, so she took that skeleton and then added on this occult stuff that Q was most likely Q or that kind of those people were teaching her. So in the sense of the Horcrux, there was the Dark Wizard Voldemort, you know, and the more people, so he was the first person to break the taboo and kill people with magic after like centuries. But what it had a side effect, and every time he would kill someone with magic, it would split the soul. But then he basically, you know, looked into these ancient grimoires of these dark forces, and they said once the soul is split, you can create what's called a Horcrux. So you can implant that section of your soul into an item or a person. Thereby, you can resurrect yourself later on in time, even after your main body is dead. And so that's after Voldemort died when he tried to kill, you know, the child, the holy child, which is called Hari Putra in the Vedic, which means the eminence of Hari, which is the king of the heart, which is basically the Godhead. So it was like the child of God, Harry Potter. Hari Putra. Putra means eminence, like coming out of, and Hari is one of the forms of God in the Hindu/Vedic pantheon.
Like Hare Krishna, where the term Hare Krishna comes from. Go on.
Well, Hare has two terms. It's like Hare and Hari with an I.
Got
so
it.
Hari is a form of God.
Okay.
So, and Putra means son of or child, you know, eminence comes forth from. So Harry Potter is that, the Hari Putra. You know.
Okay.
So that child ended up killing the original Voldemort, but his machinations allowed him to continue because of that Horcrux. So situation where he split his soul so many times that he could implant them into, you know, objects, people, etc. And his followers could literally revive him through dark alchemical, you know, means, creating bodies, implanting his Horcrux in people, etc. And these cursed items, you know, exist in this world. I mean, I've seen them in museums and stuff like that, like I've explained on your show before. So, yeah. Does that kind of explain it, or do we need more comments?
I think you did wonderful. That's
it's what you would call, you know, what you learned from Q would be called artilica.
Yes.
So it's a form of dark artilica, which is human-made as opposed to, you know, useful, godly-made things.
Yes. Thank you. No, that's profound and deeply appreciated. So, yeah, and Brendan knows quite a bit, and God knows thank you for all of those links. I'm going to scan through them sometime, hopefully tomorrow or the day after, before our next show. Hopefully, I'll get to them all. That's quite a bit of links you sent in. So there must have been a lot going on while I was gone. Anything in particular that really stands out?
No, I think they speak for themselves.
All of them in their own way, yes. Yeah. You left some comments. I'll get to those as well with your links, so I'll certainly review those as well. So, again, when, taking into account everything our dear Brendan has explained, think of, in the most simplistic sense, humans being made in two gross parts, the greater parts, the body and the spirit. The material in our bodies changes constantly on a molecular level. We eat, we grow, we sweat, our skin peels off, we avoid waste, and we eat some more to replenish all that we have lost. Our bodies are constantly changing, yet they ever remain the same. The clothing of the spirit. In life, we are bound to our bodies inextricably. It so happens that there's an element of our soul, one of the three primary parts of the triune soul, that is also bound to our bodily parts in death, even if in the form of ash or dust. Put bluntly, when we die, for that element of our soul, that 1/3 of our triune aspect, think of the Holy Trinity of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Well, this would be the Holy Ghost. And when we die, nothing happens to that. And I mean nothing. You see, when alive, we can think and move and act and talk. And what's the difference between a live body and a dead one? Well, a dead one cannot sing and dance. Unfortunately, that's about the extent of it. The element of the triune spirit, that Trinitarian third, to which nothing happens, goes nowhere. It goes nowhere and remains with the body, tied to it in death as in life. For most of us in the Western world, I guess the best way to describe it in a manner that our paradigmatic conceptualization can comprehend, it just spends the rest of time, and I mean eternity, 6 feet underground with not a whole hell of a lot to do, and an eternity of time in which to do it. Not that this is necessarily a torment. What the dead do with their time is entirely up to them. In fact, many of the dead simply shut themselves down. They turn off their minds, and they permanently sleep. Now, those, and there's all too many, think of the White House boys. There's all too many who have suffered in life, and that was all they knew. And for those who've suffered in life and experienced nothing but pain and torment, abused as children and tortured as adults, those people, they find the grave a restful place where they cannot be reached, where they cannot be hurt, where they cannot be disturbed. As I just was with that strange noise. Did you hear that, Brendan? I don't know if Brendan heard that. There was a very bizarre noise that just echoed through my headphones there. Gonna check a bit around on the channel, make certain all our technology is, going well. And our man Brendan, let's see if he's still on the call, which he is. So he's welcome to explain that. At any rate, if he can. At any rate, when it comes to the peace of the grave, well, these dead, the ones who have suffered so much in life, they exult in their peace, in having nothing but cool, quiet isolation in which to enjoy their complete lack of pain. To them, an eternity of nothing is as close to heaven as they can imagine. Isolation is heaven for others as well. The great minds of history, Pythagoras, Da Vinci, Mobius, and Mozart, they continued to pursue the arts and sciences which drove them in life, for the hungers of the mind never cease in the grave. but are made sharper still by the lack of distraction from the physical body. Einstein had 7 identical suits so that he would not have to spend any moment of his precious thought deciding what to wear. How much more could he dedicate himself to his pursuits if he never had to worry about eating, bathing, sleeping, trotting down to the store for some aspirin, or even scratching his ass? As of this transmission I'm hosting right now, he's had some 60 years to perfect the theory of relativity and discover the unified field theory. Do you think he's achieved it yet? Remember, 60 to 70 years to the dead is easily worth 150 to 200 years to the living, once you discount for sleep, weekends, and free time. And what of Mozart? Over 40 symphonies, I believe, he composed in his short life. Amadeus was basically, well, a child. And of the 40 symphonies we know of, and I believe there's been a few more discovered since, how many more could Amadeus Mozart have composed in the last 12 centuries? 250 years by now, perhaps? The dead, of course, well, they're simply a wealth of valuable, nay, not just valuable, but indeed priceless information. Of course, for others, death is no paradise. They create for themselves their own version of hell. Jack the Ripper, wherever he is, certainly has invented more sinister, more vicious ways of disposing of his hated ladies of the night. Genghis Khan dreams of conquest, and certainly since his death, his dreams and schemes have gotten more violent, more clever, and are driven by a fierce desire which, in his grave, he knows can never be realized. And need we say anything at all about my biological father, Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, or Caius Caligula? Whatever hatred or illness possessed sick and or vile people in life has taken over their soul completely after death, the dead can be a veritable grimoire for vile scheming, priceless information for those to whom the world is worthless. But for most of the dead, for the rank and file of public life, death, though not unpleasant, is not particularly great either. Those alert to their situation find themselves with no one to talk to, no company whatsoever. Those fortunate enough never to catch on to their state must simply bear this feeling that a vital, intangible something is somehow missing. The dead, in this sense, that third aspect of your triune soul, well, I would say that, what are the words for it? They exist in total isolation. Limbo, the netherworld. And so these masses lie fallow in the earth and wait. They wait for anyone to talk to them. And no one ever comes. Ever. The graveyards are full of thousands of lonely people, none of whom can talk with each other. And if these people are without hope, how much worse for the sailors buried at sea, resting, abandoned, at the bottom of it all, a fate which almost befell my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me the three-war veteran George Joseph Henry Dietrich a number of times. Or the pharaohs in their pyramidal tombs. In their tombs of solid stone, knowing that all their worldly possessions lie about them untouchable. What a treasure trove of that which can never be enjoyed. Now, as aforementioned, that third aspect of our Trinitarian soul, the spirit remains tied to the body after death. Though the body rots, that spirit remains, that element thereof, the Holy Ghost, because the essence of the person remains in the soil. And yes, it changes over time, as the body did, from flesh to soil itself, but whatever molecules made up the cadaver, the corpse at the moment of death, well, they are the body now. Just like the body processed material in life, and it made no difference, likewise it matters not if, well, to the spirit at least, that third aspect of your triune soul, if dead flesh and bones are replaced with equally inert earth. That's where the body is, and that's where that third element of the triune spirit remains. But this brings us to what I learned in my time working with the military intelligence occult complex about extrasensory perception. Because, of course, although they are in their graves, not all the dead are isolated from the real world, for, unknown to most, paranormal talents are very real indeed. Psionics being the powers of the mind, well, the very psyche, which in the Greek means the soul itself. And whatever those powers may be, also, well, they also follow their practitioners into the grave. And down there, buried beneath the earth, they work for some of the most powerful psychic talents of all time. Untold years of practice beneath their belts. Somewhere, certainly, is a telepath, penetrating the mind of every passerby, sharing in the grief of the bereaved, keeping tabs on the passing days by the thoughts of every person who wanders near, learning people's innermost thoughts from beyond the grave. Because telepathy is but one manifestation of psionic talent, a rare but potentially powerful gift. There are other gifts as well: clairvoyance, healing, necromancy, and, of course, what I would call, based on my experience with Michael Aquino and the very terminology he educated myself in, as a man who was considered for a time to be his heir, thanatophagy, his own talent. Along prescience, psychokinetics, scrying, seeing, sensitivity, and shamanism, just to name a few. These were not talents Michael Aquino had. They're simply other talents that are out there. His was thanatophony, which was based on thanatophagy. Thanatophony meaning talking with the dead. Thanatophagy meaning you speak to them by devouring their very physical components. A cannibalism of the deceased. Now those blessed, or rather cursed, as you know by now, with these talents live in a world that's different from our own. Hence the need to understand the concept as related by one of Michael Aquino's cultists, J.K. Rowling's. The concept of the Muggles. And, well, in terms of the people who are not the Muggles, Theirs is a world filled with the mind, and haunted by the darkest thoughts and imaginings anyone has ever had. Because their awareness is expanded and cannot help but embrace things which the normal people around them choose to ignore. Someone sensitive to nuclear power cannot help but be continuously aware of the vile throbbing of a nearby power plant. Those who can read the undercurrents of emotions know the dark fantasies we all play out in our minds while smiling at the very people that we hate. Yet neither of these espiers, ESP or extrasensory perceptors, neither of these espiers can do anything about these burdens. There is no one they can talk to, no therapy they can seek, for to admit to the existence of their paranormal perceptions would be, well, it would bring the unwanted light of public scrutiny to bear upon them. Yes, although those who have talents, or at least understand how to use their talent effectively, are few indeed, they guard their minds carefully. No one lets anyone else know of the strange talents they possess, neither parents, nor spouses, nor children. Fortunately, most intimates desire not to know these things either. Were a psychokinetic's husband to see their priceless Ming vase fall and then stop abruptly 6 inches above the floor, his psychokinetic wife would have an easy time convincing him that he had hallucinated the incident. The image of the vase about to hit was so strong that his brain didn't register the fact that it miraculously bounced. He'd much rather embrace the unbelievable than to face that his wife was a psychic oddity, which in the olden times would have made her a witch to be burned at the stake. And this brings us to the reason that, as Aquino pointed out, well, consider the espionage, well, the term thereof. Espionage, as Aquino would say, there's a reason the word espionage begins with the 3 letters ESP, for extrasensory perception. No one yet knows exactly how or why extrasensory perception and paranormal phenomena work, although in certain nations secret task forces have been assigned to probe these mysteries. In the meantime, like primitive humans who did not understand fire but still knew how to use it, these agencies, if you will, not for electronic agencies, but, well, extra paranormal agencies, they give ESPers, an opportunity to use or abuse their unique abilities, train and hone their minds, and serve the greater good while doing so. Yet even among these agencies, the agencies, disbelief is high, and bewilderment is common. Part of this is residual surprise on the part of the agents who discover that they are not the only ones who have these strange potentials, but the greater part of it is due to the fact that even these agencies, government-sponsored bureaus, must keep themselves secret from the public, and even from the vast majority of the government itself. So it is that in the deniable world of extrasensory surveillance, these gifted few play a critical role in the defense of their nations. Although their talents are unreal, their dedication is every bit as real as their mundane counterparts, and their danger even more extreme. They risk not only their body, but their very souls. And yet their existence is denied by even the highest levels of authority, robbing them of whatever diplomatic protection the others are afforded. Theirs is indeed a secret and vicious war. And, as is the nature of espionage, it's a war that never ends, because the security needs of nations are perennial. Their need is something that never ends either. So, in terms of extrasensory perception, There are very few people in the world who have a psionic talent, perhaps 1 in 1,000 at best, and for most of these aspers, their talents are latent, requiring some extreme stimulus to get them to reach out for the unknown in desperation. Of course, when the shock which induces you to resort to psychic activity is the threat of being hit by a train, and it turns out that you're a telepath, your talent doesn't do you a whole lot of good. No one knows how many psychics die without ever realizing their strange abilities, but it was presumed by the research conducted by the Department of Defense that it numbers in potentially the hundreds of thousands. Of those people who discover their latent knack, or who have a strong enough gift that their talent has been with them all along, most deny that it exists, bury it beneath a firm wall of secular skepticism, and never know the power or the horror that such a gift can really bring. If they catch glimpses of the future or they see auras around certain people, they scoff it off themselves as a mirage, that accident they had as a child when they struck their head, or a relic of the drugs they took in college. Some even actively deny that they see these unusual manifestations and so thoroughly put reality out of their mind that indeed they do not notice. They develop a neurotic psychic blindness, if you will. That was a federal diagnosis, not integrated into your conventional psychiatric textbooks, but one that was often made when analysis was conducted in tests at schools where they brought children from out of the school itself into a little van, out front or back, to conduct a hearing test for which the child would never get the results. There were plenty of other such tests conducted in public schools. You might even remember taking them and never being told what your score was. And so there are those few outside of that system who discover their talent, or always knew it, and recognize it as unusual and yet not something to be feared. And they begin to explore it. Some are weak psychically, and their toil avails them naught. In other words, it brings them little reward, and eventually they abandon the pursuit. Others flourish, and their power grows strong. They begin to discover sinister truths about the nature of reality itself, and they confront the darker portions of their own soul. They know that in the superstitious world of the past, they'd be put to death as brujos. Brujos, the various sorcerers known throughout the cultures of the world. Witches. But this is the enlightened 21st century, and they can come clean. Right? Well, not so. For anyone who stoutly believes in extrasensory perception of this magnitude is categorized at best as a mentally unbalanced tack who reads the weekly world news, or, at worst, someone to be lobotomized and locked up. Even today. Far better in the minds of these gifted few to be alone and unknown than to endure the living death of institutionalization. That is why there are strong ESP talents at large in the world, and why the common man never hears thereof. Some of these gifted elite even write their memoirs and submit them to the scandal rags to perpetuate popular disbelief in psychic phenomena. Now, most of those who are psionically talented They are indeed the gifted few, the elite, and rarer still that they know about other psychics and act as a team. Yet, each one of them can be recruited, potentially, into a select fraternity that deals with the rest of their kin in a shadowy, otherworldly fashion. I know of this because I worked with them myself, not as a talent, but as, well, the man who was the liaison by request of Michael Aquino to work there with. And I know that these strange and paranormal activities seen only by a few stout-hearted mortals, well, they're also seen by other things which do not die. So in terms of what we learned at the Department of Defense, when I was part of the military intelligence occult complex about how ESPER talents, or ESP, extrasensory perceptive talents, work, what in the communist Chinese empire are called EFers, EHFers, are extraordinary human functionalists. Psionic talents are unnatural abilities that certain people can perform by the power and ability of the mind alone. The root, the strength, and source of ESP is the brain. Well, rather, as the Greeks termed it, the psyche, from where we get the term psychology and psychiatry from. But that actually means the soul, the will. And though it may be channeled through one or more physical outlets, without the desire and the imagination, psychic phenomena never come to pass. Humans and other living creatures, and in fact all things that exist, lead a dual existence. Humans have both a physical shell and a mental consciousness. Think of yourself as a bowl of soup and that steam that always hovers overhead, because your human body is really the source of heat you need to preserve. In matter of fact, I could go on about that for hours. Heat is of vital importance to myself, and one of the biggest problems that people have, or misconceptions people have, is how you're supposed to keep yourself warm, well, after the apocalypse. And I can tell you, building a fire is one of your worst things you could do. A grave mistake, and I mean literally a mistake that could put you into the grave. And when it comes to what you really need to do, you've got to preserve the fire within you, your own body heat. That means wrapping yourself up in multi-layered clothing. Think of your soul as keeping your heat in yourself, and how a good deal of it escapes when your body is sundered. Now our man at Sweet Bells says, talking with my wife, her father worked at that Dozier boys home, and we have a family friend whose brother was a resident for a minute in the 90s. Let me respond to him, and I believe this is our dear Troy Bellamy here, by saying, thank you for sharing that. Okay, and alright, into that here. Thank you for sharing that. And let's hope he speaks about that next time he's on. And see if I can click that here. Please speak about it. Speak about it with us soon. There we are. Okay, into that comment. And that makes sense. And all such having been said, when it comes to the subject we're discussing, how to keep your heat in or keep your psyche and soul intact. The humans, having both a physical shell and a mental consciousness, well, as I've already explained, the twain do not depend upon each the other, although they are inextricably linked. Or at least an element of your psyche is to the physical form. There are several theories, of course, but perhaps the most popular idea among espionage researchers, with an emphasis on the first syllable of ESP, the S part, is that the physical and mental universes are bound together by the metaphysical medium. This has been referenced in the professional vernacular among the psychotechnicians that I was working with in the field of what was leaked to the general public by Isaac Asimov in his Foundation series as something completely, nebulous, a field called psychotronics. Within that field, in terms of psychotronic technology, researchers call this physical and mental universal linkage, the Mobius continuum. This medium cannot be detected or altered, in much the same way that letters cannot detect or alter the spaces between themselves or other words. The universes being bound together by the metaphysical and together defining the metaphysical's very existence. You see, thoughts have no physical existence, but they can be transmitted via the physical realm. Just think of writing, and go from there back into the non-physical world of another person's consciousness. Now that fantastical leap from purely physical scribbling to crystal mental imagery, is accomplished through the metaphysical. Espios, then, can skip the intermediate step of passing physical notes and transmit thoughts straight from one consciousness to another. Other, more pragmatic researchers believe that the metaphysical does not actually exist, and that psionics are instead another expression of the electromagnetic spectrum, with a wavelength either corresponding to another form of energy we have not yet isolated, or else related to the normal EM, or electromagnetic spectrum, in much the same way that imagery, imaginary numbers, and the imaginary plane relate to real numbers and physical effects. For those who do not know, imaginal numbers are multiples of the square root of -1. The square root of -1, which itself is named I, as in iota, the letter I is in the Greek iota, is a number which cannot exist, yet certain physical phenomena cannot be explained without it. So, if one believes the metaphysical holds the mental and physical planes together, then all humans have psionic talent, to wit, the ability to move their physical body about by force of will alone, without intentionally lumbering your body about to make it move. This ability is very limited, but advocates of the panpsychic theory believe this is a self-induced failing. There are those psychics who can levitate their physical bodies, and the existence of these bolsters this claim that everyone could move their physical body any way they'd like if they just believe. And advocates of this theory also point to the success of placebos as further evidence of the mental directly impacting the physical. The other point of view, of course, holds that we can walk around because we are alive, which is a peculiar chemical state in and of itself. The argument may never be solved, especially since the believers in the metaphysical are nonetheless willing to volunteer to die just to prove their own wills can supersede the physiological state of being dead. well, they're unwilling to die, generally speaking. But some of them were pushed to their death or made into believing they were willing to die at the will of Michael Aquino. And I don't think that really counts. Nevertheless, I was witness thereunto. Be that as it may, those people who manifest an unusual and powerful Esper talent manifest, generally speaking, unless they're an ascended master, but one talent alone. Basically, a single one in their lifetime that their brain is capable of manifesting. The reason for this is also unknown, especially since other living creatures seem unable to manifest any, and there are unconfirmed reports of creatures which are not quite human manifesting several unique and powerful talents. Well, one popular theory among the Department of Defense psychotronics experts, the psychotechnicians, was that it requires a certain amount of brain mass to generate the power. Requires let's just put it this way. A lot of your brain has to be dedicated to manifesting this, generating enough neuroelectronic impulse to generate the power that you embody, that you personify. And just think of the energy biochemically required to sustain that psychic activity. And lesser animals simply do not have enough of this, because they may be sentient, but not necessarily sapient or self-aware. There are animals that do manifest it, in which case they're no longer considered animals. Dolphins and whales, among others. They're basically an alien form of life extant upon our world, in the most positive sense, and far more in tune with nature than any of us. Such being the case, it is theoretically possible that other creatures, or even humans, could evolve brains more efficient at generating psychic energy. Neuroelectric dynamos, if you will, thus it being conceivable that through genetic manipulation or eugenic breeding programs, humans could eventually learn to control 2 or 3 talents simultaneously. The Soviets attempted this in their latter, aspirations to literally generate Soviet man, or the collective individual, not necessarily even a single human being, but an aggregate thereof. The Communist Chinese still work at that concept, that aspiration, today. Regardless of whatever reason for the shortcomings of the ability to manifest more than a single talent in a single individual, and despite the incredible amounts of time and money being poured into discovering the truth of the matter, current psionics, generally speaking, or certainly so generally so as to be the norm, have but one talent. ESP researchers, the psi technicians, the psychotronics experts, have managed to group the broad spectrum of talents together into several distinct manifestations. The exact workings for each person may be vaguely different, but for whatever reason, talents seem to be readily divided into several categories that I learned of when I worked in liaison with Michael Aquino within the military intelligence occult complex. Those major ESP talents being that of the necromancer, or the thanatophage, the eater of the dead, which is what Michael Aquino himself was. The thanatophone, or literally the speaker for the dead, or one who speaks with the dead. The prescient, the seer, the sensitive, the shaman, the spotter, and the telepath. Or at least those are the only that I've ever encountered, but it'll be more than you will ever encounter in a dozen lifetimes. I don't know if that's something to be proud of, but it's the result of my experience. What happens to someone who's targeted by these government assets? Well, you have the phenomenon of reception. The target is aware, to some extent, that his mind is being messed with. Obviously, this does not apply to, well, thanatophones, or the speakers of the dead, or the thanatophages, the eaters of the dead, what would once be deemed as necromancers, as their targets are always completely aware that they are the focus of a psychic effect, because their targets are dead and have nothing else to distract themselves with. Their entire existence is of the mind, rather the psyche, the soul that is left in lieu of the mind, hovering wherever they died. But, well, it's a perfect handicap for a telepath or a spotter. The handicap I'm speaking of being you're being alive, and ergo distracted by everything your body wants or needs. Thirsty, horny, hungry. You're not going to notice until it's too late when someone's fucking with your mind. Of course, the concept of reception, the phenomenon thereof, well, think of the shaman, or the possessor of the evil eye that can physically fuck your body up to point of death. Well, when this happens, it brings about the phenomenon of the trance. When the esper themselves uses or abuses their talents, they go into an altered state, a sort of trance, where they're open only to extrasensory stimulation. They shut out the mundane world almost completely. When it comes to what historically were considered necromancers, the thanatophages, the eaters of the dead, the thanatophones, or the speakers for the dead, they suffer with trances because they must slip fully into the mental realm of the dead to be able to communicate effectively. However, if other espers wish to assume this activity of targeting a living individual, one of their own, so to speak, meaning those among their living state, well, they assume this drawback as well, or at least I've seen them do so. There may be those that don't. When in a trance, the esper simply can't respond to any outside stimuli, accepting as such stimuli might wake them up. And when an esper comes out of a trance, whatever effect they're impacting or imposing upon another ceases to be operational. The trance being a side effect of being in the extrasensorial state. At least this is what I've seen in operation. Then there's this phenomenon called the lock. Basically, when one is interacting directly with other people's brains. Telepaths and shaman Sensitives don't have this manifest. The countenance is something else I've witnessed, where an Esper agent's body can undergo changes due to side effects of their psionic talents. Some go pale or even blue with a lack of blood flow to their skin, while others shake uncontrollably or foam at the mouth, and still others get bulging eyes or swollen, lolling tongues. The physical shell can react in unpredictable ways to the effects of extrasensory perception. Nothing unreal happens here. Eyes don't glow red, flames don't billow forth from someone's nostrils, except as a psychic illusion that only the victim can see. Now, this is probably where I should go into these ESP gifts in detail. And I may as well start with what Michael Aquino was. The necromancer. The thanatophage. And, as I said, the very term thanatophagy means, well, an eater of the dead. It can only be resisted by willpower. And, yes, sometimes the dead, great men and women, even in death, and even after millennia, can manifest that willpower to resist. Now, classically speaking, a necromancer is one who practices divination by communicating with the dead. And while this definition is essentially true in real life, IRL, as the kids would say, what is overlooked or ignored by this definition is that the necromancer communicates through torture, ripping the secrets of the dead from their souls by ripping their dead body apart with fingers, nails, tooth and tongue. Remember, a person's body and soul are inextricably linked, united. That third element which remains with the body is the body itself, in essence, the steam emitting from the bowl of soup, if you will, even in death. And therefore, for a thanatophage, the necromancer, divining the cadaver, the corpse is a means of accessing the dead person's mind. Well, beyond that, their very psyche, their essence, their very soul. How do I express this? Because it traumatizes me to even remember. I'll try and stay as detached as possible. I would say that, consider it this way. Manipulating the body allows the thanatophage in his necromancy to manipulate the knowledge of the deceased. In essence, the knowledge of the dead is embedded in their psyche. That triune element of their spirit that remains, which is embedded in their body. If a thanatophage, the eater of the dead, performs his necromancy to access that knowledge, all he has to do is rip the body apart and take it out. Much like someone ripping open a long-awaited gift to find the present within, and thanatophages being what they are, it is often done with as much glee as a child ripping apart those packages under the Christmas tree. Unfortunately for the decedent, the deceased, this action or malaction is pure torture. While lying fallow in the grave, a dead person experiences only the quiet darkness of death, and the hazy, indistinct caress of feeling their body slowly transmute into the soil itself. Nothing bad there, just a quiet, lazy, lonely existence, imagining whatever they do, or or not imagining at all if they are the kind of personality that simply shuts down. So it's up to you to imagine here. Imagine their shock then, when they discover their loneliness can be violated, when the gentle decomposition of the years, the ages, is a seeming eternity of violent, malicious savagery. It is torture indeed, a rape of both the body and soul. The body is torn apart like prey, ripped and broken brutally to reveal every secret. The soul is laid naked before the searing eyes of the interrogator. I was witness to this myself. After a necromantic examination, an orgy of thanatophagy, a devouring of the dead. Well, the remains of the body are grotesque at best, and are often scattered about for several meters. The remains of the soul shudder in fear forever after. For the thanatophage, a necromantic interrogation is one part hunt and one part self-flagellation. During an examination, which I witnessed Michael Aquino perform, a thanatophage, in his necromancy, lets his basest psychic instincts take control of his own mind and body. He tears at the corpse with frenzied lust, abusing tools only when brute strength alone cannot rend the body fast enough. Thanatophages, abusing every sense available to them in a necromantic interrogation. As I witnessed Michael Aquino explain to a noob, a neophyte necromancer, a young thanatophage, clutching the corpse of a bird, a parrot once the pet of a high-ranking commissioned officer. Now break open the body! Tear it open! Crush the skull between your fingers and listen to the vapors of the brain. Look at it in your hands, the entrails, the guts and feathers and blood and bones. Taste it! Use all your senses. Touch, taste, see, hear, and smell. Use all five, and you will discover a sixth sense. Oh, the movie did it no justice. This was the parrot of a high-ranking general that outlived him. But when this young boy tore into this parrot, tore it apart alive to make it dead, and then ate the dead parts raw, he squawked like a parrot and repeated what the parrot would have said in life, regurgitating thereby secrets of the general unheard by anyone but the parrot alone in the room with him whenever he spoke to himself or his confidants. If you can gain that information from a dead parrot, well, they worked on the general after that. All of this imposes a psychological burden on the psychics themselves. Rare is the thanatophage that does not shudder to find themselves gore-splattered after their necromantic interrogation, clutching a spleen in one hand and picking a piece of lung from their teeth with the other. But worse still, as I was to see, are the thanatophages who enjoy the necromancy. The length of time which has passed since death is of no importance to a thanatophage. In their necromancy, they can wrest the knowledge from a mummy with almost as much ease as from a person they killed themselves. Remember, the psyche, the soul, doesn't go anywhere after death, not that third part, that triune aspect, the Holy Ghost, which is a part of what makes a thanatophage in their necromancy so frightening. For the victim, there be no escape. On the other hand, this does not mean that a thanatophage is unconcerned about how long a cadaver has been a corpse. First of all, the longer a body is decomposed, the harder it is to tear apart. A body which is rotted thoroughly is already non-contiguous, and it's harder for a thanatophage to uncover those secrets. Literally, physically, there's no bones left to break. And no flesh left to rend. A form of rape combined with cannibalism. Consider it a cannibalistic sex assault. And yet, well, in order for there to be rape, there has to be a body. Also, long dead bodies are a potential source of disease for the thanatophage, and careful precautions must be taken. And finally, long dead cadavers are more psychologically damaging to the thanatophage in their necromancy. Who wants to taste the brain fluid of someone who reeks of decay and whose flesh slows off the bones at the lightest touch? Obviously, thanatophages are rare creatures, which is fortunate considering how obscene it is to watch them at their task, something which I've had the great misfortune of being witness to more than once. There may be no more than a dozen or so in the world at any given time, and many of those who actively practice are found in remote, primitive environments where the people live closer to their primal roots. A thanatophage in postmodern society has little chance, let alone desire, to discover or practice their craft. In all likelihood, any given person will never be within 100 kilometers of a thanatophage, practicing necromancy or not. So, bear this in mind in context of all that I've just qualified. There are several advantages to being a thanatophage. The first is that there is no deceit, no lying, no half-truths, which are so often used by the living to defy their interrogators. When a living person is tortured, they'll often either present a believable lie to satisfy the interrogators, or else they'll say anything they think the interrogators want to hear, whatever they think it will take to get the torturer to stop. The dead have no such recourse, because ultimately this is not a conversation, this is a devouring of the facts, ripping of knowledge straight from the soul. The thanatophage knows that everything he steals is the absolute truth, pulled from the bleeding mind with his own bare hands. The dead can try to hide the knowledge, but cannot endeavor to conceal it behind a falsehood. This, then, is the greatest advantage of a thanatophage. Everything they discover via necromancy is absolutely true. I'll spell that for you later, Heather. She wants to know how to spell it. It's Thanatos. Look up Thanatos. Thanatos is death, manifest as a young boy, to lure adults into death voluntarily. Thanatos. Thanatos. And she says, got it. There you go, Heather. And a thanatophage, phage, Phage, means to eat. For instance, I am, to a degree, a hematophage, meaning that I can neurologically derive sustenance from human blood, to a degree. Whereas your average person would simply get sick. And as for, well, thanatophage, well, they are the eaters of the dead, albeit not for sustenance of the body, albeit they feed, in a sense, off of the soul. And that brings us to the second advantage a thanatophage takes advantage of. They can access knowledge that was lost to the person while they were yet alive. Because every fact we've ever known is buried deep within our consciousness somewhere, locked up in cellular memory within our very cells and marrow of our bones. And if it's there, a thanatophage can necromantically access it, no matter how badly he needs to rend your flesh or grind your bones. To be sure, the longer a fact has been forgotten, the harder it is for a thanatophage to find. But necromancy is not just a science, it's also an art. The blackest of arts, to be sure. From the application of those dark arts, pulling childhood memories from the corpse of an old man is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, but it can be done, and I've seen it so. With the haystack, you pull it apart straw by straw. With a cadaver, a very similar approach is abused. The third advantage that a thanatophage possesses vis-a-vis their skill of necromancy is that they can often sense when the knowledge is there to be taken in the first. When a dead person desperately wants to conceal a certain fact from a thanatophage, they and the thanatophage in the necromantic interrogation, well, it's a question of necromancy against willpower. If the thanatophage wins, they can tell if the fact is there to be found at all. And once they know it's there, they'll eventually find it. Of course, most necromancers, the thanatophages in their practice, even if they don't know the fact is there for certain, spend a lot of time looking anyway. The search itself is usually enough to cause most victims, to yield up their secrets. If not, well, the search has its own rewards to a veteran thanatophage. The final advantage of a thanatophage is that they can take all the time they wish. Unlike living interrogations where the victim makes a lot of noise and might pass out from pain or simple blood loss, there be no escape for the dead. Eventually, unless the thanatophage themselves passes out from exhaustion, which I myself was witness to at times, well, everything will be found out. Of course, even if the thanatophage pushes themselves to collapse, they can return once they've recovered from the strain, which I have also been witness to. For the dead, there be no recovery. And as you might expect, there be drawbacks to necromancy as well. In order to tear the flesh apart, the thanatophage must be able to lay their hands physically on the cadaver at least the first time. Because of this, the chance to catch a nasty disease, well, that's already been mentioned. In this manner, The thanatophage is much the same as the thanatoscope, or the thanatophone, the speaker for the dead. They must make first contact with a dead person up close and personal. But unlike thanatophones, the people who are speakers for the dead, the thanatophages, lack the telepathic aspect to their powers. They cannot contact their targets from a long range. There are also dangers inherent in getting that intimate with someone who is poisoned. If the poison is long-lasting or very toxic, mercury, for example, thanatophage might well sicken or even die shortly after completing their interrogation. The psychological stress of tearing dead bodies apart causes lasting problems for some thanatophages. And, as one might expect, the art of necromancy is not terribly well received in most social circles, nor is grave robbing, so most thanatophages must be very circumspect about getting the subjects for their interviews. I had the dubious privilege of working with a thanatophage who needn't have worried about such limits. Michael Aquino went in with a full combat team like it was a SWAT operation, breaking into a mausoleum, and whoever dared to interfere would be arrested for trying to interfere with a matter of national security. Now, getting some input here. Gonna see if I don't know if I'm allowed to read this, so I'll just read it privately. Yeah. Yes, here we are. Okay. So, let me thank you for this. I'm not going to read this out loud unless I have permission. So I'll just leave that a private communication for now. Someone is sharing an experience about a person who is essentially a gifted thanatophage. And this individual was probably never recruited and trained to realize their full potential. But it sounds like they are a thanatophage. Such being said, again, I'll spell it for them later. Right now, back to task. It goes without saying that, as I said, because of getting subjects for their interrogations being very, shall we say, socially unacceptable, your average thanatophage, other than Michael Aquino, or other than someone directly employed in the service of their government, is going to be operating essentially as a terrorist. And indeed they are a terrorist of the dead. But additionally, well, although there's no feedback on ESP talents for such a skill, there are direct drawbacks as well. Thanatophages tend to go into a trance when they focus on their extrasensory abilities. It's as if the extrasensory stimuli completely eclipse the normal sensory stimuli. When a thanatophage is in this state, it can be difficult to get them out of it. Consider it a trance. And since thanatophages are very rare, well, it's something that, well, I don't know how far to go with this tonight. For the sake of my own emotional health, I've already been through a lot with the memories triggered by the death of James Rink. In terms of the alternative to a violent interrogation, there is the skill of the speaker for the dead, the thanotophone. Kind of a telephone for the dead, if you will. By the way, we're getting some interesting noises here. Somebody is sniffling. Let's check who's in on the call. Is that you, Brendan?
It's the souls of the damned that you sent to the other side. And what does that make you? Feeder of the living?
Yes!
Vampire.
Yes! Indeed! Indeed. Go on.
What right does, monster attack, monster versus monster? I don't think you have any right to say anything.
Well, surely, in terms of what I feed off on and what Michael Aquino did, bear in mind he was doing it almost gratuitously. He did not need it for sustenance. Indeed, it put his life, his health at risk every time he engaged in such interrogation. Rather, his thirst was for knowledge that he could steal. So, does that not put him on somewhat of a lower moral ground than myself? You don't need to answer that.
Disturbing the spirits. I'm not here to that. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Not defending you.
Yes, I understand that. By the way, you're being glitched. So,
I heard that.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you for a couple seconds.
Yeah, there you go. So, please repeat yourself so the audience can hear you.
I said I'm not here to judge, but I'm also not defending Q. Of course.
Understood. Thank you. Yeah. That's important for our listeners.
Yeah, you guys can be judged by the universe. That's fine with me.
No doubt that will happen. Indeed, I'm not quite sure. Yeah. I'm not quite sure it happens the way people expect. In Aquino's case, maybe you can explain to our listeners a little bit here, because good example is I was speaking to someone about Max Spears, and they were hoping that when Max Spears died, and he was saying, obviously one of the last words of Max Spears was to go find and contact Douglas Dietrich about Michael Aquino. Douglas Dietrich knows. Douglas Dietrich can help. And when Max Spears was saying this, he preceded it by saying that someday there would be a reckoning between himself and Michael Aquino. He said that during his interrogation in which he died. And this is on record. Of course, once he realized he was dying, that's when he asked people, please, for the record, he said, find Douglas Dietrich. And it was because he realized there would be no reckoning in this life between himself and Michael Aquino. However, a person I was speaking to was asking, saying their fervent hope was that there would be such a reckoning in death, and that now that Max Spears was on the other side, and theoretically Michael Aquino was as well, why would there not be a reckoning between Max Spears and Michael Aquino? I really didn't know how to answer this when I was confronted with this person's hope. I mean, this was a person who, by the way, just between you and I and everybody listening, Brendan, was an individual who actually was curious enough about Max Spears to contact Sethicus the Bozo. And when they contacted Sethicus told them, well, Max Spears was hovering over hell, and I saved him. I saved his soul by pulling him out of hell. And, of course, I was not only skeptical, but rather just contemptuous of this claim. And the individual involved was like, how would I say it? They couldn't understand why I wouldn't give Sethicus that. And I was like, first off, Sethicus never met Max Spears, but beyond all that, the absurdity I bring up just to emphasize, okay, that being context of, I'm not quite sure it's good context, but it's further context. Okay, how would you answer this person?
It's quite noble of him. It's quite noble.
Oh, come now. When Sethicus makes that claim, he's just trying to make himself look like a good Joe. We all know that. You and I know that, at least. And obviously, it's absurd. For one thing, it's just his way of exploiting Max Spears.
Well, we know you'd never claim to help people. You're definitely not going to retrieve anyone from River Styx. I know that.
Well, the way Sethicus expressed it, it's not like he even took a risk in his indulgent story, his self-indulgent fantasy. It's not like he said he put his own soul at some sort of risk. It was like he plucked him out as if he had a godlike power to do so. All that being said, however, so how would you?
Yeah, you didn't hear about him being the dragon mage, the white dragon mage, and all that.
Oh man,
He
tell
talks
us
about it like going off. It's just he just claims all kinds of stuff like that.
Oh,
Like he's the white dragon of the north, and he's reincarnated from Egypt, and he has this like special lineage, and you have to pay him $2,000 to learn about it.
Jesus Christ, man! How do I get into this scam? It's like we got to come up with something.
First, you have to believe your own shtick.
Does he really believe it? Does he really believe that shit when he says it? It's.
I mean, I can't speak for him, but he definitely wouldn't lower the price for me when I was trying to get that gold juice. So he must think he's the second coming or something.
God damn. Yeah. What's with these guys? They all think they're on a level. Fucking, Peter Moon with these.
I'm not to talk shit on him because I'm sure it'll get back to him somehow. Oh, he's talking shit about you, and I'll never get that gold juice again. But just my observation, like he always says stuff like, I'm this like dragon mage, and I'm like, in context to what I've been speaking of about the Draconians, and he just goes off on these tangents. But one time I saw him drinking some drink that was like in a plastic bottle, and it was some like shit you get at Winco, and I was like, all right, dude, come on. Like, dude, if you're gonna go through all this, like, in being like a Viking mage, at least like make your own drink or something, out of like tea, make your own tea. Jesus Christ. So that's kind of when it lost it. He lost the wicket for me.
Oh man.
Like if you're really like this like Egyptian reincarnation that has discovered the alchemical gold and all that shit, why are you drinking some like gas station drink? It's like that's when he lost it for me. So if he ever hears about this, I would tell him to his face, but he's not easy to talk to, like I told you.
Oh man. Oh,
like when I was trying to buy that gold serum that he has, I was like, can you just like give me half a bottle instead of charging me for the full 300? I just want to try it. And he said, no, I'm the only one on the plane that has it, and you'll never find this anywhere else. And I said, okay, like I saw you have some special, and he said, yeah, if you're a level 1 apprentice, you're a level 1 apprentice, you can get it half off. And I said, cool, sign me up. I thought it was like $5 a month, something like that.
Yeah, join the fan club. Go on. And
then I go into the website, and it's $2,000 something to do his level 1 apprenticeship, and it's like, dude, like come on, man, that's a lot of fucking money. To do what? Talk to him for hours at a time? That sounds like almost like a chore.
He ought to be paying you for that.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, in your defense, at least it's free. Shit, anyone talk to you for free. You don't get any helpful information.
Actually, talking to me is not for free. Look at the price you paid. Look at the price you fucking paid since talking to me.
Well, that was for helping you.
Yeah,
which
there you go.
I don't recommend. No offense.
No, nothing personal. I don't take it personally.
Yeah, nothing personal, but don't help Doug if you value his life. I think monetarily it's different, but if you like actually try and do something, then you'll never live a normal life. You'll get rockets shot at you, literally at you in your vehicle, while they're like it's something out of a video game. They were shooting bottles of chlorine gas or liquid chlorine. I'm not even joking. Like this is not
horrible.
A joke.
No, it's horrible. It's like danger cell lethal. It was intended to be lethal. The
or blind me or maim me permanently.
Yeah, which is just shall we put it this way?
Worse.
When an assassin fails to kill their target, the next best thing is blinding them, because in a practical sense, people who were not raised as blind, the adaptation to blindness is so difficult that for most people, being blind is as good as being dead. So it's a horrible thing to be blinded.
Yeah, not to mention having your face burnt off.
Oh yeah,
while you're
that.
at it, yeah.
Well, at least you won't have to look at it in a mirror. But
Right.
but all such being
But
said,
everyone else does.
yeah, everyone else does, and it makes it even more difficult for you to get help if you're in that condition. Yes, it's.
Yeah.
No, these fuckers were trying to condemn you to a fate worse than death if they didn't kill you. It's
Right.
horrible people, and
And the constabulary didn't do anything. They just said, okay,
yeah.
you know, make a report online later if you want. And get this shit, I went online to make the report, and it says your incident doesn't qualify for a report. Can you believe that shit? Talk about conspiracy.
Unfortunately, yes, I can believe it, but only because I am who I am and I've been through what I've been through. So yeah, otherwise, no, it shouldn't.
Well,
be
they probably told them I was with you or something.
No
They
doubt.
said, that's the vampire's guy.
Yeah, well, they know that.
Take that report.
Oh, they know that. They know that. And these were, and they try to dismiss it as, oh, they're just kids. They're just kids.
And when I didn't see the perp, they disappeared into the fog. Literally, an unholy fog emerged right before this incident.
Yeah.
And within seconds of me being alone, like I'm not joking, like within 5 minutes of my team leaving, then all of a sudden this fog rolls in, and then people are shooting pyrotechnic rockets.
Incendiary weapons. These are incendiary weapons.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And this is like,
and because I didn't see the perp, they just said, "Oh, it's just some kids, you know, whatever."
And
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
weren't
And there were multiple footsteps. There were multiple footsteps running.
Oh, it was more than one. It was a team.
Yeah.
This was literally a strike team assigned to take you out, dude. It was like,
So there you go.
oh, I'm just, there's no words.
So at least we could say it for the record, you know.
Yeah, no, it's, and it should be.
Even though it was caught on camera. It was caught on camera, but they, of course, there was no update as to who it was or if they could see anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Just, you know.
And of course, do they even care to try and find it?
Well, I demanded them to take a report, so we'll see if that ever comes. I doubt they'll do anything, like you said.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Yeah, it's such being said. I'm gonna try and spell this out for our listeners. I'll put it in the chat as well as in the text box. So while I'm attending to that, there's in context of us being shot at going through the tenderloin. Was this worse, or is it on the same level, or what? Please give us.
Well,
you know.
yeah, it was worse.
Yeah.
I mean, getting rockets shot at your face and potentially hitting open bottles of chlorine. You know, yeah, it's not. I mean, it was comparable.
Comparable, but, yeah, actually worse because you were actually in a sense where.
I was much more vulnerable because if something blew up, no one would be there to call for help.
Thank you.
I would just have my face burnt off, and that was it.
Well, your entire body could have burned if it went into the swimming pool. Was that swimming pool? Yeah, tell people about this. You were in an environment that was
like it was like a public pool area essentially. So it has like the machine, you know, the heater, and all the pipes and stuff that keeps the pool warm and filtered, you know, the filter section, but they keep the chlorine is just out in buckets, like open air, to keep it from, you know, building up chlorine vapor. So they kept it out in like a fenced area, but they shot the rockets directly into the fence area towards me and my vehicle. And and as I was walking to the vehicle, so this wasn't like a whoops, it like, it was some kind of, toy, like a firework, and it went the wrong direction. No, it was deliberately striking my vehicle and the chlorine and myself all in the same line of fire. So that's the best way to explain it.
What a nightmare. And that could have been the end of yourself in the most painful way imaginable. It's like, what I mean,
at the very least, it's terrorism.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Even if it was so-called a prank, quote unquote, that's still not.
Oh, that's bullshit.
That's not
bullshit.
What's the word for it? That's not innocuous, right?
Yeah. And of course
not talking
not.
like toilet paper or eggs here. This was like they could have blown me up.
Yeah. Yeah, literally, it's something that is it's just basically these people need to be tracked down and arrested, and they need to be, but it's not going to happen. Obviously, I'm speaking in the moral sense as
Well,
opposed to,
yeah, in the moral sense, but it was in the dark of night with the fog. The fog rolled in as well because they used whatever entities or whatever helped them
That's true.
do that.
Yes.
know,
Yeah.
because I mean, okay, if we're just going with the, what the police, what the constabulary was saying, oh, it was just some kids. It's like, then how do they have this mysterious fog follow them, and to where I couldn't even see people, literally.
Yeah.
Like, it could have been some kind of dark alchemy or some shit, some wizard or some shit. Like, I have no idea how that happened because there was no shell casings. I didn't see any, like, like, normally there would be like cardboard or something, showing these incendiaries, right?
Right. Of course.
But I didn't see anything, and I'm sure I won't see anything by the time I go back there, if I ever go back to that spot. So.
Yeah. No. It's and it happened just after the rest of the staff vacated, and you were technically off work, off the clock, technically, right? Or
Yeah.
coming,
or just the second the last person left,
yeah.
I heard explosions, and I walk out to leave, and just things are getting shot at me.
Yeah.
That's literally within, 5 to 10, at maximum 10 minutes, but it wasn't even that. It was literally 5 minutes.
No. And it's that is unspeakable, and they're definitely, this is professional level. It's almost like it's got to be professional grade conduct of the operation, even though the people conducting the operation itself were just essentially probably kids. You get what I'm saying? Certainly they were guided by an adult, and that makes this even more sinister. You talk about a monster, that's a monster.
Right.
And you know why he's so monstrous? Because if you had been killed, the kids would have taken the fall while the adult ran away.
Of course.
That's what makes this so unacceptable.
Yeah. And we definitely know that.
Yes.
That would be the case. Yeah.
And
they would catch the full thing. Of course.
Yeah. And so combine that with, shall we say, other things that have happened. The fire at the school, which they claim was a squirrel. You share that with our
there's so many things.
So many things.
Yeah.
It's...
Where the transformer exploded, and it shorted out the circuitry to the rest of the site, and it caught the library on fire. And then when the fire department came, they said, "Oh, it was just a squirrel. This power surge was caused by a squirrel." And I didn't see any evidence of, a charred body or flames or anything. It was just a mysterious, occult generated power surge that tried to blow up the building, literally.
Yes.
It's the only interpretation I could come up with. There's, logic be damned. There's no other explanation for that.
Thank you.
Because no other buildings were harmed. No other, like the houses around still had power, from what I was told. So talk about anomalous and targeted. So, yeah, there you go.
Definitely so. It's I'm just appalled and concerned, of course. I'm sure we all are. So try and make certain that you stay out of range. And of course, you're welcome.
I won't be needing to go back to that place. Yeah. So I won't need to return per se, but it's still not, doesn't make anything easy. It makes everything more difficult. But that's the intent, right?
Yes. And it's interesting. The most ideal illustrations I can find of Thanatos as a young boy, which is how classically he's conceptualized in Greek mythos. I'm not being allowed to access those illustrations. Instead, it's like going to different illustrations. Oh, you know what happened the other day when I looked up Outer Mongolia? Oh, I was trying to make certain that I was writing Outer Mongolia correctly in simplified Chinese. the Chinese that's used by the communists on the mainland, as opposed to traditional Chinese, which is used by Taiwan. When I put into the Google Translate Outer Mongolia, it refused to give me a translation. It said that we can't translate that because the communist Chinese feel that Outer Mongolia or independent Mongolia is an integral part of China. They won't use the term outer as extraneous to China itself. Imagine that. That's how much influence the communist Chinese programmers have, on some. It's outrageous. Outrageous. It's like what you said about Taiwan. When you look up Taiwan on their DeepSeek and shit. Yeah, tell people about that bullshit with what's been going on. At any rate.
Oh, it finally fixed it, quote unquote, which means
that's interesting.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, they glitched you again.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, they're trying to censor my response because we're talking about.
Yeah, believe that shit. Yeah.
Of course we can. Yeah, but basically, I think they quote unquote fixed it, or it's fully censored now. But early on with the DeepSeek, you could trick it into talking about like, the what was that? What where they blew up the guy with the tank? Or they ran him over.
Oh,
or
God.
Whatever. The guy stopped the tank.
Oh, right.
Tiananmen.
Yeah, Tiananmen
So you
Square.
can trick it into talking about Tiananmen Square. You can trick it into talking about Taiwan being independent. And then you could see it like censor itself. Like it starts glitching out and then it just says, Taiwan is not a recognized country. Like within seconds, it like deletes what it said. And then the censorship kicks in and says, Taiwan is not an independent country. So
Jesus.
there you go.
Yeah. What a load of shit. And all that having been brought up and broached as a topic. What are you doing to get some rest at night? Are there things that you can take at night that help you relax, like certain herbs or concoctions?
Of course, I'm using certain alchemical kind of regenerative things like that.
Cool.
But I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. And
I'm not going to give away my formulas anymore like I used to in the past.
Okay, that's understood.
Yeah.
Well, here's what you can do: start charging people.
Especially after what Brooke did with the millets. So
Yeah.
Well,
how about this? Why don't you open up a website where people pay and then they can get your recipes? Is there something you can do like that? Are you there? Jesus Christ. Oh, they glitched you. They totally took you out. Talk again, because whatever you said. Yeah, they censored you. Can you hear me? He might not be able to hear myself. Can anyone else?
I can barely hear you.
Okay.
Hear you.
God damn, they're fucking with you. They're really fucking with you.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, good. And I can hear you. Okay, so, yes.
Yeah, I said I'm exploring such avenues, but I haven't, I haven't decided as of yet as how much time and effort I want to put into that.
Yeah.
But as of right now, it's just, it's an experimental phase.
Yeah. Yeah. And, excellent. At least, at least work towards that. It's a concept to try and realize at some point. And then we've got to figure out something I can do to get some, income. Oh, so
we can't keep talking about it because they just steal the fucking idea.
They do. It's so true. It's so true. It's so true.
We had a private conversation about the t-shirts, and then all of a sudden,
you're
on a fucking t-shirt.
Yes, it's disgusting. It really is. Yeah.
Tell me that wasn't a rip. They deliberately ripped.
Oh no, it was awful. And it's but this goes on, and they really. And
it was wasn't it called something like Scum Vampire? It was like something ridiculous.
Yeah, it's likely what you said. It was like what you said, Vampire Scum.
Vampire Filth. It's like they just totally took everything. They took everything.
Yes.
And then made it like a gothic, style of, dark gothic clothing. They just took everything.
Yes. Yeah.
They didn't do a very good job.
But they took it. But they definitely stole it. They definitely stole it. But by the way, because I'm getting some questions about this while you're on, Brendan. Still, so what if this woman confronted you with this concept and hopefully was saying, "Oh well, is it possible that spirits like Max Spears can find justice in death, confronting a dead man like Michael Aquino? So do like ghosts go mano a mano with each other in this kind of showdown after death?" You know, tell us.
That would be incredibly rare. Typically, it happens in reincarnation. But for like infernal beings like Q and stuff, like they're not humans, so there's a whole different system in place for them.
Thank you.
So you would never like naturally encounter that being again unless something terrible has happened, like, you know, they open the portals to hell and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. That's,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, there's always ways to do that, but usually the spirits can, you know, they just, you know, amalgamate what they've learned and then carry it on, especially if they're actually human.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not speaking to any, like, whether they're human or not, these people we're talking about, but, you know.
Yeah.
There's, like, a lot to it, yeah.
Thank you. There's
no need for that, in other words. It would just be taken care of, you know.
Yeah, thank you.
In the karmic points, it would be taken care of as opposed to the being themselves having to deal with that. Kind of, you know.
There we go. Of course, to me it does. However, there are cases, are there not, where people do have showdowns in incarnations, like generations into the future of time. Like,
well, yeah, of course that happens. But those are usually human.
Yes, but as humans. That's correct, as humans. Yeah. And
or beings with enough power to reincarnate, you know, in certain circumstances.
Yes. Okay. So thank you. That's definitely
a lot of the time isn't like exactly. Yeah. Oh, did I get cut off?
You got cut off. Yeah, a lot of times it isn't exactly. Say it again. Yeah, can you hear?
Shit, sorry.
Oh
yeah,
man.
I said a lot of the times it's not exactly. Hello.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
a lot of the times the reincarnation is not exactly you know, in the cards for like the energy of a certain being. Like, you have to have a lot of energy and points to do certain things. You know, merit points. You know, we're talking like Buddhist merit points and stuff like that.
Excellent point. Sense. Absolutely. No, it does.
So if you're like, if you're devolving, then you have to go back to level 1 of the video game.
Got it.
Like that.
Yes.
So you don't have the choice to like sit there and fight someone later.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the beings that sort things, like Lord Yama, it's called, like the Lord of Death.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, Yamraj, or, you know, Yama. It's called in Japanese as well. It's like the Buddhist deity of death. You've heard of Lord Yama, right?
Of course, and the Yama kings, the kings of hell.
Yeah, King Yama. Yeah, so King Yama, he has like a whole legion that decides what happens after death. So it's not exactly in anyone's hands, per se.
Thank you, and a very important point. Now, there's certain things that since people are asking questions about it while you're with us, I do want people to know something I'd like your input on. Basically, yes, the National Guard shooting suspect is been arrested. He's being charged. He was, for those of you who don't know, part of a unit whose veterans have struggled in these United States that I actually have sympathy with. The individual in question...
Wait a minute. What?
Oh, yeah, I know. It's unbelievable, but you'll hear why. You see, the guy's name who shot the National Guard's people, the National Guard's persons or personnel, because the person who died was a woman. The man is still in critical condition. But the man who shot them was Ramanullah Lakhanwal. And he was part of a secret unit of Afghans who operated under CIA direction. He was
the CIA agent, exactly.
Yes, and he hunted down Taliban commanders in highly dangerous missions. These members were members of what were called zero units by Americans. In Afghanistan, they were officially named National Strike Units, albeit they were not officially recognized. They were among the most extensively vetted of any Afghans who worked with the American forces. The CIA officers hailed their bravery, their skill, their loyalty. The agency prioritized their evacuation from Afghanistan following the fall of Kabul in 2021, because of course they were primary targets for retaliation by the Taliban for death by public torture. In other words, they were sentenced to be publicly skinned alive. But since arriving in these United States, thousands of these Afghan veterans have lived in a legal limbo without work permits. They couldn't even feed their families because as refugee advocates...
Talk about making a deal with the devil. Shit.
Yes, well, that's what they literally did. According to the refugee advocates, Donald Trump has personally seen that they don't get anything. So their former CIA and military colleagues have appealed to Donald Trump, but he canceled any benefits awarded them by Joe Biden. He did so...
Well, I don't understand what that whole trip... Obviously, it's a political scheme, but it's like, if it's someone who is hired by the CIA, that transcends, like, the fucking president. I don't know why they have to say, oh, it was Biden's administration. I mean, these are, like, extra presidential entities, right?
Yeah,
like theoretically.
Your
like
point is well taken. You're actually he's right. Brendan is right. So continue.
So saying it's like a certain president's fault is so ridiculous. I mean, I don't think they even knew that was happening. Probably. Is that true?
It could very well be, but the reason that it's not in this case is because appeals were made to Congress to take action to resolve their legal status. Because
and they were honest about it. They just said, "Oh, hey, these are our CIA guys that we brought over."
Yeah, because basically what was going on was refugee advocates were pointing out that the lack of progress in that regard was driving these veterans to despair. And so what happened was that you had a confluence of two farces: the farce of these people being exploited, being given nothing, appeals being made to politicians who refused to give them anything, indeed revoke whatever benefits were awarded by one administration as soon as the next started, because we entered a Republican-dominated House and Senate. And the end result was the Republicans took away everything the Democrats gave them after the retreat. As for the National Guardsmen, this individual shot.
That's such a ripoff. What if they found out about the show? You know?
Yeah, thank you. No shit. Well,
like how bad they got ripped off.
Oh, dude, if only they knew.
Why not let them make chocolate?
Yeah, no shit. It's like, now as for the woman who died, the National Guards person who died, Sarah Beckstrom, her boyfriend told CNN that she felt her deployment to our nation's capital was pointless. So she didn't want to be there. This Afghan interpreted her and the other guy he shot as basically occupation soldiers. He was now in an occupied country that wouldn't let him work, and he couldn't feed his family.
My initial interpretation was that he was just an asset that they activated to perform a ritual on Thanksgiving.
Yes, he was obviously MK Ultra. Let's put it that way. He's an MK Ultra victim to do exactly what Brendan Zoget said. So, and yet the people he killed didn't even want to be there. Altogether, it's a confluence of farcical tragedy. There's no words. Where's the justice? What kind of society are we living in? You speak of, as bad as your experience was, hey, at least you're not the dead National Guards girl, and you're not this Afghan guy who got fucked up the ass after. I mean, it's like, I hope it makes you feel a little better by comparison. Learning of
course not.
No, yeah, I get it, but still, you know what I mean. It's like in a conceptual sense.
Well, at this point, the only thing I could really thank you for is I know not to get in a deal like that with these people.
Yeah, there you are. Thank you. That's true.
Every time someone says, "Why don't you join the military?" then I think of all the fucked up shit that Dietrich has said.
Thank you.
Why don't you love our military? And then I think of, oh yeah, those people.
Yeah. Were you able to hear what I said earlier about the Dozier dig? And it turns out our man, Troy Bellamy, actually has some relations who were impacted by that. He said, talking with my wife, her father worked at that Dozier Boys Home, and we have a family friend whose brother was a resident for a minute in the 90s.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yeah, so did you hear me talking to Troy earlier about this? The Dozier dig and the White House.
I heard you introduce the concept to him, but it
Okay.
sounds like he didn't know or he compartmentalized it because now he's finding out the true
Yeah,
situation.
yeah, yeah. And it's
But let's not speculate. Let him figure that
yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I mean, someone working there, that's pretty.
That's
Yeah.
not a place where you want to say, "Hey, I know
Yeah. Dude, did they cut you off?
a guy from."
Yeah. Oh, they
Oh
cut.
shit! They cut me off.
Yeah, they cut you off for a minute.
Yeah, they
there.
cut me off. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like.
Okay, so it's probably best that I don't say that.
Yeah. Okay, so look, we're sharing screen now. So just so I can show you, take a look at this. This is, of course, let's take a look at this here. So can you see these images?
Oh yeah, you showed us this earlier. What do I need to see?
Oh,
What
okay.
else
So
do I need to
you
see?
saw this already. So you saw this already.
Yeah.
And you saw these statues that they've made of these boys. You saw this when I was.
Yeah, this is shocking. I mean, this is like
Yeah.
eerie. This is sick. I mean,
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
like, statues of the boys and what they went through. I mean, I'm surprised that they're this public about it. I really am. I thought that, see this? I mean, to have statues this, the statues speak more than words. There's no words that do justice to what
Yeah.
the statues convey.
Yes.
So you saw all of this, and you saw when I was showing these guys, this poor guy, this is the room they kept them in when they refused to sex service the president and the White House. And these are survivors of this abuse. And this guy here, because they were orphans and had no names, you heard me tell Troy that when they asked to be given names, then the staff would fuck them over by giving them names like Dick Colin on the right. Poor son of a
Was that
bitch.
his name?
That's
His
his
name?
name they gave him. The Dozier facility gave him that name because he was an orphan with no name. So when he said, oh, I need a name to, now that I'm being released, they said, okay, we'll give you a name. You always take a dick up the colon, we'll name you Dick Colin. And that's the name this guy's been stuck with because since he's unemployable from all that trauma, that's how he gets his benefits. And to change his name would, cause a lot of complications. So he sticks with the name Dick Colin. I mean, talk about victimization that goes on forever.
Yeah, this is sick shit. Yeah. Okay. So that brings me to the question. I have a question for you, like an actual, secret document. What did you see? Kind of question, which I never usually ask you, or you know that.
Right.
Is all of this to, use these people, these trafficked people, to actually create a more powerful homunculus or some kind of alchemical creature?
That's a
Because
very...
why else have all this wanton death and destruction? And also your biosire, did he have some kind of desire to do that? Because, there was also, some aspect to it, of, when you kill a lot of people, you can use that energy, etc. Or maybe there were factions that were using that. But these are two different concepts, but I'm just asking.
No, absolutely. It's two different concepts. In a sense, it's the same kind of energy. And in a sense, it's a form of necromancy. But remember, as we said, with the children at the Dozier dig and the exploitation of the essence of the many of those children that died, were killed, what we're dealing with in that case is the exploitation of what Dr. Wilhelm Reich basically isolated as the orgone. And this is the sex magic that Aleister Crowley was working with, and L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Whiteside Parsons. They were all using orgone, only they were calling it thelema. Thelema is simply the technique of harnessing the orgone, but the orgone is what is being harnessed. So this is the basis of Western sex magic. So it's different from that created by large amounts of death. So when it comes to the large amounts of death that are generated in certain situations, the two most preeminent World War II examples are the Allies with the mass ritual sacrifices at Dresden, and certainly at other fire bombings, such as the firebombing of Tokyo, in which they're harnessing the generation of a lot of released life energy towards feeding their anti-gods. What Adolf Hitler was not working with intentionally, but what Heinrich Himmler was the harnessing of the energy released by the people in the death camps, replacing quality with quantity in terms of bringing back the elder gods to fight the anti-gods. Understand that in the sense of the kamikaze, harnessing that same energy was similar to the way the Viking are the Vikings, as is a horrible mispronunciation of the original term. Viking, the Vik, which is basically an adjective, means a proactive descriptive of to go out and Vic, which is essentially to, rape, kill, plunder, and all that other good shit. And it became essentially the descriptive for the Norse tribes that became known for what they did, the Viking. But among the Vikinger, or the Viking and the Japanese, was the understanding of self-sacrifice. When you sacrifice yourself, and you do so in the name of your ancestors or your gods, that energy helps to manifest the actions of the gods on earth. The mass sacrifice, or rather self-sacrifice, of the kamikaze was to raise the kamikaze, the divine wind, which wiped out the American fleet on Okinawa. And again, for those of you who do not know, the original Mongol fleet was wiped out by the kamikaze, the divine wind, as was the American fleet, which expended as much manpower, resources, and investment of time, energy, and personnel into the invasion of this small island, Okinawa, the capital of the Ryukyu's island chain, as they did at D-Day. And for that one little island that was the gateway to Japan, they parked all of their invasion forces to invade Japan. But it was wiped out by Typhoon Louise, the kamikaze, which prevented the Americans from invading Japan. The Americans just had, at that point, another factor in their losing World War II. All of this is extremely important, but it's completely hidden from your history. But that kamikaze, Typhoon Louise, was manifest through the self-sacrifice, the mass self-sacrifice of the kamikaze. When it comes to the mass self-sacrifice of the Viking, it was more individual, but they fed their soul to their gods. When it came to Heinrich Himmler, the bringing back of the elder gods was done through, of course, the self-sacrifice of the consecrated knights of Adolf Hitler, the SS, and, of course, through the added sacrifice of the people in the Totenslagen, or the death camps. This was to bring back, through a massive influx of energy, the elder gods, the gods of the Norsemen. And it's important to remember that Adolf Hitler himself was Roman Catholic. Matter of fact, he responded to the call for the crusade from the Pope. The Pope who called for an anti-communist crusade against the Bolsheviks of Joseph Stalin. And when Adolf Hitler responded to that call and launched Operation Barbarossa, named after the first great German crusader who could have saved the world, this is an example of Adolf Hitler's loyalty to the church, whereas Heinrich Himmler and the SS, the consecrated knights of Adolf Hitler, were following a more neo-Gnostic, neo-pagan spirituality. And whereas Hitler, as a Roman Catholic, forbade self-sacrifice or suicide attacks because of his Roman Catholicism, the Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsfuhrer, had the men of the SS, well, in a sense, despite their swearing an oath of loyalty to Adolf Hitler, their sense of spirituality allowed for self-sacrifice. And of course, they did so in a different cosmological context than was followed by Adolf Hitler. Beyond their forming suicide attack battalions, based on the Japanese kamikaze model, they also, in the death camps, the Totenslagen, harnessed the energy was generated by the death created in those camps to help break the barrier and return the elder gods into our universe. This is manifest by the resurgence in paganism, and especially the neo-paganism, which will ultimately probably be the salvation of Russia in its own sense once they overcome this phase of Satanism that they've fallen into, which, of course, is spearheaded by Alexander Dugin, the, well, man known as Putin's brain, the Rasputin of Vladimir Putin. And that having been articulated here in the West, the British had been sacrificing the lives of what amounted to ultimately 100 million Asian Indians over the course of the Raj. And this was harnessed as food for the anti-gods by, well, the Hellfire Club, which effectively ran England throughout the empire. The Hellfire Club consisted of many nobles who participated in the same sort of thelema that simply was made infamous by Aleister Crowley, a man who was kicked out of the OTO or expelled therefrom because he was so public about what was being done by the Hellfire Club. When it comes to what Michael Aquino taught me that just as the ancient Greek Empire was subsumed by the Roman Empire, and all the Greek gods became the Roman gods, because the Roman gods, as a purely military state along the lines of Sparta, they weren't spreading the light of civilization. It was more like Joseph Stalin. It was a garrison camp economy that was extended by conquest throughout the Mediterranean, that the Romans, well, it was so militarized, so Spartan-like in its simplicity, its brutal simplicity, that they had no gods of their own of consequence. Their entire pantheon was simply subsuming that of the Greeks before them, an actual culture and civilization from which they derived their sciences and their whatever enlightenment that they had. And as a result, all Greek gods were Romanized. When it comes to the British anti-gods, the Americans took them from Britain. And the Americans took them from Britain through their contest of firebombing. Who would ever firebomb the most civilians would ultimately gain the favor of the anti-gods. It was a race to the bottom. Well, a race to Infernus, or a race to the depths of hell itself. The British attempted to bomb and kill as many people as they could, as represented by their satanic overlord, Bomber Harris, the commander of the British Bomber Corps, who bragged when he was stopped by a policeman speeding while drunk. And the policeman, of course, couldn't arrest him because he was a highly commissioned officer considered essential to the war effort. All the policeman could do was reprimand him. If you keep driving drunk at that speed, you'll kill someone. And he boasted right then and there, I kill tens of thousands of people every goddamn day. So when it comes to the feeding of the anti-gods, the British didn't have the advantage of firebombing in Asia, whereas the Americans carried out firebombing campaigns in Europe and in Asia, and ultimately produced at least twice as many casualties as the Brits. The Americans gained the favor of the anti-gods. This was their equivalent of the Roman Empire taking the gods of ancient Britain. The Americans stole, the gods of ancient Greece. The Romans took the gods of ancient Greece, the pantheon thereof, but the Americans stole the gods, the anti-gods of Great Britain, or the Greater British Empire, especially those mass fatalities produced before World War II, steadily sustaining those anti-gods, were produced by the Raj, which ultimately killed, over the course of the history of British Imperial India, 100 million Asian Indians. Then add that to the time of World War II, the British just couldn't keep up with the industrial scale mass extermination of the Americans. Matter of fact, a good example of what happened to the first Roman Empire as a result of their stealing the Greek gods. At the time that there was a transition, as Roma was still in the process of absorbing whatever culture that it would ultimately have from the Greeks, they were at war with Carthage. And when they were at war with Carthage, the Carthaginians, several times, under Hannibal, almost destroyed Roma in its youth, in its period of establishment. And the Romans ultimately responded with a genocidal campaign. And when they invaded North Africa and defeated Carthage, sacking the city of Carthage, selling all of its women and children into slavery, after slaughtering every man alive, they salted the earth so that nothing would ever grow there again. The Roman equivalent of a salted nuclear bomb. It was their version of deployment of a thermonuclear weapon, leaving nothing but a blasted heath for almost the next 1,000 years. When they did this, they were in service unto the ancient Greek god of Ares in particular. And in fact, it said that the body of the god Ares, the actual physical embodiment, not a statue, but an actual organic body that didn't decay, but was in a state of death that did not die. This body of Ares was taken from Greece and is buried somewhere under Roma. This resulted, along with the sacking of Carthage, in an attempt to reanimate that body, to bring that god to literal life as an embodied titan. This attempt, through the mass extermination of the Carthaginians, resulted in the curse of Roma. From that point forward, Roma would forever be at war. And this was their appeal to the god Mars, as they Latinized Ares. That resulted in a perpetual state of service unto Mars by a perpetual state of war. And Roma was thereafter forever at war, not just through the collapse of classical Roma, but all through the Byzantine era, all the way through to the time of Mussolini, the first stable Italian government that has existed as the longest lasting Italian government in Italian history. No Italian government has ever lasted as long as the Mussolini fascist regime. Every government thereafter has been quickly voted out of office. Italy still being in a perpetual state of war with itself politically, if not in a sense of physical combat. It being said that it was Mussolini himself, actually, who lifted the curse of Mars and at last brought Italy to a state of at least transitional peace, even though for a while there the communist insurgency was so violent that the Pope was actually considering relocating, and an American Pope, for the first time in history, was considered a potential, simply because it was considered better that the Pope be relocated as the papacy to the United States at the time that the communist insurgency was at its peak in the days of post-war, post-prosecution of proactive hostilities. Italy in the 1950s and 60s, more into the 70s and 80s even. But now that's finally been realized, in a sense, with an American Pope in Italy itself. All this being said, that curse of Mars, if you will, has transitioned along with the anti-gods of Britain to the United States in its perpetual state of war and its new alliance with the Satanists of Russia. This is the situation we find ourselves in. This is why Michael Aquino, of course, on my very birthday, Eve Day, October 19th through October 20th, he went to Wewelsburg Castle in his attempt to conduct a ritual on behalf of the United States to prevent the Norse elder gods from returning and thereby maintain the reign of terror of the anti-gods. So when it comes to this situation, it's a cycle that can only be broken through recognition of the problem and a recognition that our real terrorist network that operates against humanity is that of the cult of the kings of Edom and these anti-gods. This is something that once you have this recognition of the problem, then we can aspire towards the solution. So does that help to put things in context or raise any other questions, Brendan?
No, that makes plenty of sense. And yeah, it answers my question quite well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And
Doesn't mean it makes sense to someone like me, but as far as motivations.
yeah, well, the motivations are a sense of favor.
Inhuman motivation. Yeah.
Yeah, well, for the humans involved, they have a sense of favor by the anti-gods. They believe that they will be blessed when the anti-gods break through, even more so than they already have. Here we are. Now, this is important. Tell us about this. This is important.
This is breaking news.
Yes. So share this with our listeners. Tell us what this says. This is from the German news, so it's
yeah. I haven't even read the article yet, but here's what it says. Australian police say they've charged 4 men based out of Sydney's suburbs for their alleged involvement in distributing images of child sexual abuse involving satanic themes to a wider international group.
A satanic child sex abuse ring. Go on.
Yeah, they've charged 4 men operating out of the suburbs to an international criminal gang sharing images of these abuses involving symbols linked to Satanism on the internet. There you go.
Yeah, to say the least. Yes, this is like it's a and it's talk about a reinforcement of.
This is a quote from the police officer spokesperson is named Jane Doherty. She said, "Police will allege in court that this international group were engaging in conversations and the sharing of material which depicted child sexual abuse and torture of children involving symbols and rituals linked to Satanism and the occult," she said. So they're pretty open about it, I guess. It seems to be.
Yeah, thank you. And well, this reinforces what we've been talking about. And that this should happen after we're told
Nemo better clear his hard drive.
Yeah. Yeah,
but anyways, that should scare him if he's still listening.
Oh, dude.
But he had nothing. Don't worry, he had nothing. Just a file he wouldn't show me.
Yeah, well, we know what was on it. It's all child fucking sex anime at least. And probably some real shit. You know, that guy was. It was at any rate. That's just based on what we saw. Which, by the way, Aristides saw more than you and I did. He was actually showing Aristides something, or rather, Aristides caught it on the computer screen when he was showing off his computer to Aristides, and pretty much confirmed that he had a hard drive full of, child porn.
Sus shit,
Yeah, young boys in particular. Yeah, in fact, we could tell people when we went to Japantown, there was one corner that nobody was lurking in within the, what would we call that store with all the anime and manga? Kinokuniya books, but it's their specialist section.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it was, there was one section.
Specialist. Yeah, it was a specialist section, all right.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a specialist section of the specialist section that was dedicated to anime and manga and various popular
that's right.
cultural art.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was one corner.
It was like the
yeah.
Japanese section and the illustrator books.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yes. Graphic. Yeah.
Graphic novel shit.
Yeah. Not necessarily in the negative sense, but there was one area that was pretty negative, and that was the area nobody was hanging out in. But that would have been Nemo's area.
Well, that was where like the yaoi was and all that shit. Yeah, it's like you don't want to get caught over there like, looking at that shit. Buying that shit.
That's what Nemo was into. Explain the concept of yaoi to our listeners, please. Not the god Yahweh.
No, yaoi.
Yaoi.
It's just
yaoi.
It just means like young boy or something. It's just a sick version of. It's actually a form of hentai, but it's just they have all these niche things, and that's like one of the worst ones. It's I can just look up the meaning because I'm sure there's plenty of enthusiasts.
Mm-hmm.
A genre of fictional media like manga and anime that is focused on a romantic or sexual relationship between male characters. There you go.
There we are. And
also known as boy love.
It's someone who loves boys. Yeah, that's
and it says here. I mean, this is obviously just to make themselves feel better. Whoever
wrote this.
Whatever Wikipedia article they got this from.
Yeah,
it's typically created by female authors for a female audience.
That's a load of shit. But
or this part's true. This part they like messed up the context, but this part's true. It says that's referred to as fujoshi. Yeah.
Thank you.
But that's not yaoi. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And
it's an acronym. It's a Japanese acronym. This part I didn't know. I don't know if it's true, but it says no climax, no point, and no meaning. That's what the acronym means. No modern stories have plots. So it's basically just a visual, just porn, basically.
There you have it. Yes. Yeah. And so all such being expressed in terms of...
Well, here's a whole article. What is it? Why do people hate on it so much? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonder why. I wonder fucking why. Why do so many guys hate it? Because it's
actually okay. Let's put that in context. First off, that statement is a load of shit. Rather, the question would be, why do so many guys love it and can't get enough of it?
Right.
And why is it so fucking popular that it even has a corner in the store that we went to? The demand is high enough where space in a very limited space where the publications cost hundreds of dollars each, you still have a section for that. That's how high the demand is. So, all this bullshit about...
and even the hentai was smaller than that section. It was like a little stack.
Yes.
The rest of it was all that sus shit.
Yeah, thank you. Because, we're in San Francisco. What else would it be?
Right.
Such having been said,
like that guy that started K-pop.
Yes. Yeah, you can tell people about that. That's he was actually San Francisco. He's actually a San Franciscan. Tell people about that.
Apparently. So the producer that produced J-pop and K-pop originally in the 90s, like the big bands, he was from San Francisco. He's like a successful version of Doug. He grew up in San Francisco to rich parents and then went and screwed up the youth over there.
Yeah.
And people claim he was a pedo, but I think he was just gay, super gay or something. Because those, he created that whole genre of what do we call them? They're not lady boys, but
pretty boys. Like they're definitely pretty boys. Yeah. And
the music sucks, so it's not for the music.
Okay, well, we've been on for 5.5 hours, and it's heading towards midnight. We could kind of wrap up for tonight, or do people
I
want
mean,
me to
you
go?
do whatever you want. I don't even want to be here. It's just I'm just here, and it's just like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back.
Especially after you almost got me blown up. It's like, why am I even fucking here? Just so
because
they,
because
you know.
because you know that well, say what you were going to say first. Say what you were gonna say, because what?
I was just gonna say so they could try again. You know, it's like I don't want that,
But then,
fuckers.
yeah, I understand you don't want that. That's a given, but it's because you're here because you know you could make a formal announcement that you're severing with me. You could write an essay,
Yeah, in
and
fact, I'm doing that now,
yeah,
and I'm
yeah,
writing the essay.
yeah,
Yeah,
and you know, because this already happened in a sense, they are just gonna take that as even more of a motivation to go after you because that's the kind of piece of shit they are.
wait, I couldn't hear you for a few seconds.
Okay,
What was that?
it's and we know that even if you were to do that, it would only be their rationalization to go after you even more because we know that's what happened with Miguel Andahar when he was trying to recruit you and you just said, look, I don't want to be part of this at all. I don't want to help Doug. I don't want to help you. And if I help you, what do I get out of this? And there's no response. So you say,
Yeah.
fine. And you pretty much indicate there's no point in my helping you or Doug. And you just try to go off on your own, but they wouldn't let it happen. It's just,
Yes.
yeah, they, in other words, you know that you can try to say, look, I'm done. I've turned in my essay, and they'll still go after you because they don't believe
like
you.
it's an assignment.
Yeah,
I turned in my essay.
yeah. It's like, and they won't have it.
What would be the prompt? Why do you hate Doug? You know, like what did he do this time? Yeah.
Yeah, and your response would be, what didn't he do?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Write a
like,
whole book at this point.
yeah,
Or I guess that's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for me to say, I'm gonna write his book.
yeah. There you
Which
go.
I'm not.
There
Which
you
I'm
go.
not.
Oh,
Caveat.
by the way, I want to
Yeah.
thank contributors aside from Claudia Romberg in Austria. How do we say that? Österreich? Is that correct?
Österreich.
Österreich. Aside from Claudia Romberg in Österreich with $50 aside from our dear brother from another mother, Stephen Myers in New York City with $70, we have contributions from two wonderful people, and that one of them, of course, if I can just remind myself of, well, one of them is Aaron Tice, and Aaron Tice has contributed 100 United States dollars. Bless his heart. And so I don't know if there's a message from our dear Aaron Tice, but he contributed that to my personal PayPal account, as did Matthew Bush, who contributed 25 United States dollars. And he says, love you and all the crew. We love you in return, dear Matthew Bush. We love you in return, Aaron Tice. What incredible individuals that I have standing by my side, along with Brendan Zoge, who has contributed time and energy. And, of course, our incredible Aristides. Aristides, of course,
No
also...
need to thank me, please. I insist.
Yeah, I know, it only makes it worse. Your life's hard enough. I get it. I get it. An element in my doing that is pure sadism, I must confess. So, look, everybody, we'll return to talking about espionage and Esper talents on Wednesday night. It'll be here before you know it. And so, you know, we have these incredible people. And again, I want people to know that the only reason I was able to make Rent was due to the last minute contribution of Claudia Romberg. The rest of the contributions came right after that. Her contribution even left me with enough to refill my paratransit card, which I'll desperately need this month, because, of course, of the emergency room and the result in the fact that they're going to, well, I have to go get my allergy shots once a week for about 8 weeks. So, fuck, that's about 2 months that I'll be needing a
Oh,
loaded
yeah, I
pair of
totally
tools.
forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you can have fun with that. Yeah. So yeah, our man Brendan. If it weren't for Brendan, I know this sounds weird, but I never would have consciously understood why I was in so much pain. Basically what happened was, this was after I was treated.
Like some medical treatment that is, where they don't even know what's going on.
It's, both Brendan and I are convinced that the nurse misadministered. This particular nurse. There's all kinds of different nurses on the staff.
Oh, I guarantee it.
Yeah,
I guarantee it.
yeah. I agree. At any rate, believe me.
But obviously, we can't make these claims.
Yeah. It's we're not making a legal claim. It's just, let's just put it this way. This is obviously what happened.
Something went wrong.
It's so I've been getting allergy shots, and what happened was the old formula expired. They brewed a new batch, which, because it's fresh, is of course more potent, and they want to take precautions. So they were supposed to cut my dose in half and give it to me much sooner, in terms of I was plateaued at a level of getting one shot a month of crushed dust mites and dust mite blood and dust mite shells and shit, and this being injected directly into my body to immunize me to my environment, because the crypt is old. The building is so old from the old gold rush that it's seething with dust mites in the walls. So to immunize me from my own environment when I'm here, they basically administer these shots. And so with the new batch, they were supposed to give me half dose and then another higher dose within 5 to 14 days. And so the nurse seemed quite slovenly, quite unattentive, very unfriendly, unlike any of the other nurses I normally dealt with. Didn't offer me, didn't check to see which arm was the right arm, because I switch arms every time I get these shots, all this other shit. And we think she administered the full dose. And what happened was my body responded by going into anaphylactic shock. So I wound up, by the time you sit there for half an hour to see if a reaction happens, and it didn't on site the clinic. Of course it wouldn't. And then as soon as I went home, it began to impact me while I was opening my door to the crypt. And that's when all, the winds of the dust mites come out at you, and the shot hit me. And
they came back for vengeance. And shit.
Yeah. The souls of dead dust mites came to impact me. Anyhow, I realized I was mouth breathing, so I said I'd better take another Zyrtec, another antihistamine, and found that I had trouble swallowing it. At that point, I realized I was in trouble. Then I called the
the least. Isn't that thing the size of a rice grain or something?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so when I'm having difficulty swallowing a pill the size of a rice grain, this is serious. So I called the ambulance and fire department. San Francisco, the emergency medical response is subsidiary to the fire department. And so what happened was, when I called them, I was supposed to inject myself with my ephedrine, or I think it's called ephedrine pen, adrenaline, and ephedrine. No, that's like a brand name for a painkiller, isn't it?
The brand name is EpiPen.
EpiPen, yeah, it's called EpiPen, but it's short for
it's epinephrine.
Epinephrine, yeah. And so,
which is chemical adrenaline.
Yeah. By the way, Trump says I guess I'm getting medical news because we're talking medical. So the fucking AI responds to that. Trump says he'll release MRI results, except he doesn't know what part of his body was scanned. How do you get an MRI and not? That's total body. I was about to say that's total body, ain't it?
He's just full of shit. They don't scan when they're implanting fucking, the essence of children into you to make you live longer.
Adrenochrome.
You don't need a scan for that. Or it's beyond even adrenochrome. This is like the full serum.
No, it's stem cells. Yeah.
But in the worst way.
Yeah. They're taking the actual essence of, Yeah, he gets children ground up in his shots. I get dust mites. He gets kids. Yeah. Right? Anyhow,
Well, I don't know. I'm not his doctor, but yeah, I'd assume.
At any rate,
I'm sure it's more hideous than we could possibly imagine.
yeah,
Right?
there you go. And
I mean, there's a bunch of anime that show it, like what these people are doing.
it's true. Yes, that's right. The Japanese know. They know.
Yeah.
And
It's not pretty.
yeah. Anyhow, so like I said, so when I called the ambulance, I didn't do the shot. I was supposed to do the shot while waiting for them, but that was stupid because the ambulance was going to be there any minute, and I'm talking to the dispatcher, and she's basically holding my hand while waiting for the ambulance telephonically. And then the ambulance arrives, and of course, as I expected, let them do the fucking shot. Why should I do their work for them? And so then in the ambulance, they administer the shot. And so they give me a big dose of adrenaline on one arm and a big dose of Benadryl in the other arm. And they essentially treat me in the ambulance en route to the hospital. Really, there was nothing more the hospital really could do after that, since the ambulance did it all. So they just monitored me while giving me 3 doses of steroids, a triple dose of steroids, to bring the inflammation down, which I'm sure helped immensely, as well as a big ibuprofen before I left. I've got a whole story about being in the hospital. Like, the doctor was just going to abandon me there overnight because I needed the doctor's permission to leave. But I caught her while she was dealing with a much more serious case next to me. Well, I could have died, but, at any rate, I was saved by the treatment in the ambulance. But what I couldn't understand is all the while I was at the hospital, I was in agony. It was like I was on a torture rack, but it was Brendan who put that into perspective. It was the rebound from the adrenaline. Otherwise, I never would have thought because nobody could explain it to me. I was like writhing in agony, and the fucking nurse just thought I was bored and doing some kind of weird yoga or some shit. When I'm contorting in pain. But when I talked to Brent about it, he explained, that's the adrenaline because it's the equivalent of my having run a marathon, and then all that lactic acid.
Yeah, all in 1 second.
Yes, thank you.
A few minutes. Yeah.
All that lactic acid purging out of my body. Anyhow. So there you go with that. And now because of this incident,
And the fact that none of those people knew that is just shocking. Like, I get it that they're like overworked, but damn.
Oh, it was like, I asked the guy and he didn't know. It was just, there's a lot of these people, they just are
Or
not.
the EMT was like so untrained that he overdosed you, but that could also be an option.
Oh, I'm certain he did. He did. I mean, these were just, nothing against these guys. Look, these guys, compared to what I've experienced with some crews, these guys they're just okay Joes, Three Stooges, but they're okay Joes. I mean, so of course,
side effects of adrenaline are temporary, and they're experienced as part of the fight or flight response.
Jesus. Yeah, well, I wasn't fighting or
fun.
Yeah, I wasn't fighting or flighting. I was
tremors, restlessness, sweating, dizziness.
Yeah, with me, it was just agony. I was just like, I couldn't. No matter what position I got in, it was painful. It was no fucking fun. Anyhow, I'm there like contorting like this, and it's like, and then the nurse asked me if I'm bored.
So here's what the scheme is. They don't want to discourage people from taking it in a life-threatening situation.
Yeah.
So they say, important note: benefits of using it in a life-threatening situation like anaphylaxis outweigh the risks of side effects.
Of course.
So they don't want people to be discouraged. So they're not telling the full story in these side effect
descriptions. The side effect fucking hurts. It's no fucking
pain, tingling, numbness.
Well, with me, it was just pain. It was just pain. It's just
I see why they scrub it so they don't like scare people.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. It's
adverse effects, hyperglycemia, tachycardia, arrhythmias. It sounds pretty rough.
It's no fun. But
hemorrhage with large doses, bolus doses, meaning like extremely large.
Jesus Christ! Well, fuck. Hopefully, All I can say is
hypertension and intracranial hemorrhage.
God damn!
So don't take too much of it.
Yeah. By the way, Sammy Romero, if you want to come on and say goodnight, please do so. You know, we always love the sound of your voice. He says, "Good night, Doug. God bless. We love you dearly. Share that love with all your loved ones. Most blessed be, Sammy." And with that, we probably should be checking out soon too. And but we certainly made our point. Many points tonight. We'll be making. Hey, look, Aristides dropped from the call. Oh, we love you, Aristides.
He did his bit. He did his bit.
Yeah, and we'll be speaking again of these other types of psychic talents when we return on, Wednesday night. We'll be here before you know it, and I haven't gone into the full story of all the, the morbid entertainment you could derive from my comedic experience with the emergency room visit due to being essentially overdosed in the allergy sense and being pushed into anaphylactic shock. Here's another screenshot from Heather. Let's read this. This is like, is this a joke? Is this okay? So what do you think of this, Brendan?
I'm not reading it.
Okay, so first off, it's Super Soldier live streams. Oh, this is something somebody entered in the chat, and they call themselves James Ring. So unless James Rink changed his name to James Ring, this is some sick joke. Some guy saying he's James Ring, using James Rink's picture. He claims, "I'm back, and I want to clear up a few things. First, I did not have a heart attack. I was hit with a scalar weapon that reduced my heart function by about 30%, leaving me temporarily unproductive." The first thing I think of when a man says that is he's jacking off and nothing ejaculates. "If I do any kind of physical activity, my pules, Pules. Yeah.
I mean, this is obviously a troll.
This is remote suggests...
It's a troll.
Yeah, it's a troll. This was a result of interference from aggressive AI that exerts control over this planet. Oh, thank God. That explains my porn ad addiction. Anyhow, the secret space program factions...
Yeah, you can't blame that on AI.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I don't prefer...
If anything, it tries to discourage you, like what happened with the TV.
Oh, yeah. Fucking Brendan. In my home. "Let's turn on this old TV, Doug. It's this classic Hitachi. This belongs in a museum. I can make it work." I said, No, my mom will come crawling out of that thing. You've seen the Ringu franchise. She'll Ringu me. I'll be dead. And then,
And sure enough.
Later on, he's gone. I can peacefully cruise for porn. Bigger than whale shit. I get this big AI-generated image of big tits Asian woman crawling out of a Hitachi. Brendan saw it.
The tube TV, out of the tube TV.
Yeah. And my dick shrivels instantly in my hands, and I'm cursing Brendan Zoget. Fuck you, Brendan. Fuck you. That's the Dietrich Arnold.
Yeah, I didn't generate it.
Yeah,
someone did.
Yeah, but in response to you. It's a Dietrich Arnold cooperating with my dead mother on the other side to torment me. At any rate, so, okay. There we are.
Okay, also, Heather, this is like 10 days ago at this point. 8 days ago.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God.
So I don't think he's survived this.
Yeah.
If this is him, I don't think it's him.
Oh, the first one's October 27th. Screenshot's October 27th. I mean, the first, not the screenshot, but the actual post is dated October 27th. The next one,
November 27th. The second one, November,
Yeah, 22nd, which, So, it might have been saying this stuff, and he might have changed
I don't understand if this is, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. Why would they try and kill him after all these years? It's like, he already said a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
It seems like a waste of time.
Not only that, whatever shit he said was just that. Shit.
Yeah.
It's not like this guy.
True.
Why does he keep sending us this? Okay.
Yeah, did you hear what I said earlier? I said, what kind of picture is this where you look like the normal person? I mean, that's bad.
Thank you. I appreciate
when
that.
When you look like some kind of wholesome, regular human, I'm like, okay, this is a bad photo. These people are, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Something's really wrong.
Yeah. The overwhelming majority of them were exuding. Actually, you know who took
Dark
the picture?
auras and shit.
Yeah. You know who took the picture? It wasn't Max Spears. It was Sarah Rachel Adams. I'm pretty sure of it now that I think of it. It was
Well,
Sarah.
then who was that dark-looking chick in the back that looked like she was about to like
Fuck, I'd have to look at the photo
transform and shit?
God damn, let's look at the photo again. And maybe I'll have to correct what I said. Let me take a look at the photo. Here we are. So when I look at the photo again, dark chicken. Well, the only chick I see is Haley. So it's Haley.
Yeah, that
and then,
person.
And then that's Haley Mayer. Yes, she's the blonde at the head of the
Yes.
table. Yeah, whereas the and you're right.
Exuding dark energy.
Yeah, yes. And yeah, she looks pretty sinister there, doesn't she? She can look pretty sinister. And of course there's her
Not just sinister, but like that's like, you know,
she does look.
that's not human.
Yeah, she does have that. It's true. There's an element there.
And then Jabba the Hutt over here, and whatever this guy is.
Yeah, that's James Rink / You can look at his arrogance, this psychotic arrogance in his face.
Yeah, he's a nutter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's just.
But like I said, it's bad when you look like the normal person. Like
Thank
you're
you.
just, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. All the rest of them,
a regular Joe out for dinner, and then everyone else is like looks like a fucking anime villain.
Yeah, you're right. They don't look normal. None of these people look normal.
No.
Yes.
No. And the table in front of them looks like they were.
Oh,
like,
it
you're
looked-
the only civilized eater. What's fucking going on?
Thank you. You notice everyone else's dish looks like dead
Like
infant
destroyed.
parts. It's like dead
Yeah.
infant parts. They've been eating dead babies. They all look like they've been eating dead. It's like their food is unidentifiable. Their food is literally unidentifiable. Whatever the fuck they were eating, it's like they licked their fucking plates. Their plates
Yeah,
are
it's
like
shocking.
smeared with blood. Their plates are smeared with blood. I might tell people I'm not lying. Tell them it's like,
Yeah, I know. I see it. It's something strange over there.
yeah, it's yeah.
And hers is like she's already digging in while you guys are waiting to be served. She's like already eating.
Yeah. That's
Freaking Jabba the Hutt.
yeah. Jabba the Hutt meaning Lorian Ann Fenton. Yeah, which is an insult to
Or
poor Jabba
whoever
the Hutt.
that is. Who is that?
That on the lower right hand
Yeah.
corner. That's Lorian Ann Fenton. That's
Oh my god.
yeah, and
Shocking.
yeah, and Jabba the Hutt is like he's cuddly compared to her, dude. Yeah, it's
Right.
yeah, and there's no describing
Are
it.
you?
Yeah.
Who's the salacious crumb in this photo?
Yeah, well, in terms that's James Rink. That's James Rink.
Yeah, there you
son of
go.
a
There you
bitch.
go.
But as for Lorian Ann Fenton, you can't see it. She's sitting on two chairs. They had to find two chairs that didn't have arms, that didn't have armrests, so she could sit her
That's crazy.
one butt cheek on each chair. It's a reason why she has trouble flying. She takes up two seats, and they ought to charge her twice to take a flight because she takes up two seats.
Who's this other guy? It's shady as hell.
Yeah, you mean the guy next to her right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
James Casbolt / Michael
And
Prince.
is that like an actual child? There's a child there.
Yeah, behind him. That's
is
the
that?
child
Yeah, what
he
is
had.
that?
That's Dresden. That's Dresden.
It's a child?
Yes,
Oh
that's
my
that's
God.
that's the product. That's the product of the union between Haley Mayer and Michael Prince. Actually, his real name's James Casbolt, which is confusing because I kept thinking James Rink, but it's James Casbolt in his case. James Casbolt / Michael Prince. Yeah, and so they both had the name James, like they were both James Bond. They both think they're James Bond, but they're really think of another James that's much more dorky and stupid than James Bond, and we've got more of the vibe. Yeah, at any rate, yeah, what a crew. And so yeah, it was Sarah took that picture, and I remember distinctly now. I can't remember whether Max Spears was with us at that time. I don't believe he was, and in that place. But all such being said, you like how when I was talking about this and Troy Bellamy, just asked.
I like
flat
how
out.
even
Yeah.
I like how even Christy says it's an unusual picture.
Yeah. Oh, she's
Her
she's
description.
Oh shit! I didn't notice that. I didn't even notice that. Yeah.
Unusual picture.
Yeah. That's from Christine Joanna Hart. There we are. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, it's
Unusual.
unusual. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. She says unusual picture, courtesy of James Rink on left with James Casbolt and his wife Haley Mayer. Yeah, I know she doesn't mention me by name.
Of
What the
course
fuck?
not. Of course
Yeah,
not.
yeah. It's and
But
well,
I think your photo says it all. It's like, when the vampire, demon looks normal compared to all those other people. Like you make them look human. That's how bad they are. Like Jesus.
You mean they make me look
you
human?
you look human compared to them.
Yes,
It's
thank
like,
you.
that's how bad it is. Yeah, so it's no good. There's also something else about the photo that I'll tell you privately.
Understood. But definitely, it is disconcerting when you look at the table. There's something seriously wrong because the contents of the table look in such disarray. And what's really weird is that I'm the only one left with food on the plate. You notice everyone else's plate is clear. Like, how hungry were these people that they devoured everything in front of them? Granted, I'm a vampire and food is not the same for me as it is for others, but still, you don't normally see a table full of people where everyone has cleaned their plate. That is really weird. So,
and it looks like you just got served, and then everyone else was like, I don't know, like just going for it.
Yeah,
like,
just going for it. Like
they were crazed.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Is that really how it happened, or you just kind of didn't pay attention?
I didn't really notice at the time because, I was my mind was on other things. Trying to get in good with Haley for purely selfish reasons. But at the same time, it's just weird. It's just weird. And not only that, but nobody's fed the child. The infant child has no food. You'll notice is just sitting there with, like ignored, like placed to the side, like luggage.
Almost like it was disappearing into the background.
Yeah. Hidden by, completely overshadowed by the father, is his progenitor.
And you know what they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words.
Yeah, the only service that James Casbolt / Michael Prince is providing there is acting as a barrier between that infant boy and Lorian Ann Fenton, who would have devoured it.
Well, I thought you were going to say yourself. But...
yeah.
Same concept.
Well, kind of different, but But anyhow, if you were in front of Lorian Ann Fenton, she would have devoured it along with everything else on her plate. Oh God. Okay, now I'm entering into post-traumatic stress disorder again, so I'll have to just click this shut. And okay, everybody, we've.
Well, at least you outlived that creep.
Yeah,
was celebrating your own way.
Yeah. I guess that's a good point. Good point. Poor son of a bitch. Yeah, that James Rink. What a miserable, wretched life experienced by a victim who became a psychotic fantasist. But then again, that's the cycle of violence, and you produce monsters of a different sort. He was like we said, what do you call that? The Jabba the Hutt puppy that again scrim.
Salacious Crumb.
Salacious Crumb. Yeah, he became Salacious Crumb to Lorian Ann Fenton. Poor son of a bitch.
Which, by the way, like anyone who knows that reference is absolutely out of their mind. That's like such deep Star Wars lore.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
You know who you are.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Like you have to read the books to even know that guy's name.
Thank you. That's just the fact that we've had detractors, using that name. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, it's the creature who's like the puppy of Jabba the Hutt, right? Or Jester.
Yeah, it's like that little lizard thing that he has with him.
Yeah. And
it just serves it barely does anything, but it tries to help him.
Yes. Yeah. And so all that being said, if James Rink changed his name to James Ring, it didn't help. It didn't help.
What a stupid update. That's okay.
Thank you. But at any rate, he whoever left this weirdness here, it's what he's describing is unintentionally funny. I don't know if you're taking a look at some of the shit he says, but it's unintentionally quite funny. It's like just imagining all the shit happening to him physically is a hysterically funny image. What
Or
is he
getting zapped by a fucking.
Oh, it's like this. Yeah. I mean, you heard.
It's like each one of his body parts turns to popcorn. It's
Yeah,
like
yes, thank you.
His thyroid turned into Chernobyl.
Yeah.
The heart exploded. Then there was his brain exploded. Like, it's comically ridiculous. It's comically sick.
Yeah, popcorn. It's popcorn. His whole body, different parts of his body turned to popcorn. My body began to swell. Yeah, and that's your dick.
Did you
boy.
see the part where he said that? Yeah, that's the wrong body part.
Yeah.
He's like, it's swelling due to radiation. But he said my thyroid matched those at Chernobyl. It's like, okay, really? Come on now. It's like getting ridiculous. And then the kicker was he described all that heinous shit, and then he said, I'm going to a holistic doctor.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, you
Peter
need like
Moon.
surgery.
Yeah,
You need fucking surgery.
Yes, that's right. He's going to
Like, forget about holistic when you have that many problems.
Yeah,
You need more. You need stitches and shit. They need to put
that's
a
like
stent
Peter
in your
Moon
heart.
shit. It's like Peter Moon. I'm seeing holistic. What did he call them? What did he call them?
Gem elixir. He
Yeah.
said, I'm going to have a gem elixir made, and it's like, dude, you have a brain bleed. I mean,
Your brain is
this is like beyond. This is beyond herbs. I'm sorry, and I'm not and I, me, I don't go to regular doctors unless it's an emergency.
right.
So it's like,
Right.
dude, sometimes you just gotta call it.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Like, holy shit.
Let's just put it this way. Western medicine is basically designed for that last minute heroic attempt to pull you back from the brink when you've taken it so far that that holistics can no longer help. I mean, you're on the edge of death. So that's what Western medicine is for. It's the one thing it does well, or can do well when practiced right. So when it comes to James Rink and Peter Moon, and they're just going for this holistic shit with what's being described here and what Peter Moon himself described, I'm sorry, that at that point you're in denial. But you heard what Heather said. She was under the impression that, because it didn't help his mom. Well, from what I understood, he took his mom out of chemo and brought her home. Granted,
I'm sure that helped.
Yeah.
Kill her faster.
Yeah, and it's just like, and then taking a picture of his dead mother and posted it on Facebook.
Yeah, that part's shocking.
Yeah, that's not just shocking. That's reprehensible. Yeah, I'm downloading these images. Yes, of course.
You should already have some of these, but you're welcome to do it again.
Yeah,
sure.
no, I download the ones I don't have. So there's two of them I don't have. One was this other one here. Yeah, so the one with the pina colada. Is that pina colada? This who's that girl again? The one at the bottom, the latest one you put up with the cleavage.
That's like someone's AI generated Lilith from One Piece.
Okay, cool. And Lilith from One Piece is the fun girl in disambiguation from the archaeologist, correct?
That's Nami. No, that's Nami. You're confusing.
Okay,
no, Lilith is the one who's of the Doctor.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, but Lilith isn't she the one who's married to the pirate that's like myself, the equivalent of myself in that universe? The real big ugly white guy. I mean, he's not white. He's not Caucasian. He's just like some kind of like kabuki actor looking creature. That you remember?
No, this is someone else.
That's not the ghost girl. So this isn't the ghost girl with the pet ghost. That's the one with the pink hair.
The ghost girl is the
pink hair.
Yeah, pink
further
hair.
up with the girdle. Yeah, with the bra.
That's Perona. That's
Perona.
Girl.
But this other girl, so I don't know much about this girl. Her character is new to the story, or comparatively.
Which one? The last one?
Yeah, the last one.
The orange hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Lilith. She's one of the Vegapons.
Okay, but
so it's like she's a clone of the Doctor. She's just a cyborg clone.
Got it.
Yeah,
But
he he like compartmentalized all his vices into and good parts of him
Okay.
to help him with his research. And
Okay.
she's the evil side, Lilith. So,
Oh, cool. Cool.
but she's actually the hottest one, so Oda didn't kill her off.
Of course not.
He
She's-
killed everyone else except the two hot chicks
Yeah.
that were his clones, basically.
Yeah,
Gluttony and lust, basically.
cool. And Gluttony's not fat? Gluttony is like...
No, she's like a blonde chick.
Okay.
She gets fat and then goes and takes a shit and then becomes normal again. That's like the whole joke. She just eats and shits, and that's like so he can save enough time when he's doing research. He doesn't have to stop. But then she's the one who was actually the real evil because she wanted more. You know, she was greedy. So
Right.
she sold him out to the world government. Yeah.
Oh.
Spoiler alert, just in case.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the anime's caught up, so it's not really a spoiler. But,
Yeah, there we are. But as for our listeners, just so people understand, look, it may sound callous what we've said about James Rink, but understand how callous he was towards his own mother, which I'm very well aware of on a personal sense. I mean, if you're denying this lady is your mother while living with her under her roof, okay,
He's just mental or something.
yeah, that's bad. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to have sympathy for him. Another thing, just a little bit of gossip now that I remember. Oh, man, he was, he paid, occult psychics, or cultists and psychics to find him his twin flame, and was searching all of his life for his twin flame. Nothing ever resulted, and when he went to Vegas, he actually paid.
Well, the problem with it is like you
Yeah.
could find them, but are you in the good enough condition to keep them or to actually attract them? That's
Thank you.
that's
Yeah.
the problem.
Yeah, and as well, he went to Vegas and would just pay showgirls in full dance outfit, stage outfit, to pose with him just so he could look like an hombre. It was really just
Right. And I'm
sad.
sure those girls will just go along with it. Yeah, I'm your twin flame. You know?
Yeah, and he would pay them.
I'll
but
burn
they,
your money.
Yeah, but they were in full stage outfit, so it's not like it was believable. It's not like they walked around with him on the street like that. It was
Right.
just, it's just sad. And look, again, it's like he was this lonely, lost little boy who treated his mother horribly. So it's I'm really ambivalent about.
Well, are
those.
we even sure if he's dead? I mean, it's just like
Yeah.
not that it matters.
If you take a look at the photograph of him by scrolling up, he looks pretty bad.
Yeah, no offense, Heather, but the evidence is pretty lacking.
Yeah. You mean of his being alive? I mean, in fact, it's not,
Either way.
it's like, I'll put it this way: it's not so much a question of whether he's dead; it's a question of how did he stay alive this long.
Yeah, well, that's definitely shocking.
Yeah. By the way, James Casbolt / Michael Prince is doing rap now. He's like, thinks he's found his inner Peter Moon. He's found his inner Peter Moon, and he's like he thinks he's white chocolate. He's
Oh, shit.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, that's not a good sign. That
We-
means they've lost it.
we ought to review his rap just for morbid entertainment.
Jeez. Is he Brit? Is he a Brit?
Yeah, he's a Brit. So you imagine
Yeah,
rap.
so it's gonna be horrible. It's
Yeah,
gonna be horrible.
rap with a British accent from a talentless narcissist. Yeah, that's got to be brilliant. Yeah.
Oh yeah, to say the least. Shit.
Okay. All right. So
I wish him well. I hope it works out for him. Yeah.
which one? the dead
You
guy,
guys
or
could take your pick. I don't know.
the
I'm just trying to say something positive because these people are,
yeah.
the people that I've learned about from you. It's like I never want to deal with these people ever.
Yeah.
Like I never, especially people like Q and shit. But they just want to deal with me for whatever reason.
Oh, dude. I mean, Q shows up and he likes you. Q likes you. That's why they hate you. They hate you.
Yeah,
because
I bet they do. Yeah, because I had tea with their master. And
Yeah,
it's like I
that's
didn't
right.
want it. I didn't ask for it.
That's right. It's like Kino Force ghosted our man Bren here, and everybody knows it. They
And
can
why
feel
did
the
he
vibe.
have tea? It's like he knew that I like tea or something. It was bizarre. It was
No,
really weird.
he was a tea guy. You're a tea guy. I'm a tea guy. But
Right.
it was kind of like he had tea with you to kind of talk about me, gossipy, do a little gossip. But you've definitely intrigued him. This has something to do with what happened to you at birth. He probably at some point in time reviewed your dossier. It would make sense, actually, because it would serve as kind of a prescient connection between how our paths converged, and it's which was nothing that was
Well,
intentional.
I don't think he reviewed it yet, but did you see what I put in the chat about the army unit that guy was in?
Oh God, I just
Okay,
barely.
so you didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll take a look at it later. Like I said,
So
yeah, go
so
on.
the army unit that my original, I guess, how do I say it? The first girlfriend I had, that
Yes.
the guy, her father introduced me to Q and to Bill Cooper and all that shit
Right.
when he handed me the book. And he
Yes.
said, you'll learn about Michael Aquino in this book, and you'll learn about, what's really going on and shit like that.
Yeah.
And he handed me Behold a Pale Horse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that guy was in the 25th Infantry, Pacific Infantry, which is stationed out of Oahu,
Yes.
which is actually called Tropic Lightning,
Yeah. Tropic lightning.
is a very famous unit. And I didn't realize it was one of the most famous Pacific units that this guy was in. And
Right.
then all clicked, and I said, oh, that's what they parodied in Tropic Thunder, was that unit. So this guy was in, he was one of them. He was one of these people, and he
Yeah.
introduced me and said, research Q. And then now, well, I don't know if he's still alive because he had like some kind of medical issues, but he was, last I saw him, he was working at the VA. He had like a high position in one of the offices.
Mhm.
So
Thank
there you go.
That's
What do you
incredible.
make of that?
Well, Tropic Thunder was in a film that was a parody, something like one of those.
Tropic Thunder was the film where Robert Downey Jr. was the black guy, and everyone praises him for it. Because it's cool if he does blackface, but no one else can. You remember that movie?
Weird shit. Well, not. I mean, I remember the title,
It was
but
a
it was
famous
comedy.
comedy.
It was a
It
comedy.
was a
That's
famous
it. Tropic
comedy.
Thunder. Tropic Thunder is
Yeah.
where the guy's playing Rambo and he's shooting the chicken out of the
Yeah.
bow and arrow. Yeah,
Yeah,
yes. He grabs
exactly.
the chicken. Yeah, you can use anything as a weapon, and he grabs
Yes.
the chicken. Got
Yes.
got
See,
it.
you remember that. So,
Yeah,
but I
yes.
didn't realize that unit,
Yeah.
they were parodying the unit from Vietnam that was actually called Tropic Lightning,
Right.
which was the 25th Infantry Army Division.
Yes.
And so this guy was in it, and then somehow got mustered out. Like he said, he told me he like hurt his leg in training, but they still gave him full benefits, which sounds sus, but I guess it's possible.
It's sus. No, that's definitely sus. Because if something happens before 180 days, they just muster you out like you were never in.
Right.
You don't get no fucking benefits.
Right, but
no-
he went all over the place. He went to Okinawa. I'm pretty sure that girl was born in Okinawa, is what she told me.
That makes sense. And
And then he kept referring to, as he said, this is the spawn of Satan.
yeah, right, her to his own daughter, considering his own daughter.
About his own daughter. About
Yeah,
his own daughter.
yeah,
Which then
because
they
that was
sent to me.
Well, that's based on what he was doing at the time of her inception. In other words, at the time of her inception, he was performing rituals so that an entity would be encased within his mate's womb or whoever he was fucking. That would be the thought, the logic. The thing about Tropic Lightning, what confused me is Tropic Lightning to me was always deployed in Central America. I'm sure the history of Vietnam is quite true, but I always remember them probably after the Vietnam War. They were mostly a Central American deployed unit. So it was definitely, I was familiar with them, but in the sense of I affiliated them more with the shit that was going down in Nicaragua at the time. That I was going down to Nicaragua.
So here's what their official page says. It says the 25th Infantry Division is a United States Army division based at Schofield Barracks in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
The division, which was activated in 1941 in Hawaii, conducts military operations primarily in the Asia Pacific region.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you.
But I'm sure they can go anywhere.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, that it's the same Pacific deployment when they go to the Pacific coast of the Latin American nations, and
Exactly.
but such having been said, thank you for that. And what else does that remind me of? But definitely, I'll take a look at that. Like I said, and I'll ultimately get to scanning everything that you sent.
No
But
problem.
yeah, what a well. I mean,
Isn't
I
that
think.
trippy?
Yeah, it
That's
is. Yeah,
good.
it's trippy and needs to be taken into account. I'll sleep on it, digest it, and see what else comes to
Well,
mind.
yeah.
But definitely, what
And
a
what do you make of their symbol? It's very strange. Is that supposed to be like a wahoo or something, or what is that? It's like a bleeding heart with like a lightning bolt going through it.
okay, tropic lightning. Let me look it up. Tropic lightning patch. It's a patch.
Yeah,
Yeah, tropic
it's just
lightning.
their patch or whatever, their
Oh,
division patch.
got it.
I,
Got it.
it looks kind of like a map, but it's kind of not. It's really weird.
It's not a map. It's a withered apple or a heart.
Withered apple. Yeah, a heart like a.
It would don't you remember the whole legend of Snow White and the
The
queen
poison
hands her
apple.
a poison apple, but it's really it's under a glamour, so it looks like a fresh apple, but it's really
Right.
a withered apple. It represents an atrophied heart. So
They're saying it's some kind of connection to Hawaii, but
it's
there's not a straight answer. It says
yeah.
it's a taro leaf, but it looks like a strawberry. Like
Well,
that doesn't make sense.
yeah, well, a taro leaf is also extremely occult.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, in Hawaiian magic, in Hawaiian dark magic or something.
yes,
or
that's
like
right.
indigenous magic, yeah.
Yeah, and so yeah,
Yeah. So taro is like the food that they eat. Remember,
of
what's her
course.
name's son was a taro farmer and shit.
Yes, that's right. Judith Agert's
Yeah.
son was a taro
But
farmer.
I've seen a taro leaf and it doesn't look like that. So I
No,
don't know what
thank
the fuck
you.
it is.
Thank you. No, it's an atrophied heart, a withered apple, a cult symbol.
Yeah.
I remember that from Michael Aquino's references, and then of course it's cracked like a broken withered heart, withered apple that's poisoned. A withered apple. Think of a razor blade in a withered apple is what Michael Aquino told me. Think of a razor blade implanted
Wow.
in a withered apple. So yeah, okay. So all of this is yeah. Thank you. It's
And they have a direct connection to Pearl Harbor. This
of
unit.
course, yeah, of course, yeah, and it's there you go. And what a what a ride.
Okay, so
Yeah, go on.
25th Infantry Division was only 67 days old when it happened. They
Yeah.
were activated on October 1st, so there
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah,
41. So they were the first people to deal with that.
yeah, yeah. To feel the impact of the
Yeah.
war in the Pacific. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely makes perfect sense. So, okay, well, I can't believe our numbers are still this high, but, we carried it past basically half an hour past midnight, so our time. So we did well, and we've earned my pay for the night, and everyone do bear in mind that, how much help our dear friend Bren provides and how the price he's paid for it. And there's people out there maintaining you in their thoughts, Brendan. So it's you get some help. You got some help, and so all such being said,
Arigato gozaimashita.
yes, and we love all you people out there who support us, and we'll be back on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. And by that time, I should have gotten some sleep in. I'll start working on the sleep part now, and. The rest of you out there who have provided your support, we love you beyond expression. Shout out there to all of you people who have done so much to help. Matthew Bush, hugs, dear brother. Aaron Tice, hugs, share my love with your family. And of course to dear Claudia Romberg in Österreich. Österreich? Yeah, that's good, right? Österreich? Österreich.
The
Österreich.
Eastern Reich.
Yes, Eastern Reich. Österreich. And to our dear friend Stephen
Which
Myers.
I guess they're still allowed to call it that, but the Germans can't call their realm a Reich. But.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's odd. It's odd, especially since Hitler was born in the Eastern Reich. Yeah.
Yes.
And yeah, all such having been said, you know, all these wonderful people supporting us, and of course, dear Brooke Hagberg with her auto payment, her monthly auto payment. And of course, T. Tank Barry, our dear T. Tank Barry. And of course, the incredible Aristides. And yeah, we don't want to thank Bren too much. It just brings him more grief. But yeah,
No, definitely not. No, if anything, I'm against Doug. Yeah. Sick vampire scumbag.
All right, shutting down the stream. Let's go for that. Gonna end stream now. And if our dear, let me check the call. If our dear Status is awake, he can stick in those links. But I think he's down for the count right now. Well, we love you.
Yeah, I
dear.
mean it's late. It's late. Yeah, my phone's ready to die, but
Okay. All right. Well,
I think we've had enough.
let's end stream. Okay.
Yeah. I'll talk to you about that other stuff later.
Yeah. Okay. Kisses to the ladies. Hugs to the gents. Brendan sending wonderful images to make certain we're preserved. And okay.
Oh, yeah, are we still on air?
Yeah, we are. So let me shut down the stream. I'm ending stream. We're ending stream. Gonna press 3 buttons to
Filthy vampire.
make certain that happens. Okay. So let me do the third